All right, good morning, everyone. My name is Joaquin Escobar, Chair of the State Water Resources Control Board. Today is Thursday, February 20th. It is 9:01 a.m., and I'd like to bring this meeting back to order. I'll begin by introducing my fellow board colleagues. Joining me this morning is Vice Chair Doreen Diadamo, Board Member Nicole Morgan, Board Member Laurel Firestone, and Board Member Sean McGuire. We're also joined by our executive staff, our Executive Director, Eric Oppenheimer, our two Chief Deputies, Karen Mogus and Jonathan Bishop, our Chief Counsel, Michael Loffer. Our Clerk of the Board is Courtney Tyler, and assisting her today is Margie Argel and Susan Reyes. Today is the second day of our board meeting, and we will start here with item number 5, a probationary hearing for the Kern County Groundwater Subbasin under the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, or SGMA. This hearing is being held in accordance with the board's notice dated July 25th, 2024. We are also providing Spanish and Punjabi language interpretation services for this item, including the simultaneous broadcasting of this meeting in Spanish and Punjabi. For in-person participants, if you are present in the meeting room and require Spanish or Punjabi interpretation services, headsets are available at the table just outside this room. The hearing room is equipped with screens on either side of the stage, displaying translated materials in Spanish and Punjabi. The Sierra Overflow Room is located out the doors and to the right, and that room will also have resources for those needing interpretation. You're welcome to move between the Overflow Room and the hearing room as needed. There are printed copies of the presentations in Spanish and Punjabi at the table outside this room. On the slide 3 here, for Zoom participants, to listen or comment in English, Spanish, or Punjabi, select the language interpretation channel by clicking on the globe icon in the meeting controls at the bottom of your screen. To choose English, Spanish, or Punjabi as your language, and then mute the original audio. And then next slide, for Zoom participants, to see the presentation in English, Spanish, or Punjabi, at the top of the screen, you will see buttons you can click to switch between presentations. Select Presentation in English to see the presentation in English, Presentación en Español to see this presentation in Spanish, and Presentation in Punjabi to see the presentation in Punjabi. I will now invite our interpreters to share these instructions in Spanish and Punjabi to help everyone get set up. Good morning. I think the mic is cold. There's a bottom at the base there. You can.
3.
There you go.
Testing, 1, 2, 3. How about now?
Yeah.
All right, we'll provide the same instructions for those listening in Spanish. Thank you so much. Muy buenos días a todos que nos acompañan el día de hoy. Gracias por estar aquí presente en nuestra audiencia pública. Tenemos interpretación disponible al vivo para el programa. Si nos acompaña remotamente, en la parte inferior de su pantalla encontrará un icono de un globo terráqueo que dice Interpretation o interpretación. Selecciónelo y de ahí seleccione su idioma Spanish o español. Podrá escuchar el programa enteramente en su idioma. Y claro, puede seleccionar también el idioma para ver la presentación por seleccionar View Options en la parte superior de su pantalla y elegir presentación en español. Muchísimas gracias. Will now allow my colleague to repeat the same for our our Punjabi speaking audience.
गुड मॉर्निंग एवरीवन। ये जो जूम में होगा वो हेडसेट बाहर है, जिसको मतलब पंजाबी के लिए चाहिए वो हेडसेट ला के अपना वो जो उसमें क्लिक करके अपना जो चैनल होगा चैनल आपको चेंज करके आप अपना जो इसका जो कंटिन्यूस है वो आप सुन सकते हो। धन्यवाद।
Thank you both very much. Also, if you need technical assistance on Zoom, you can please contact our clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov. I ask all presenters, board members, and individuals providing public comments to speak slowly and pause occasionally to allow interpreters to accurately capture your remarks. This applies to English speakers and Spanish and Punjabi. If you speak too quickly, we may ask you to slow down or pause. We appreciate your patience and understanding. If you're joining online and plan to make a public comment, please note that you need to be on the Zoom platform rather than the broadcast which you may be viewing at YouTube Live or the Cal EPA website. You can follow instructions in the notice or agenda about filling out a virtual card or email the clerk of the board at board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov if you need help getting onto the Zoom platform. This hearing is being recorded and will be made available online. 2 draft resolutions are linked in the agenda at the end of the hearing. The board may vote on whether to designate the Kern County Subbasin probationary, and if so, whether to adopt the draft probationary resolution or modify it. Alternatively, the board may choose to give more time for groundwater sustainability agencies to make changes to their plans before the board makes a decision on a probationary designation. In this case, the board may continue this hearing at a later date, including by adopting the alternative draft resolution with or without modifications. I want to acknowledge how hard it can be to find and build support for effective ways of sustainably managing groundwater resources at a regional scale. This is especially difficult when it is relied upon extensively. It's hard work and involves deep consideration of how people, land, and water interact, but it's essential work, and for the people in the Kern County region and for the state as a whole. In this hearing, the State Board will consider whether we should designate the Kern County Subbasin as probationary, a term developed by the legislature when they wrote the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. This hearing allows us the important opportunity to hear more from groundwater sustainability agencies, other organizations, and individuals before the board makes a decision, which is a responsibility we do not take lightly. Regardless of what the board decides today, it's essential the people in the Kern County region continue to refine and implement plans for the long-term management of a resource with such local and statewide importance. We also want to take this opportunity to recognize that the groundwater sustainability agencies in the basin have done a tremendous amount of work, and that work is ongoing. Significantly, the Kern County Groundwater Sustainability Agencies adopted new groundwater sustainability plans and submitted them to the board in December 2024. It's commendable and a significant milestone that reflects how GSAs have been working to improve their plans. However, this meant that the final staff report for the Kern County Subbasin that was released in January of this year reflects a full review of the May 2024 draft plans, but only a preliminary review of the December plans. A full review of the December 2024 plans will likely take at least 4 months to complete. Today, staff will discuss the staff report focusing on concerns with the draft plans the agencies submitted to the board in May of 2024, but also including staff's preliminary review of specific areas of the December 2024 adopted plans. The review of the May 2024 plans is still helpful and provides important context, as the preliminary review of the December 2024 plans primarily focus on concerns that were already flagged in those draft plans. Whether the board decides today that probationary designation is warranted or chooses to continue the discussion to another date, we recognize the ongoing efforts of the groundwater sustainability agencies to improve their plans. Both draft resolutions recognize that more information about groundwater use in the basin may be needed to inform any future groundwater sustainability plan revisions or determinations by the State Board. I'm aware that the role of the State Water Board under SGMA is still fairly new to many people. In particular, a probationary designation, if made today, is inherently meant to be temporary. There is no specific amount of time for which any designation has to last, and the goal of the board when designating a basin probationary is to work with local agencies to correct any deficiencies and return the basin to local control as soon as possible. The board's role is also unique in that it is not limited to working with groundwater sustainability agencies, but can create a direct relationship between many pumpers in the basin and the board. That is because SGMA requires that when the board determines that a probationary designation is warranted for a basin, when groundwater pumpers in that basin must, with some exceptions, report their pumping to the board, which is separate from any local requirements. The legislature also decided that the work the State Board must do in probationary basins should be funded by fees collected in those basins and not paid by basins that are managing sustainably. As a result, SGMA requires that the State Board collect fees from pumpers in probationary basins, not to punish those basins, although it can feel that way, but to pay for the board's added oversight until the basin can be returned to local control. If the Kern County Subbasin is designated probationary, this would likely mean that those who are pumping the majority of the groundwater would be subject to reporting and must pay associated fees to the board. Some of the people who could have to report their pumping and pay an associated fee, including, I assume, some of you here, may only have begun focusing on SGMA and the State Board's role under SGMA relatively recently. I appreciate your participation here today, and if we do declare the basin probationary, I encourage you to engage through our fee payer process, and most importantly, to participate or help lead planning, problem solving, and coordination so that plan deficiencies can be addressed as soon as possible. I'll go into a bit of explanation of today's proceedings. To start, we will invite comments from elected officials and California Native American tribes, if they choose, and then proceed to a staff presentation that covers background about the basin, a summary of staff's recommendations to the board, the 2 draft resolutions that have been prepared for our consideration, and any additional information that can help inform the board's decision today. The staff recommendations are described in detail in the staff report, staff released on January 21st, 2025. During the following staff presentation, board members may ask questions of staff. We'll then have a panel presentation by the Groundwater Sustainability Agencies in the Kern County Subbasin. Board members again may ask questions of the GSAs and of board staff. The Kern County Subbasin presentation will be followed by panel presentations by other groups who requested in advance to make presentations today, and by other public comments. Because there are many panel presentations planned today, we will alternate between panel presentations and individual comments. And I believe the first opportunity for public comment should be at around 3 o'clock this afternoon. We'll have an hour set aside at that moment. When we reach our first individual comment segment of the day, we will first welcome comments from tribal and elected representatives, and then from state or federal agencies, and then additional public comments. After our panels and individual comments conclude, we will hear any comments from board members prior to a board decision. We have a very full agenda for the day, so we ask for your patience as you wait your turn to speak, and that all speakers be as succinct as possible. Oral comments will be limited to 5 minutes so that we can have adequate time for questions, and so all participants have an opportunity to speak. If a prior speaker has already made the points that you would like to make, you do not need to repeat them. It is sufficient to say you agree with the points made by the previous speaker. Also, these issues can be very challenging, and we want to hear from all of you. To ensure a respectful and orderly meeting, audience members and commenters shall not disrupt and disturb other speakers or make personal attacks or remarks that disrupt, disturb, or otherwise impede the orderly conduct of this meeting. When addressing the board, you may provide your name and the organization you represent, if any, prior to providing your comments, and providing that information is optional. Public comments will be heard based on the order of submissions of the online speaker card forms. Instructions for submitting online speaker cards were provided at the board meeting notice. Again, if you wish to make public comment today and you have not already submitted a speaker card, you can sign up using the form. If you're joining in person, you're welcome to use the laptop at the back of the room. And also, again, if you have any challenges, please do just email the clerk of the board, or you can speak to her directly here at the side of the room. Finally, I want to acknowledge that the board's decision regarding a probationary designation is likely to directly impact communities, farms, growers, and individuals in a range of ways, including many of you here in the room, on the Zoom platform, or listening on the webcast. We know that while many of us have a shared vision around sustainable groundwater management, there are different perspectives on the best ways forward, on how we got here, on what roles different parties should have, and on the best ways to achieve SGMA's goals. We look forward to hearing all opinions on what our decision should be. Although there may be different perspectives on what is shared today, I would like to once again ask everyone in the room joining from home to remain respectful. It is important that we hear everyone's comments today, so I ask participants to wait your turn, and so that all speakers may have an opportunity. Just really appreciate everyone's time and here attendance, and look forward to what I know will be a robust discussion. And thank you for the incredible work I know that has gone on in the basin amongst many of you here as leaders. I know these are, as I said, difficult discussions, but some of the most critical we can all possibly having, especially for future generations here that are really dependent upon our collective will and decision making. So just thank you all for your time. Ms. Tyler, just looking to you, do you know and at this moment, I'd like to call up any elected officials or California Native tribal representatives. But Ms. Tyler, just checking with you if you know of any definitively that we have that would like to speak. Okay. Okay. Apologies, I think the mic is off again. So if you don't mind just popping it on there. Sorry.
Hello, Erin Briano, Chief of Staff to California State Senator Melissa Hurtado. Here on her behalf, she sends her regards and wishes she could be here in person. I will just share a few very brief comments from a letter Senator Hurtado submitted to this board on February 13th. I write respectfully to request the State Water Resources Control Board direct staff to continue the productive collaboration on the Kern Groundwater Sustainability Plan with the impacted groundwater sustainability agencies. It is our understanding this cooperative, complex, and technical groundwater management venture will soon result in resolving the remaining SGMA issues. I would strongly encourage the board not to place the Kern Subbasin in probationary status. Our constituents are working diligently, and we are advised that the discussions are respectful, cordial, and focused on progress. Given this positive track record of by decision by your board, we request to please grant a conditional pause, which would provide the opportunity to close out the remaining technical issues. Our constituents are committed to reaching a timely final accord with your board and staff. Thank you so much.
Thank you as well, and thank you for the senator's leadership. Looking to the room, if there are any other electeds or representatives from electeds that would like to make statements here at the top and on the Zoom platform. Okay. Leave on the Zoom platform. We have a mayor, Mayor Chad Gibbons, Mr. Gibbons, or Mayor Gibbons, please. You should be invited to unmute. And Mayor Gibbons, yep, good. There you go.
Absolutely. I unmuted and got my video on. Thank you very much for your time. Good morning, members of the State Water Resource Control Board. As you said, my name is Chad Gibbons, Mayor for the City of Shafter. We are situated in the Kern County Subbasin, and I'm here today to express our full support of the 2024 amended Kern County Subbasin Groundwater Sustainability Plan. For several years, city staff and officials have played an active role in preparing the GSP to ensure that its residents and businesses, including the disadvantaged rural communities that we support surrounding our city with these critical services, have a voice and access to clean water supplies now and in the future. The GSP has evolved through coordination amongst agriculture water districts and urban water providers, and through active community engagement. It makes drinking water supplies a top priority, which is extremely important for Shafter, considering its challenges with stricter water qualities and standards, increasing cost, and the role of water in providing affordable housing, especially amongst the rising cost of goods throughout the nation and the area. Through the implementation of the GSP, municipal wells will not be dewatered, and mitigation is in place for drinking water wells impacted by declining groundwater levels. Having the city water service area and Kern Subbasin as a whole subject to state probation for lacking an approved GSP would be unnecessarily detrimental to our local economy, which is heavily dependent on agriculture jobs and production. In fact, over 40% of our workforce within the sphere of influence of Shafter works for agriculture in some capacity, including many who are multi-generational farmers or farm workers and families who have worked diligently to raise their families to believe for a brighter future for all. So we do understand that a resolution is before the board, and we would hope for a delay of probationary decision while the state board staff and the local GSAs can work together to address remaining issues. So we really do urge the board in the strongest possible terms to adopt this resolution, because we are confident that all remaining issues will be resolved within the timeline proposed by the state board staff. Probation at this juncture would just unnecessarily complicate a process that has proven to be effective over the last few months. So we're asking please to adopt the resolution that delays a probationary decision today so that the Kern Subbasin can maintain its unprecedented momentum and reaching the finish line in an expeditious manner. So again, we want to thank you from our city, our staff, and all of our residents and surrounding areas. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for yours as well, Mayor Gibbons. Really appreciate your appearance here and contributions. Thank you. Looking to see if there's anyone on the platform or here in the room, elected official or representative of one that would like to make a comment. Okay, seeing none, we can move on to the staff presentation. And thank you.
Good morning, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the board. I'm Natalie Stork, the Director of the Office of Sustainable Groundwater Management, and I'm joined today by Jeevan Jayakody, Anthony Willets, and Austin Poncelet, also with the Office of Sustainable Groundwater Management, as well as Tina Cannon-Leahy and David Rose with the Office of Chief Counsel, and Ben Brezing of the Department of Water Resources. We are here today for you, the board, to consider whether to adopt a probationary basin determination for the Kern County Subbasin. Next slide, please. Here's our agenda for the staff presentation. Jeevan, Anthony, and Austin will be presenting the following with some additional content from Ben. We will provide information on State Water Board SGMA intervention basics. Then we'll present Kern County Subbasin background information, followed by information on the SGMA process in the Kern County Subbasin. We'll then go over sustainability plan deficiencies and likelihood of future impacts, and we'll provide an update on the current status of the Kern County Subbasin. And finally, provide our staff recommendations, which are to designate the basin as probationary today or continue the hearing to a later date. We'll discuss next steps and finally discuss board considerations for ending state intervention. While the board's state intervention role under SGMA is still fairly new and the sample size is still small, staff have taken what is nonetheless a fairly novel approach here, presenting 2 alternative draft resolutions for board consideration instead of a single staff recommendation. Staff think this approach, while unusual, is warranted here given a number of factors, including the board's action on previous subbasins it is considered for probationary designation, the size and complexity of this particular subbasin, the urgency of ensuring overdraft is halted in this subbasin, and the substantial progress the subbasin's GSAs have made even since the final staff report was released. The first draft resolution follows the final staff report and would designate the subbasin probationary today based on the identified deficiencies in the GSPs. The second draft resolution credits the fruitful discussions that have occurred between staff and the GSAs since the final staff report was released and would continue the hearing to September 17th of this year, giving the GSAs a reasonable amount of time to finish correcting those deficiencies together before the board reconsiders the necessity for a probationary designation. As we walk through the presentation today, staff will share where we've continued to see progress from the GSAs on their plans. While we ultimately need to see this progress result in amended, adopted GSPs, the GSAs appear to be receptive and working hard to address deficiencies on aggressive timelines. And now I'll hand it over to Anthony to begin our staff presentation.
Thank you, Natalie. I'll now begin our staff presentation with a brief overview of the basics of state intervention. Next slide, please. 80% of Californians rely on groundwater for part or all of their water supply. So groundwater is an important part of California's water portfolio. During average water years, groundwater makes up about 38% of water supply. But during times of drought, it makes up 60% of our water supply. Next slide, please. California's climate naturally shifts between wet and dry conditions from year to year. During dry years with less rainfall, we rely less on surface water and we pump more groundwater to make up the difference. The Sustainable Groundwater Management Act, or SGMA, was passed into law in 2014 when the majority of the state was experiencing exceptional drought, the most severe category of drought conditions. SGMA was passed in order to establish plans for sustainable groundwater management in California for the first time, especially in groundwater basins that were critically overdrafted, which means they have been severely depleted by pumping. Next slide, please. Here's an overview of some of the key requirements of SGMA. The cornerstone of SGMA is that groundwater management in California is best accomplished locally. SGMA requires that each high and medium priority groundwater basin establish one or more local groundwater sustainability agencies, which are called groundwater sustainability agencies. Most groundwater sustainability agencies were formed from pre-existing surface water agencies, such as irrigation districts. Areas not covered by agencies are often covered by counties. SGMA requires that groundwater sustainability agencies develop one or more groundwater sustainability plans that outline how they will manage groundwater in their basins. Groundwater sustainability plans must have criteria that will be used to measure whether the basin is meeting its sustainability goals. Groundwater sustainability plans for the critically overdrafted basins were due in January of 2020. Groundwater sustainability agencies are required to submit annual reports to the Department of Water Resources, which we also call DWR. And every 5 years, the groundwater sustainability agencies must update their groundwater sustainability plans. Critically overdrafted basins are required to achieve their sustainability goals by 2040, and the rest of the high and medium priority basins must achieve sustainability by 2042. Next slide, please. So, what is sustainability? Sustainability means the basin is operated within its sustainable yield and doesn't experience undesirable results, which are significant and unreasonable occurrences of these 6 things caused by groundwater conditions occurring throughout the basin. What's important is that sustainability is supposed to be determined by locals at the local level. Note that agencies don't have to address groundwater issues already occurring before 2015. SGMA focuses on conditions from 2015 onward. Next slide, please. Once local groundwater sustainability agencies develop their plans, they submit them to DWR for review. This flowchart outlines the process for groundwater sustainability plan review under SGMA. Once a groundwater sustainability agency or group of groundwater sustainability agencies adopts and implements a plan, DWR has 2 years to evaluate it. If the plan is approved, groundwater sustainability agencies implement the plan and submit annual reports to DWR. If the plan is determined to be inadequate to achieve sustainability, this triggers the State Water Board's intervention role under SGMA. Board staff evaluate the inadequate plan or plans and may prepare a staff report that summarizes the board and DWR identified deficiencies and recommends potential actions to correct the deficiencies. Deficiencies are not corrected or not on track to be corrected. The board may hold a probationary hearing to determine if probation is warranted for the subbasin. The steps on this timeline that are highlighted in blue here are the steps that the board may take at its discretion. In these steps, if the board does not proceed to the following step, then the basin is either awaiting action from the board or will be returned to DWR oversight. Next slide, please. If you, the board, adopt a probationary determination, this starts the first step of state intervention, which is probation. During the probationary period, groundwater sustainability agencies should work to correct the deficiencies in their plans that were identified by the board. Additionally, during probation, many groundwater extractors are required to record and report their groundwater extractions to the board and pay fees based on the amount they pump. If, after 1 year on probation, the deficiencies are not corrected, the board may choose to move the basin towards the second step of state intervention. The board would develop an interim plan to temporarily manage groundwater while the agencies continue to correct deficiencies in their groundwater sustainability plans. The board's plan would likely include pumping cutbacks. The board would provide an opportunity for public review and input on the draft interim plan. And the board would then hold a public hearing to consider adopting the interim plan. Next slide, please. Today, we're focused on the probationary hearing step. Let's look at the basics of what a probationary hearing is. It requires a triggering event, such as an inadequate plan finding by DWR. It's discretionary, The board only holds the hearing if they believe that intervention is warranted. It's a public process which follows requirements for noticing, and the board will consider public comment today. The board identifies planned deficiencies and potential actions to fix them. These are proposed in the staff report, but the board can adjust these. And a probationary determination is made by adopting a resolution. As Natalie explained, board staff prepared 2 resolutions for board members to consider. These resolutions were released for public comment the Friday before last. Next slide, please. Regarding the resolution, the board can choose to adopt the probationary designation resolution, delay the decision, or return the basin back to DWR oversight. Additionally, an adopted resolution can be amended in the future, for example, to make exclusions from reporting or probationary status, update requirements such as reporting or metering requirements, and modify deficiencies as conditions change or as groundwater sustainability agencies fix their plans. Next slide, please. Finally, here are some key points regarding probation. It lasts only as long as it takes for groundwater sustainability agencies to fix issues. We aim to return basins to DWR oversight as soon as feasible. It does not limit groundwater sustainability agency authorities. Agencies need to fix their plans, continue implementing the good parts of their plans, and work to address management challenges. Extractors begin reporting and paying fees to the board, separate from any reporting and fees imposed by the GSAs. So the board can collect data it will use in case it needs to develop an interim plan. There are no board-required pumping limits at the probationary designation phase of state intervention. And if issues aren't fixed after 1 year, the board can develop and adopt an interim plan. That's when board-imposed pumping limits could come into effect. Now I'll hand the presentation over to Austin.
Thank you, Anthony. I will start with some background on the Kern County Subbasin. Next slide, please. The Kern County Subbasin is a critically overdrafted subbasin in the Tulare Lake hydrologic region of the southern Central Valley. The main population center in this subbasin is Bakersfield. There are 7 other incorporated cities and many unincorporated communities. The population is about 763,000, and the subbasin covers approximately 1.9 million acres, or about 3,040 square miles. Next slide, please. This geologic cross-section is representative of the hydrogeologic setting in the Kern County Subbasin and the designated 5 hydrogeological conceptual model areas. The GSAs divided the basin into 5 hydrogeological conceptual model areas, or HCM areas. Each HCM area has similar geology and aquifer characteristics internally, but have distinguishing differences from the other areas of the subbasin. The 5 HCM areas are North Basin, Kern River Fan, South Basin, Western Fold Belt, and East Margin. They are shown in the small map below the geologic cross-section. This cross-section line intersects the Western Fold Belt HCM, the North Basin HCM, and the East Margin HCM. Sustainable management criteria for groundwater level and groundwater quality are defined based on these HCM areas. So we will refer to these HCM areas when we discuss the GSP's deficiencies later in this presentation. Generally speaking, there are 3 primary aquifers which are vertically separated in the subsurface by impermeable units. Starting at the top in yellow and pink layers, we have the primary alluvial aquifer. Within these two layers lies the Corcoran clay in brown. The Corcoran clay is a major confining unit throughout the central areas of the subbasin. Spatially discontinuous clay layers also exist at different locations in the subbasin. So, the primary alluvial aquifer can be unconfined, semi-confined, or confined depending on the area. Most domestic and agricultural wells in the basin are screened in the primary alluvial aquifer. The other two aquifers are the confined Santa Margarita aquifer in orange and the confined Olcese aquifer below it in blue, both of which are located on the eastern side of the subbasin. Next slide, please. Groundwater is a critical resource in the Kern County subbasin, especially for agriculture. Other uses include municipal, domestic, wildlife, and industrial. Two pie charts here show the breakdown of groundwater use by category in water year 2022, which was a critically dry year, and water year 2023, which was a wet year. Total groundwater extractions in 2022 was about 2.3 million acre feet, but it was about 900,000 acre feet in 2023. In both years, agricultural use was about 65%. Next slide, please. In Kern County, groundwater pumping has exceeded the natural and human-assisted recharge, and groundwater levels have been in decline for decades. This figure displays groundwater level data from 3,619 wells in the subbasin. Where known, the aquifers in which the wells are screened are noted by the 5 colors. 170 wells had known aquifers. I'll note that these data are incomplete due to current data gaps in well completion report records and the current active or inactive status of wells. But we consider this data to be representative of the trend in the subbasin. The maximum recorded depth to groundwater in 1948 was 344 feet. The maximum recorded depth to groundwater in 2024 was 811 feet, so about 467 feet difference in 76 years. The Kern County Subbasin Groundwater Sustainability Agencies acknowledge that the basin is overdrafted. The 2022 and newly adopted 2024 plans both found that current pumping rates substantially exceed long-term sustainable yield, which is the average amount of groundwater that could be extracted every year without causing undesirable results. The 2024 plans estimate the sustainable yield to about 1.3 million acre feet per year. Average groundwater pumping from 1995 to 2014 was over 1.5 million acre feet per year. The basin has an average annual overdraft of 274,000 acre feet per year, or average annual overdraft volumes equivalent to about 21% of the sustainable yield. We now welcome Ben Brezing from the Department of Water Resources Sustainable Groundwater Management Office, who will give some context for land subsidence in the Central Valley and particularly in the Kern County subbasin.
Thank you. Good morning. Groundwater pumping lowers groundwater levels and dewaters sediments below the ground surface, causing some sediment types in the subsurface to compact and the ground surface to sink. The sinking of an area of land is called subsidence.
Could we get the next slide, please?
Thank you. Subsidence in California has been documented throughout the last century. By 1970, certain areas of the state had subsided over 28 feet. During recent droughts, increased groundwater extraction is again resulting in accelerated subsidence rates of up to 1 foot per year in parts of the Central Valley. Since 2015, there have been significant improvements to the state's subsidence monitoring network, most notably the statewide processing and reporting of satellite-based INSA data, which provides monthly subsidence data for more than 150 groundwater basins at a 100-meter resolution and a vertical accuracy of better than 0.1 feet. In 2022, DWR has increased the reporting frequency of monthly INSA data from annually to quarterly to provide more up-to-date information. The next quarterly statewide INSA update with data through January 1st of this year will be published next month. In 2023, DWR has also started installing continuous GPS stations in groundwater basins, including the Kern Subbasin, to further improve the statewide subsidence monitoring network with daily subsidence measurements at these sites. DWR publishes these statewide subsidence data on our open data portal and the SGMA data viewer, and provides summaries in semi-annual groundwater condition reports. What you see on this slide are annual subsidence rate maps over recent years, with green to red colors representing areas of subsidence and blue areas representing areas of uplift. As observed during the 2012 through 2016 drought, increased groundwater extractions during the most recent drought of water years 2020 through 2022 again resulted in accelerated land subsidence in parts of the Central Valley and in the greatest subsidence rates on record for parts of the Central Valley. The wet 2023 water year resulted in decreased land subsidence rates that have stayed relatively stable through water year 2024. However, as during previous dry, wet, dry cycles, subsidence rates are likely to increase again during future dry periods unless groundwater extractions are reduced. While statewide about 300 square miles of area experienced uplift greater than 0.1 feet during the water year 2024, about 2,200 square miles of area still experienced subsidence of greater than 0.1 feet during the same period due to ongoing pumping or delayed effects of pumping during prior years. Next slide, please. This slide shows a map of cumulative or total subsidence from October 2015 through October 2024, with colors representing areas that have subsided more than 0.5 feet. Since 2015, about 5,000 square miles of area have experienced more than half a foot of subsidence, and about 260 square miles have observed more than 5 feet of subsidence. From 2015 through October 1st of last year, the statewide highest total amount of subsidence of more than 7.5 feet occurred about 20 miles north of the Kern Subbasin. During the same period, the highest total amount of subsidence in the Kern Subbasin of about 2.75 feet occurred along the northern boundary to the Tule Subbasin near Delano. The upper chart on this slide shows the measured subsidence at that location. The center chart shows the measured subsidence near Lost Hills during the same period, totaling about 1.2 feet. And the lower chart shows the measured subsidence about 15 miles south of Bakersfield during the same period, totaling about 1.25 feet. Next slide, please. At previous hearings, the board asked for clarification on what residual subsidence is. The Department of Water Resources is developing a subsidence best management practice document, or BMP, that will include an in-depth discussion of subsidence processes, including residual subsidence, and the relationship between groundwater levels and subsidence. In short, the drainage and compaction of fine-grained sediments in the subsurface that cause subsidence is a delayed response to groundwater extractions. Residual subsidence is the continued decrease in the land surface elevation after the primary cause of subsidence, generally groundwater level declines, has stopped. A key concept to note is that residual subsidence can be minimized when groundwater levels are allowed to rise as rapidly and as much as possible above groundwater levels at which subsidence can occur. The subsidence BMP will include historical examples and modeling results of groundwater level management scenarios for 5 sites throughout the Central Valley that demonstrate this concept. This slide shows the subsidence simulation and scenario results for these 5 sites. Each chart shows subsidence projections for multiple groundwater level scenarios: historical low levels, 2015 water levels, critical head, and I'll explain that in a second, 20 feet above critical head, 50 feet above critical head, and rebound to the historical high groundwater level. Critical head is the approximate groundwater level below which additional inelastic subsidence is caused. While there are site-specific differences, all charts demonstrate that subsidence, including residual subsidence, can be minimized when groundwater levels are allowed to rise as much as possible. The Department of Water Resources will provide data compilations and models for up to 50 sites throughout the Central Valley as part of California's Groundwater Bulletin 118 Update 2025. These sites are indicated on this map as the smaller black dots. DWR will publish the compilation of historical data and modeling files on our open data portal. This concludes my subsidence data update. Thank you.
Next slide, please. Thank you so much, Ben. And next slide. Groundwater in the Kern County Subbasin is currently managed by 20 groundwater sustainability agencies. For their initial GSP submittal in 2020, 11 groundwater sustainability agencies collaborated to write the 5 GSPs. In 2022, 17 groundwater sustainability agencies collaborated to write 6 plans. In 2024, all 20 agencies collaborated to write the main 2024 groundwater sustainability plan. In addition to the main GSP, 6 GSAs submitted their own GSPs that included the entire content of the main GSP plus GSA-specific supplemental information in blue pages. The 6 groundwater sustainability agencies that submitted the 2024 final plan with blue pages are the Olsees Water District, Westside District Water Authority, Henry Miller Water District, Semi-Tropic Water District, Buena Vista Water Storage District, and Kern Tulare Water District. Board staff would like to take this opportunity to resolve an error in Table 3-1 of the final Kern County staff report. It lists Rosedale Rio Bravo Water Storage District as a GSA that submitted a GSP with blue pages, but this GSA is covered by the main GSP. Also, the table did not identify that the Westside District Water Authority submitted a GSA-specific GSP. Everywhere else in the final staff report, staff accurately identified the GSAs that submitted GSA-specific GSPs. The inconsistency in Table 3-1 did not affect any staff recommendations. Throughout the course of this presentation, we may refer to the main GSP and the GSA-specific GSPs with blue pages collectively as the 2024 final GSPs, or as plans that outline how they will manage groundwater in the subbasin and bring the basin into a sustainable balance by 2040. Next slide, please. The Kern County Subbasin Groundwater Sustainability Agencies submitted their 5 plans to the Department of Water Resources in January 2020. In January 2022, the department determined the plans to be incomplete based on 3 deficiencies. The groundwater sustainability agencies then had 6 months to revise their plans based on feedback in the incomplete determination letter. They submitted 5 revised groundwater sustainability plans and 1 new groundwater sustainability plan in July of 2022. DWR issued a final determination in March of 2023, stating that the groundwater sustainability plans were inadequate and unlikely to resolve the critical groundwater overdraft in the subbasin. The determination of inadequacy triggered the State Water Board's SGMA intervention rule. Groundwater sustainability agencies continued to revise their sustainability plans and met with board staff to discuss updates. In July 2024, the board released the draft Kern County Subbasin staff report, followed by a 90-day public comment period. In August 2024, board staff held 2 public workshops, 1 virtual and 1 in person, to provide updates, summarize findings of the draft staff report, and accept public comments. Groundwater sustainability agencies then submitted 7 adopted plans to the State Water Board for review in mid-December of last year. This includes 1 main GSP and 6 additional GSPs with GSA-specific supplemental information. Board staff released the final staff report on January 21st this year. The final staff report includes results of a full review of the 2024 draft plans submitted to the board in May 2024, and a preliminary evaluation of the 2024 final plans. Next slide, please. This slide summarizes the engagement and public input process since the draft staff report was released in July 2024. In August 2024, both a virtual and an in-person staff workshop were hosted with Spanish and Punjabi interpretation available. Public comments from the workshops and draft staff report were addressed in the final staff report, and consultations were offered to California Native American tribes. Next slide, please. The final staff report was released on January 21st of this year, after staff reviewed 43 written public comments submitted during the 60-day comment period. The final staff report evaluates the inadequate 2022 plans and the revised 2024 draft submitted in May 2024, and includes a preliminary evaluation of the adopted 2024 plans submitted in December 2024. The final staff report outlines major deficiencies in the plans related to 5 topics: coordination, groundwater levels, land subsidence, groundwater quality, and interconnected surface water. Deficiencies on coordination, groundwater levels, and subsidence were initially identified by the Department of Water Resources in the 2020 and 2022 plans. The State Water Board's Kern County staff report, however, identifies additional deficiencies associated with groundwater quality and interconnected surface water. The staff report also includes recommended potential corrective actions to address the deficiencies. And the final staff report includes responses to public comments in Appendix C. Significant changes were made in the final staff report to include a high-level review and initial evaluations for the 2024 final GSPs that were submitted in December 2024. Next slide, please. We will now go over the identified deficiencies in the GSPs. The deficiencies are based on the 2024 draft groundwater sustainability plans, also referred to as the 2024 draft plans. These deficiencies will be summarized in tables that include icons based on our initial evaluation of the 2024 final groundwater sustainability plans, which we will refer to as the 2024 final plans. A green check mark indicates that the deficiency appears to be mostly addressed in the 2024 plans. An orange eye indicates that the deficiency appears to be partially addressed in the 2024 plans. A red X indicates that the deficiency does not appear to be addressed. We stress that our initial evaluations of the 2024 plans are tentative. We have not fully reviewed the 2024 final plans. It is possible that our current evaluations could change after full review, but we wanted to do our best to provide feedback on these 2024 final plans, as we believe that groundwater sustainability agencies have made substantial progress in addressing many deficiencies. Next slide, please. Now we'll go over the deficiencies identified in the final staff report. Today, we will give a high-level overview of them, starting with deficiencies related to coordination in the subbasin. Under SGMA, achieving sustainability requires a basin's groundwater sustainability agencies to be coordinated and on track to meet the same sustainability goal. Since SGMA allows multiple entities to participate with and form groundwater sustainability agencies to develop one or more GSPs, it is important for the groundwater sustainability agencies to demonstrate that they are well coordinated and using the same data and methodologies for setting sustainable management criteria and defining undesirable results. A lack of coordination across the subbasin and groundwater sustainability agencies will hinder the subbasin's progress towards sustainability. Next slide, please. These deficiency summary tables include abbreviated versions of the deficiency tables presented in Appendix A of the staff report. Deficiencies are shown at the left with corresponding proposed potential actions at the right. Upon review of the 2024 draft GSPs, coordination agreement, and preliminary review of the 2024 final GSPs, board staff finds that the groundwater sustainability agencies have taken significant action in addressing DWR's first coordination deficiency by using consistent plain language and quantitative definitions for undesirable results, using coordinated methodologies and data for setting sustainable management criteria, and implementing a subbasin-wide minimum threshold exceedance policy. No further actions are necessary regarding this deficiency. Board staff finds that the groundwater sustainability agencies do not explain how the multiple plans will satisfy SGMA requirements. Board staff recommend that the groundwater sustainability agencies revise methodologies that currently result in incompatible sustainable management criteria across groundwater sustainability agency and HCM boundaries. This deficiency is not resolved, and further examples regarding this deficiency will be explained throughout the presentation. This is a technical issue rather than a coordination issue among the GSAs or plans. Additionally, board staff were unclear if the groundwater sustainability agencies in the subbasin demonstrated basin-wide management in their 2024 final plans. This was predominantly due to the newly formed Kern non-districted Land Authority GSA and its Joint Powers Agreement. Recently, GSA has provided clarification on the Joint Powers Agreement, and board staff understand that the Kern non-districted Land Authority does have proper authorities to enforce SGMA within its management area. Therefore, no further action is required to address this deficiency. However, we expect clear language in the GSPs to explain this JPA. Now I will hand it over to Jeevan to discuss the other 4 deficiencies.
Thank you, Austin. We will now take a look at the groundwater level deficiencies. Let's review the potential consequences of declining groundwater levels before diving into the deficiencies. Overpumping causes groundwater levels to decline. These deeper groundwater levels cause multiple problems. They threaten drinking water supplies by completely drying wells or reducing the amount of water that can be pumped from wells. Household drinking water wells are at the highest risk because they are relatively shallow. For context, the 2024 final GSPs would allow up to 15 domestic wells per year, or 255 domestic wells through 2040 to go dry in the sub-basin. GSAs plan to repair or replace impacted domestic wells. Deeper groundwater levels increase the cost to repair impacted wells, to drill new deeper wells, and to pump water from deeper levels. Also, declining groundwater levels can cause subsidence and groundwater quality degradation, each of which cause their own set of problems. Next slide, please. According to a dry well susceptibility analysis conducted by the Department of Water Resources in coordination with board staff, 215 domestic wells in the Kern County sub-basin are at risk of going dry if a 5-year drought like the 2012 to 2016 drought returns. On this map, the darker red colors represent 1 square mile sections with up to 13 at-risk domestic wells, and the lighter colors represent sections with fewer at-risk domestic wells. Next slide, please. The staff identified 4 groundwater level deficiencies presented in the next 2 slides. Deficiency 1 is that undesirable results and sustainable management criteria are not coordinated. The first part of this deficiency, that is deficiency 1A, was originally identified in the 2022 GSPs because of the lack of coordination among the GSPs. The 2024 GSPs adequately address this deficiency by using a more coordinated approach to define undesirable results. Deficiency 1B concerns the water level minimum thresholds in the 2024 final GSPs. GSAs used groundwater level trends averaged over hydrogeological conceptual model areas to inform minimum thresholds. This fails to capture local variations of hydrogeology and groundwater use in the sub-basin. This results in disproportionate impacts. For example, the minimum thresholds would impact only 2% of the 90 domestic wells in the Arvin GSA, but 45% of the 69 domestic wells in the Shafter-Wasco Irrigation District GSA. Another example is that some minimum thresholds are set below the confining Kern clay layer. Groundwater levels approaching these minimum thresholds could cause subsidence and groundwater quality degradation. To address deficiency 1B, staff recommends that minimum thresholds consider variations of hydrogeological conditions and groundwater use in the sub-basin. Deficiency 2 is about the incompleteness of the groundwater level monitoring network. The GSPs did not include total depths or screen depths of monitoring wells. So it is unclear if the monitoring network adequately represents conditions in different depth zones of the aquifer system. To address deficiency 2A, staff recommends that GSS revise the monitoring network to adequately represent different aquifer depths and groundwater users. Also, depths and screen intervals of monitoring wells should be included in the GSPs. To date, we have had several discussions with the GSAs on this issue, and we understand that they are actively working to include more information about the monitoring network and fill data gaps. Because the current monitoring network is incomplete, the well impact mitigation plan may also be incomplete. That is deficiency 2B. GSS well impact mitigation plan is based on the number of wells that may dry if water levels reach minimum thresholds. It is difficult to assess whether the funds and resources allocated in the mitigation plan are sufficient because of the incomplete monitoring network. The staff recommends that GSS update the well impact analysis after revising the monitoring network and minimum thresholds, then reassess the feasibility of well impact mitigation plan. Next slide, please. Groundwater level deficiency 3 is based on the lack of details on GSS path for halting chronic lowering of groundwater levels. GSS rely on numerous projects and management actions to reach sustainability, but they lack details, so it is unclear whether they are feasible to achieve sustainability. Deficiency 3 is partially addressed in the 2024 final GSPs by including some details of projects and management actions and water budgets. But staff cannot assess the feasibility of projects and management actions without clear descriptions of which projects and management actions are included in water budgets. Some projects and management actions have been implemented, and some others are conceptual. Some management actions are voluntary. Staff recommends that GSS evaluate the feasibility of projects and management actions and then re-evaluate GSA-specific and basin-wide water budgets. Also, the staff recommends that GSPs include more details on demand management plans. The fourth groundwater level deficiency concerns groundwater storage. GSS use groundwater level sustainable management criteria as a proxy for groundwater storage. In the 2024 final GSPs, this allows groundwater storage to decline by 8.5 million acre-feet from 2015 levels. The staff believes that this loss disproportionately affects vulnerable users like domestic well users. Staff recommends that GSS define groundwater storage goals that adequately protect vulnerable users. We believe that resolving deficiencies associated with the groundwater level monitoring network and water level minimum thresholds would resolve this deficiency. Next slide, please. Now we will look at the land subsidence deficiencies. Land subsidence usually occurs when large amounts of groundwater are withdrawn from certain types of rocks or sediments, such as fine-grained sediments that underlie the Kern County Subbasin. As water is removed from the pore spaces, the granular structure of the fine-grained sediment or clay collapses, causing land to sink. Land subsidence reduces the carrying capacity of gravity-driven water conveyance systems. This means streams, rivers, and canals can carry less water before flooding. Repairing water conveyance structures is very expensive. Subsidence can damage wells and infrastructure such as roads, utilities, and pipelines. It can irreversibly compact groundwater aquifers and degrade groundwater quality. Next slide, please. This map shows cumulative subsidence from 2015 to June 2015 to October 2024. These values are calculated using satellite data called INSAR with an estimation error of less than an inch. The maximum cumulative subsidence in the subbasin from 2015 to 2024 was about 2.5 feet, and the subsidence of that magnitude is mostly observed close to the northern boundary of the subbasin. Subsidence occurring in the northern and southern portions of the subbasin is caused primarily by groundwater extraction. GSS have shown a correlation between subsidence and oil and gas extractions in the western portion of the subbasin. There are canals and levees that could be impacted by further subsidence, including the Kern Canal, shown as a purple line on the map, and the California Aqueduct, the red line on the map. Next slide, please. The staff identified two land subsidence deficiencies. The first deficiency is related to undesirable results and sustainable management criteria. Originally, this deficiency was due to the lack of coordination among the 2022 GSPs. The 2024 final GSPs partially addressed this deficiency. The potential actions to address the remaining issues of deficiency 1 are minor compared to the original issues. Deficiency 1A is about the undesirable results. The 2024 final GSPs specifically define undesirable results for subsidence caused by groundwater extractions. GSPs list hydrocompaction, oil and gas extraction, age of infrastructure, historical geotechnical deficiencies, and natural geological processes as potential causes of subsidence that are not in GSA's control. These are called non-GSA causes. GSAs have developed a methodology to qualitatively identify subsidence caused by groundwater extractions, but that methodology lacks the capabilities to separately quantify subsidence attributed to GSA and non-GSA causes. The staff recommends that GSAs clearly describe how they plan to quantify GSA and non-GSA caused subsidence in areas where both types of causes can contribute to subsidence. Deficiency 1B is about sustainable management criteria. The 2024 final GSPs set consistent sustainable management criteria across the subbasin with a goal of reducing subsidence, including zero subsidence in some critical areas by 2040. Proposed measurable objectives appear reasonable. However, GSPs have some inconsistent values for interim milestones, measurable objectives, and minimum thresholds. Per recent discussions with GSAs, these issues are easy to address, and they plan to fix these inconsistencies. The second deficiency is the lack of implementation details of subsidence management and mitigation in GSPs. GSPs list many groundwater management projects and actions that may indirectly help with managing subsidence. But there is a lack of focused projects and management actions to address the potential impacts of subsidence near critical infrastructure. The Subsidence Exceedance Action Plan does not mention infrastructure mitigation. Staff recommends that GSS develop a plan to trigger management actions when subsidence exceeds thresholds, and infrastructure mitigation programs with clear metrics and funding sources. Staff want to acknowledge two recent management actions implemented by the West Side District's Water Authority GSA to minimize their contribution to subsidence along the California Aqueduct. To ensure there is no net increase of groundwater extraction capacity within 2.5 miles of the California Aqueduct between milepost 195 and 215, new well drilling is prohibited within that zone unless authorized by the GSA. Also, groundwater extraction within that zone is prohibited unless the extraction qualifies for an exemption like human health and safety use. Next slide, please. Now we will look at the groundwater quality deficiencies. Degradation of groundwater quality can result in poor drinking water quality, which may cause health problems, including chronic diseases, cancers, reproductive issues, and respiratory issues, which may eventually result in death. Degraded water quality can also cause foul odor and taste in water, and also make water unsuitable for irrigation. Treatment of poor water quality may be difficult and very expensive, if not infeasible. So water quality degradation may require people to find alternate sources of water. Next slide, please. Circles on this map show where domestic wells are at risk of water quality degradation due to high concentrations of arsenic, hexavalent chromium, nitrate, 123 TCP, or uranium. You can see that many domestic wells are at risk in areas where people rely on domestic wells for drinking water. This map clearly demonstrates that there is a serious need to manage groundwater quality in the sub-basin in line with SGMA requirements. Next slide, please. The staff identified 3 deficiencies regarding groundwater quality. The first deficiency is about undesirable results and sustainable management criteria. Deficiency 1A is about the quantitative undesirable result not being protective of groundwater users. As we mentioned earlier in this presentation, the subbasin is divided into 5 hydrogeological conceptual model areas, or HCM areas. The quantitative undesirable result is either 3 minimum threshold exceedances for a constituent in an HCM area, 1 exceedance in the Western Fault Belt HCM area, or 5 exceedances at small community wells. Staff notes a few concerns. 3 exceedances in an HCM area would allow for basin-wide water quality degradation without triggering an undesirable result. Also, 3 exceedances per HCM area would disproportionately affect groundwater users in different areas in the subbasin. For instance, 3 representative monitoring wells equates to 37% of representative monitoring wells in the eastern margin HCM area, but it equates to 20% of representative monitoring wells in the South Basin HCM area. The abundance of domestic wells is different between these HCM areas, so the extent of impact to domestic wells would be disproportionate. Staff recommends that GSS develop undesirable result definitions that are adequately protective of groundwater users. Deficiency 1B is about how GSS will determine whether an undesirable result has occurred. The GSAs plan to analyze minimum threshold exceedances to determine whether the GSA is responsible for the exceedance. The investigation approach described in the GSPs may be acceptable, but GSAs narrowly define their responsibility, ignoring potential driving mechanisms of groundwater quality degradation, and rely only on correlating groundwater levels. Board staff recommends evaluating more than groundwater level correlations to determine whether water quality degradation is caused by groundwater management activities. Next slide, please. Groundwater quality deficiency 2 is associated with the groundwater quality monitoring network. There are 3 parts to this deficiency. Deficiency 2A is about the incompleteness of groundwater quality monitoring network. GSPs do not include depths or screen intervals of any groundwater quality monitoring well. Without this information, staff cannot evaluate whether the monitoring network adequately represents groundwater users and users in the subbasin. The groundwater quality monitoring network almost entirely consists of public supply and irrigation wells. Domestic wells are typically completed at much shallower depths and appear underrepresented. Therefore, the current monitoring network may not be sufficient to detect water quality degradation that impact domestic well users. The staff recommends evaluating the existing monitoring network and add additional wells to ensure all groundwater users are represented. Deficiency 2B is about insufficient sampling frequencies for groundwater quality. This deficiency is resolved in the 2024 final GSPs. Deficiency 2C is about the lack of clarity on how GSAs will monitor and assess the impacts of projects and management actions on groundwater quality. The staff appreciates the effort the GSAs have made to reduce overdraft through various projects such as groundwater recharge and water banking. However, we caution that projects and management actions can substantially change groundwater and subsurface environmental conditions, which can cause existing contamination plumes to migrate or naturally occurring constituents to mobilize. The staff recommends that GSS better describe how they will ensure projects and management actions do not degrade groundwater quality. Next slide, please. The staff found that management actions proposed in the 2024 draft GSPs were not adequately responsive to water quality degradation. It is the third groundwater quality deficiency, and it has 2 parts, both of which are partially addressed in the 2024 final GSPs. Deficiency 3A is due to the lack of management actions to protect groundwater users after a minimum threshold exceedance. The minimum threshold exceedance policy in the 2024 final GSPs aim to increase monitoring and establish time frames for investigations when an exceedance occurs. However, this policy still uses an insufficient procedure to correlate groundwater quality exceedances with groundwater management actions. Staff recommends increasing sampling frequency and sampling additional nearby wells where minimum thresholds are exceeded. This is especially important for exceedances of regulatory thresholds because elevated concentrations of these constituents can severely impact human health. Also, we recommend that GSPs describe how GSAs will notify drinking water users of a water quality minimum threshold exceedance that could affect their water source. Deficiency 3B is on the well impact mitigation plan. The GSPs still lack an appropriate method for evaluating whether groundwater quality degradation is due to groundwater management activities. The staff recommends that GSS reassess the feasibility of well impact mitigation plan, as we recommended earlier, to address groundwater level deficiency 2B. Next slide, please. We now turn to interconnected surface water deficiencies. Interconnected surface water refers to surface water such as streams, rivers, and lakes that is hydraulically connected to groundwater. As groundwater levels decline, the interconnected area gets smaller. And if groundwater levels decline too much, it goes away entirely. Depletion of interconnected surface water can have profound impacts. It can reduce surface water available for human use, including drinking and irrigation. It can also substantially transform or harm habitat and wildlife. Without interconnected surface water, vegetation that doesn't have deep roots may lose access to enough water. Reduced surface water flows may be inadequate for existing aquatic wildlife. Depletion of interconnected surface water can also threaten recreation like fishing and hunting. Next slide, please. The 2024 final GSPs sufficiently address the two deficiencies identified in previous GSPs. The first deficiency was about the uncoordinated, undesirable results and sustainable management criteria. The 2024 final GSPs use a singular methodology to assess the interconnectedness of surface water in the subbasin. The second deficiency was that the GSPs did not adequately demonstrate the absence of interconnected surface water before concluding that undesirable results are not likely to occur. The 2024 final GSPs include an adequate methodology to conclude the absence of interconnected surface water in the subbasin. No further action is necessary on this deficiency, but staff request that GSS continue to evaluate the presence or absence of interconnected surface water based on future DWR guidance. That concludes the descriptions of deficiencies. Next, I will give you a brief update on board staff's continued coordination with GSAs. Next slide, please. Board staff had 2 technical meetings with GSAs since we released the final staff report on January 21st. In addition, staff met with key subbasin points of contact weekly to discuss timelines and approaches for addressing the remaining deficiencies in the GSPs. In these meetings, the staff highlighted the major deficiencies described in the final staff report so that GSS could prioritize addressing the most critical issues in the GSPs. Our discussions with GSS have been very productive. GSS proposed several potential actions to address the deficiencies. Those actions were in line with potential actions that board staff recommended. We expect to continue to work with GSS to resolve the remaining issues in the GSPs. Next slide, please. Now I will return it to Anthony, who will go over staff recommendations.
Thank you, Jeevan. I will now review staff recommendations regarding a potential probationary determination. Staff concludes that the 2024 final plans appear to address many deficiencies, and staff notes that groundwater sustainability agencies have continued constructive engagement with board staff to improve their plans. However, key deficiencies remain. Staff therefore identified 2 recommendations for board members to consider. Option 1 is that board members designate the basin as probationary today. Option 2 is that board members provide modest additional time for groundwater sustainability agencies to address deficiencies and continue this hearing to revisit a potential probationary designation at a specific later date. Next slide, please. First, we will discuss option 1, which is to designate the Kern County Subbasin probationary today. Staff has recommended this option for board member consideration, given the 2024 plan's potential impact on people who rely on drinking water wells, which include shallow domestic wells, public supply wells, and state small water systems, critical infrastructure, which includes the California Aqueduct and the Bryant-Kern Canal, and the aquifer itself. Board staff recognize that the 2024 plans address many deficiencies, but these key deficiencies remain. This option will designate the subbasin as probationary until deficiencies are resolved. If the board decides to designate the basin probationary, exclusions for some groundwater extractions within the basin may be feasible. I'm going to hand the presentation to Tina Cannon-Leahy to provide some context about our exclusion recommendations.
So good morning, Chair Escobar, members of the board. I'm Tina Cannon-Leahy with the Office of the Chief Counsel, and I'm going to talk about the exclusions. Next slide, please. So as staff have described, the Kern County Subbasin is high priority, critically overdrafted, and the Department of Water Resources determined the GSPs were inadequate. Staff are detailing the continued deficiencies in those plans. However, even when a probationary designation is appropriate, the board may, and in some cases must, apply exclusions that are set forth in SGMA. And I just want to take a minute to note here that SGMA does not talk about good or bad actors. As somebody that worked on SGMA, I have a bit of buyer's remorse about the term probation, but at least we did not use the term good or bad actor. So what SGMA talks about is exclusions, and I'm going to address these sort of in the reverse order that they are on the slide. So there are two types of exclusions. There's an exclusion from reporting of fees, and there's an exclusion from probation entirely. So the reporting and fees is on the right, and the one from probation entirely is on the left. The exclusion for reporting and fees is for a class or category of pumpers adequately managing in a portion of the basin or having a minimal impact on basin withdrawals. So that's about the management. The exclusion from probation, the one on the left, is a much higher bar because it is tied to the statutory definitions in SGMA of sustainability goal, sustainable groundwater management, sustainable yield, and undesirable results. So taken together, this exclusion is for an area where a GSA is meeting all of SGMA's procedural and substantive requirements. Finally, I want to emphasize that this probationary hearing is not the only opportunity for the board to consider exclusions in the Kern County Subbasin. A probationary determination can be amended at a later date to apply exclusions, or, if appropriate, could be amended to rescind exclusions that were previously applied. And with that, unless there's any questions, I'm going to hand it back to Natalie.
I'm going to, sorry, hand it to Anthony for just one moment. Thanks.
Thank you, Natalie and Tina. As Tina indicated, there are two potential exclusions that the board may consider. One is a probation exclusion, and the second is a reporting and fees exclusion. I'll briefly explain these two exclusions before presenting our evaluation of exclusion results. But I want to stress up front that both exclusions require plan implementation, and neither exclusion is aided by groundwater sustainability agencies splitting apart. Board staff strongly encourages that interested parties review the exclusion section of the final Kern staff report for more detail on how these exclusions may be applied. I'll discuss the probation exclusion first. The probation exclusion excludes a portion of the subbasin from probation, and it requires demonstrating compliance with the sustainability goal, which means demonstrating compliance with a groundwater sustainability plan that adequately describes and monitors undesirable results and identifies a schedule of projects and management actions that ensure the covered portion of the basin operates within its sustainable yield. The second exclusion is the reporting and fees exclusion. This exclusion excludes extractions from reporting and fee requirements if they have minimal impacts on basin withdrawals or are subject to a local plan or program adequately managing groundwater. For example, if local management is resulting in a balanced water budget and includes plans for demand management or backup plans for dry conditions. Now I'll hand it back to Natalie to discuss our exclusion recommendations.
Next slide, please. Staff received exclusion requests from 12 GSAs or member agencies. Staff finds that due to the remaining deficiencies in the 2024 final GSPs, no groundwater sustainability agency can currently demonstrate compliance with the sustainability goal. Board staff therefore does not recommend any exclusions from probationary status at this time. If the board decides to put the basin on probation, staff are ready to engage in additional discussion as to whether an exclusion from reporting and fees may be warranted for the Kern-Tulare Water District. Additionally, staff in that scenario, if the basin is put on probation, would continue working with GSAs to assess whether additional reporting and fee exclusions may be appropriate for other groundwater sustainability agencies. And handing it back to Anthony.
Thank you, Natalie. Next slide, please. Here is more information on potential reporting requirements and staff recommendations impacting these requirements. All people who extract groundwater, unless excluded from probationary basins, must report well location and capacity, monthly extraction volumes, and the place and purpose of use. If the board decides to place the Kern County Subbasin on probation, extractors would need to begin recording extractions on June 1st of 2025. Staff recommends that reports should be due annually, starting at the statutory default of February 1, 2026. Staff recommends excluding de minimis pumpers, which are people who extract 2 acre-feet or less for domestic or household uses only. This means that most domestic well owners would not have to report extractions or pay fees to the State Water Board. Next slide, please. Staff recommends that people who extract more than 500 acre-feet per year measure extractions with a certified meter or an alternative method, which might include a hybrid evapotranspiration method or an evapotranspiration method. Board staff will provide the Kern County Groundwater Sustainability agencies with more details about these alternatives if the board places the Kern County Subbasin on probation. Staff also recommends that certified meters be used to measure groundwater extractions by those pumping groundwater within the California Aqueduct and Friant-Kern Canal subsidence management areas. Next slide, please. Here's a reminder of our reporting and fee requirements if the basin is placed on probation. For those who are required to report, there's a $300 per well annual base fee plus a $20 per acre foot volumetric fee. There is an automatic late fee of 25% per month up to a cap. Again, de minimis extractors or household extractors would be exempt from reporting and fees. And fee waivers are available for water systems and schools serving disadvantaged communities and for low-income residents if they report on time. These entities can reach out via email to request a waiver after filing their report. Next slide, please. Now we will discuss option number 2, which is to provide a modest additional period of time for the groundwater sustainability agencies to address deficiencies in their 2024 final plans. This option entails continuing this probationary hearing at a specific later date, which staff proposed to be September 17th, 2025, with the following stipulations. First, new draft GSPs that resolve identified deficiencies should be provided to the board for review no later than June 2025. And second, groundwater sustainability agencies should adopt the adequately revised GSPs before the continued hearing date. Now I will hand it over to Austin to discuss the next steps for this probationary hearing.
Next slide, please. Thank you, Anthony. Today, you, the board, are considering whether to designate the Kern County Subbasin as probationary. You could do that by adopting the draft resolution that staff have developed for the first option. That is, to designate the Kern County Subbasin as probationary. If the board chooses this option, the board would adopt the draft probationary resolution today with factual findings in a probationary designation. This would mean the board adopt board staff's deficiencies and potential actions with or without modification. The board imposes reporting requirements. The board delegates limited amendment authority to the executive director. And lastly, the board directs staff to provide at least 30 days notice and opportunity for public comment before the board considers any changes to the resolution. If today the board instead decides to continue the hearing regarding designating the Kern County Subbasin as a probationary basin under SGMA, this would mean that the board is not taking a final action today and instead continuing today's hearing as noticed on July 25th, 2024 until a specified later date, currently proposed to be September 17th, 2025. The board recommends the GSAs correct deficiencies and submit their revised draft GSPs by a specified date, currently proposed to be June 20th, 2025. And lastly, the board recommends that the GSAs adopt the submitted draft GSPs with any necessary alterations identified by board staff that may be needed to remove the remaining deficiencies prior to the continued hearing date. Next slide, please. Regardless of which option you choose, board staff will continue working to complete review of the final 2024 groundwater sustainability plans and provide clear, comprehensive feedback to the groundwater sustainability agencies. If the basin is put on probation, note that any evaluation will include consideration of additional exclusions. If the basin is put on probation, the groundwater sustainability agencies should continue working to address plan deficiencies, implement the potential actions or similarly effective actions, meet with board staff to discuss progress, as needed, submit revised groundwater sustainability plans, and board staff will evaluate any new plan. Continue implementing the proposed projects and management actions. If the basin is put on probation, there is no specific deadline for these actions to occur. However, the sooner the GSAs remove the deficiencies that triggered probation, the sooner the board can end state intervention. Next slide, please. Ultimately, the goal of state intervention is for groundwater sustainability agencies to resolve deficiencies in their plans so the board can return the basin to local control and DWR oversight. If the basin is put on probation today or after any continued hearing date, here are considerations for rescinding a probationary determination. When staff evaluate a resubmitted plan, if one, deficiencies are resolved, and two, groundwater sustainability agencies are on track to achieve the basin's sustainability goal, then staff will recommend that the board repeal the probationary resolution, and the board can return basin oversight to DWR. However, if deficiencies are not resolved after at least 1 year, the board may consider imposing an interim plan to manage overdraft. And this plan would be effective until groundwater sustainability plan deficiencies are resolved and groundwater sustainability agencies are able to exert sustainable local basin management. Again, our goal is for groundwater sustainability agencies to resolve the deficiencies and resume local control with DWR oversight. Thank you, and this concludes the staff presentation.
Thank you. Very appreciative of everyone here and the staff presentation. Looking to fellow board colleagues if they have any questions for the staff off the bat. And seeing none, we would like to go back. We do have an elected tribal representative on the Zoom platform now. I'd like to take their comment. We'll take a 10-minute break, and then we'll transition to the Kern County Subbasin Groundwater Sustainability Agencies panel. So I would like to call up now virtually Chairman Octavio Escobedo III from the Tejon Indian Tribe.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can. Good morning. Thank you for joining us.
Well, thank you to Chairman Escobedo and the State Water Control Board members present today. My name is Octavio Escobedo III. I'm the chairman of the Tejon Indian Tribe. I'm appearing on behalf of our tribe to support the Kern Subbasin's 2024 plan and recommend that the State Board not designate the Kern Subbasin as probationary. The Tejon Tribe is the only federally recognized Indian tribe located in Kern County, and we've lived here since time immemorial, what was known as the Tejon Canyon. There are currently over 1,439 members of our tribe, and our past and our future are here in Kern County. We believe the 2024 plan represents the right path to achieve sustainable groundwater management in Kern County. By contrast, we're concerned that a probationary designation is unnecessary and would hurt our efforts to secure a safe and sustainable living environment for our members. To ensure that the future of our tribal members, we must be able to provide opportunities for economic development within our community. We need access to a reliable water supply to support that development. And in 2020, we entered into an agreement with Arvin Edison Water Storage District for water to support our tribe's needs. The agreement provides for ongoing cooperation between our tribe and the water district to achieve our shared goals for a reliable water supply and sustainable management under SGMA. Our agreement with the water district has been key to our tribe's plans to develop the Hard Rock Hotel and Casino Tejon, a new entertainment destination currently under construction in Kern County. The project will create local jobs, increase tourism, and provide revenue to Kern County, stimulate investment, and enhance purchasing within the local economy. Additionally, it will provide resources and services for our tribal members and fund much needed services and infrastructure improvements for our community. A current example is what we're building a new fire station and sheriff substation on our reservation to help better serve the community of the southern end of Kern County. The water district has been a good partner to the tribe. Our agreement with them reflects and benefits from their decades of experience and proactive approach to conjunctive water management and overall stewardship of reliable and good quality groundwater for all beneficial uses. That's why we support the water districts and other Kern GSA's continued local management of Kern's groundwater resources as described in the 2024 plan. We respectfully request the State Board not to designate Kern probationary, which would create uncertainty and increase the burdens on our tribe and other groundwater users trying to create opportunities for responsible growth that will benefit our community. Thank you for allowing me to provide these comments, and thank you for your time once again.
Thank you as well for yours, Chairman Escobedo. Really appreciate your time, your voice, and contribution to today's discussion. So thank you. Thank you for participating here. All right, let's go ahead and give ourselves a quick 10-minute break so we can swap out to the next panel, and we will come back here at 11 o'clock and start in on the Kern County Subbasin Groundwater Agency panel. Thanks, everyone. All right, everyone, let's wrap up our conversations and begin to get seated. It's 11:02. We'd like to keep this hearing moving. All right, everyone, if we can wrap up our conversations and get seated or take them out to the vestibule, it'd be great. Thank you very much. Appreciate everyone's cooperation. And now we're transitioning to our second panel here, which is the Kern County Subbasin Groundwater Sustainability Agencies. I'd like to hand things off to Derek, and we can kick things off. Good to see you today. Thank you for, of course, being here.
Our pleasure. Good morning, Chair Esquivel and members of the board. My name is Derek Urosic. I am Chair of the Kern County Subbasin Coordination Committee. On behalf of the entire subbasin, thank you for the opportunity to present today. This hearing marks a significant milestone, a culmination of nearly 2 years of rigorous effort, collaboration, and commitment from our GSAs to establish a clear, actionable path forward for our local agencies to achieve long-term groundwater sustainability. The Kern County Subbasin is geographically the largest in the state, spanning nearly 1.8 million acres. The subbasin's groundwater resource supports a diverse range of beneficial users, including urban and rural communities, agriculture, industry, and more. Managing this level of complexity requires unprecedented coordination, and I am proud to say that all 20 GSAs in the subbasin have worked together to balance their varied localized needs and hydrology to develop a fundamental and foundational unified vision for how the subbasin will achieve groundwater sustainability. Our iterative approach has been driven by technical rigor, a steadfast commitment to protecting beneficial use and users, and continuous refinement based on feedback from impacted beneficial users. I would be remiss not to acknowledge that the foundation of the 2024 GSP is the result of a collaborative and iterative process between the State Water Resource Control Board, staff, and our local GSAs. I want to take a moment to sincerely thank the staff board for their time, expertise, and dedication. Their engagement through meetings, technical consultations, and feedback have been invaluable in shaping the subbasin-wide 2024 Groundwater Sustainability Plan. The plan we present includes protective sustainable management criteria, proactive exceedance policies, a robust well mitigation program, and projects and management actions designed to eliminate overdraft and protect beneficial users. At this time, I'd like to introduce our other panel members. Anona Dutton, Vice President of EKI, Christina Lucero, hydrologist at EKI, Kate Pallas, Water Resource Scientist at Interra, Katie Duncan, Senior Water Resource Engineer at Friant Water Authority, Stephanie Hearns, Permitting and Water Quality Compliance at GEI, and Abhi Singh, President Principal Engineer at Interra. They will provide a detailed overview of the key elements of the foundational subbasin-wide 2024 GSP, including the technical components and coordinated effort that have shaped this plan. I will now hand it over to Anona Dutton to begin our presentation.
Thank you, Derek, members of the board, staff, and public. Our goal today is to provide a high-level overview of our plan, with the focus on how, in its high degree of coordination, its focus on protecting beneficial uses and users, and its clear articulation of a path to sustainability, the final 2024 plan fully complies with the intent and regulations of the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act. Our panel of technical experts from the Technical Working Group, or TWIG, will speak to the 3 key sections of our presentation. Next slide, please. First, we will walk through an overview of the Kern Subbasin and our final plan development process. Then, We will speak to how the plan addresses the identified deficiencies and has been developed in accordance with the intent and regulations of SGMA. And finally, we will present our response to the State Board staff report and make our request to the board for a continuance on any probationary designation. We will be covering a lot of information here, so we'll pause throughout the presentation to provide time for questions. Next slide. The final plan represents no less than a Herculean multi-year and multi-million-dollar effort and investment to develop a comprehensive groundwater sustainability plan that is founded in the best available data and science, anchored by a set of guiding principles, and presents a unified vision across the largest and most complex basin in the state of California. Next slide. So to begin our more detailed discussion of the plan, we'll pause for a moment to talk about scale. You will hear some numbers today and see some in the plan that will seem very large, like our overdraft mitigation targets or the number of GSAs, and others that are relatively small, like the number of wells that will potentially be impacted. And to put what you hear in context, the Kern Subbasin spans approximately 1.78 million acres, making it the largest in the state by far. To further put that in perspective, 40 of the 71 approved basins in GSPs could fit within the Kern Subbasin. So by those standards, a minimum of 40 GSPs could be managing the basin as opposed to the unified final plan that the GSAs coordinated to develop. Also, 6 of the 9 approved basins in the Central Valley, or 4 of the 6 inadequate basins, could fit within Kern. Just putting into perspective the significant volume of resources and beneficial uses and users that are actively being considered and managed within this plan. This plan also reflects the input and commitments of over 35 water agencies, with extensive coordination between drinking water and agricultural water suppliers and users. Next slide. Not only is the Kern Subbasin the largest in the state, it has a wide variety of land and water uses and a long history of conjunctive use through the importation, banking, and management of surface water supplies from federal, state, and local resources. The multiple water banks that operate in the basin support local, regional, and statewide reliability and are key to not only the successful implementation of this GSP, but to the successful implementation of GSPs in other basins. And just to speak further on the dynamics of this basin, it supports the city of Bakersfield, which is one of the top 10 largest and fastest growing cities in California. And the high value ag that is produced here is vital to California's economy. Given all this, one thing we all have to keep in mind is that this basin's near and long-term success is material to the success of several other basins and the state as a whole. Next slide, please. As such, the goal of our plan is clear: to implement a plan that ensures the long-term groundwater sustainability of this subbasin. We will achieve this by eliminating chronic groundwater overdraft through increased demand management and conjunctive use programs, by proactively avoiding undesirable results, and continuously monitoring and adaptively managing groundwater conditions. Sustainability, as we have defined it, also includes implementing the stakeholder communication and engagement plan that has been developed by the GSAs and maintaining a comprehensive inventory and monitoring of beneficial uses and users to ensure that we understand the efficacy of the groundwater management policies and programs that we are implementing. Next slide, please. What we will discuss multiple times today is how, in achieving sustainability, our plan includes multiple layers of protection or safeguards to protect beneficial users and otherwise minimize risk. First, we have protective sustainable management criteria, or SMCs, across all applicable sustainability indicators that were developed with stakeholder input and in accordance with the SGMA regulations. Then, we have our empty exceedance policies, which establish a specific set of actions that a GSA must take if there is an empty exceedance for any of the applicable sustainability indicators. To the extent that a domestic well is impacted, the GSAs have developed and are implementing a robust well mitigation program that supports domestic well users to replace or to retrofit an impacted well and provides technical assistance to small community water systems. The GSAs have been and will be implementing an extensive set of projects and management actions, or PMAs, that are intended to maintain water levels above MTs, including demand management measures. These layers of protection work together to ensure that we are protecting against undesirable results and will achieve our sustainability goal. Next slide. Next slide, please.
Apologies, one moment. We have technical issue with the slides. Should be corrected here in a second.
Thank you. Can you go back one slide, please? Are we good to continue?
I think you should be good now. Thank you. Apologies for that.
No problem. The commitments and process laid out in the final 2024 plan are possible because of the fundamental shift in approach to SGMA that this subbasin has taken in the last 2 years. Specifically, as we will further discuss, the final 2024 plan represents the consolidation of 6 individual GSPs that were submitted in 2022 into a single unified vision of coordinated sustainability for the basin. Next slide. Foundational to the substantial rewrite encompassed in the 2024 plan were these anchoring guiding principles. First, a commitment to subbasin coordination and consistency across data and methodologies. Second, a commitment to fully address the DWR deficiencies and to incorporate the feedback received from State Board. Third, to consider and protect beneficial uses and users of groundwater. Fourth, to prioritize demand management as a strategy for reaching sustainability. Fifth, to capture the hydrogeologic and other complexities throughout this huge subbasin through the delineation of HCM areas to inform monitoring, SMC development, and management. And finally, a commitment to extensive and ongoing stakeholder and public engagement. Next slide. Where we are today and the positive momentum articulated earlier by the State Board staff reflects the close and ongoing coordination we have had with DWR and State Board staff since March 2023. This timeline highlights the major mileposts of the process from the DWR inadequate determination through the final plan submission in December of 2024. A tremendous amount of work has been accomplished on all sides. Next slide. Just to bring this into a little more relief, this timeline shows how closely the subbasin has worked with State Board for the last 2 years. Between March 2023 and adoption and submission of our plan, we conducted at least 19 multi-hour technical meetings to present our data and methodologies and the approaches we use to develop specific aspects of the plan. Staff verbal and written feedback was incorporated all along the way. This coordination continues at all levels, and we appreciate the engagement of the board and policy members, as well as staff, in the ongoing efforts to clearly define a path forward for this basin. Next slide. Just going a little bit more into detail of some of the foundations of the plan as it relates to the guiding principles. In the effort to develop a coordinated, technically driven plan, the 20 GSAs came together in a highly coordinated fashion and developed a plan that relies on standardized and best available data and methodologies designed to address the DWR deficiencies. The plan was prepared by experts and principals from some of the top consulting firms in the state, in close coordination with the very experienced water managers and policymakers in the subbasin. Some estimates suggest there's close to 2,000 years of combined experience that went into the formation of the plan. So this very credible plan represents a considerable investment of time and water users' fees to support the basin's success. I want to call out to the words of a Punjabi American small farmer who wrote a letter to you on February 13th. In that letter, he speaks to the confidence he has in the GSAs to implement SGMA locally, having seen the decades of work they have completed and investments they have made to manage water resources sustainably. Then he also says, since SGMA, I have observed that all the water districts are strongly cooperating with one another. This collaboration is the best outcome that SGMA has fostered for districts and growers and will yield significant long-term benefits. Next slide. If cooperation and success could only be measured by the sheer number and hours of meetings. Literally thousands of hours have been invested in basin coordination to get us where we are here today. Again, we've used common data and methodologies across this vast and complex basin, taking into account the varied beneficial users and their needs. We've developed a unified SMC methodology across a basin with hundreds of feet of groundwater elevation change, sometimes within a single GSA. We've balanced the needs to allow operational flexibility at the water banks while also protecting drinking water wells. And we've done a lot of work to understand and address the key drivers of subsidence. All of this took tremendous engagement and effort and compromise. We got to where we are because everyone was willing to come out of their silos, come to the table, and take responsibility for the subbasin as a whole. This plan is now truly better than the previous versions that were the sum of our parts. Next slide. Another foundational principle guiding the development and implementation of this plan is based on the protection of beneficial uses and users. The 2024 plan seeks to strike an important balance between managing potential risk to beneficial users while avoiding the creation of significant economic impacts through widespread agricultural fallowing and job loss. We have done this by ensuring that all stakeholders, farmers, municipalities, domestic well users, and environmental groups, for example, you'll hear today from the public water systems and wetlands panels from the basin, have had and will continue to have a say in groundwater management decisions in this basin. And the GSAs have committed to continue to proactively and adaptively manage the basin to achieve the sustainability goal. Next slide. Our stakeholder and public engagement has been varied and extensive. We've conducted extensive stakeholder outreach, coordinating closely with Kern County and State Board Division of Drinking Water to improve our understanding of the location and nature of the various wells across the basin, and have established key partnerships for ongoing well monitoring and well mitigation with Kern Water Collaborative and self-help enterprises. We have coordinated closely and received support from both the California Aqueduct Subsidence Program, or CASP, and Friant Water Authority on our approach to subsidence. As you will hear today, the public drinking water suppliers, including those from the disadvantaged communities within the basin, have been very actively involved in SGMA. Many, in fact, are direct participants on GSA boards and committees. There has also been direct coordination with our neighboring basins, including data sharing, and the GSAs have hosted meetings for local landowners and water users within their boundaries. Next slide. At the subbasin level, we've also done coordinated stakeholder outreach and engagement. For example, between June and November, we conducted multiple public meetings. We encouraging feedback on the draft 2024 plan, hosting workshops with Spanish translation, conducting stakeholder engagement meetings, and hosting well mitigation program discussions. Next slide. We also launched and have been maintaining a dedicated website to provide real-time SGMA updates and resources for the community. We have similarly developed promotional materials and FAQs that we have been distributing to the public at events like the Kern County Water Day. We also appreciate the investment of time that each of the board members and staff made to visit and tour the basin, and that members of the public and our NGO partners have invested to set this plan and its implementation up for success. Next slide. I will now pause to take any questions you may have on the subbasin overview and the final 2024 plan development process.
Seeing none. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now walk through the technical elements of the final plan in detail, including how the plan addresses both the DWR deficiencies and those identified by State Board staff in their draft staff report. Next slide. Structurally speaking, the final plan is composed of 7 near-identical GSPs bound together by a coordination agreement. There is one main GSP, which we call the Kern Subbasin GSP, and 6 additional GSPs, which provide supplemental GSA information in so-called blue pages. As you will hear shortly in more detail, the final plan represents a coordinated, data-driven approach that ensures consistency across the subbasin. It includes SMCs that protect beneficial users, mitigation programs to address potential impacts, and a clear path to achieving sustainability. Next slide. The plan itself was developed in phases as shown here. The first phase focused on addressing the 3 deficiencies that DWR identified in its March 2023 inadequate determination letter. In May of 2024, that draft was released for both public comment and to the State Board staff for their preliminary review. Shortly thereafter, staff released their draft staff report, which focused on review of the 2022 GSPs with a preliminary evaluation of the draft plan. The GSAs then worked diligently through December to modify the draft plan based on public comments and State Board feedback. Finally, in December, all of the 20 GSAs adopted the 2024 plan and are currently actively implementing that plan. Next slide. We really want to emphasize that the GSAs have taken State Board and staff feedback very seriously and incorporated it into our plan. The final 2024 plan includes a clear roadmap or crosswalk that summarizes the feedback from State Board staff and where in the final plan that feedback was addressed. We very much appreciate the recognition of these refinements that was included in the final staff report and the presentation today. Next slide. We also want to emphasize that the 2024 plan was developed through an iterative process, both internally and through stakeholder engagement and staff engagement through the processes we previously described. You will see this graphic carried throughout the remainder of the technical portion of the presentation, which identifies how the components of the 2024 plan were developed and modified in direct response to DWR, stakeholder, and State Board staff feedback. With that, I will hand it over to Christina Lucero.
Thanks, Anona. Next slide, please. Now I will discuss the contents of the 2024 plan. Different than GSPs of the past, the 2024 plan is highly coordinated among the 20 GSAs and uses consistent data and methods to assess groundwater conditions and establish appropriate and regulatory compliant sustainable management criteria, or SMCs. These criteria and the undesirable results definitions have been fully revised to incorporate DWR and State Board staff feedback to be significantly more protective. The 2024 plan clearly identifies the GSA's commitment to achieving the sustainability goal through implementation of a portfolio of projects and management actions with a focus on demand management. 85 of these have already been initiated. The plan establishes coordinated subbasin-wide initiatives, such as the well mitigation program. The GSAs are pleased to report that the well mitigation program is currently funded and operational with the administrative support of self-help enterprises. Finally, the plan includes policies which proactively trigger action before an undesirable result occurs. Next slide. Now I'll walk you through the chronic lowering of groundwater levels sustainability indicator. Next slide. The DWR identified deficiencies all had a common theme, which spoke to the need to increase coordination.
We'll mute that person on the platform. Apologies for the interruption.
Am I okay? Okay, thank you. spoke to the need to increase coordination within the subbasin and to better align the SMCs with the SGMA regulatory requirements.
Okay, I think you're good now. Apologies for
No
the
problem.
interruption.
These have been rectified in the 2024 plan. Specifically, to address deficiency number 1, the plan utilizes subbasin-wide consistent data and coordinated methods and definitions. Notably, the undesirable results definition have been revised to include a subbasin-wide numerical criteria. This allows for uniform and transparent tracking of the subbasin's condition and progress towards goals. The GSAs have undertaken a tremendous amount of work to compile a comprehensive well inventory to identify the beneficial users of groundwater across the subbasin. This work is ongoing and currently focused on validating the location and well construction of the most vulnerable drinking water wells. Finally, the GSAs have worked to update and integrate the publicly available data management system to alert all parties when an exceedance does occur. This integration is a protective measure that allows for consistent, rapid response by the GSAs. Next slide. To address deficiency number 2, the plan establishes a subbasin-wide methodology for setting groundwater level SMCs. Key to this approach are calculations of dewatered wells under future conditions, paired with a calculated depletion of supply, both of which measure potential impacts on drinking water users. These metrics, paired with the MT exceedance policy and the well mitigation program, provide a robust framework designed to proactively protect drinking water supplies. You'll hear more about this key policy and program throughout this presentation. Next slide. I want to take a moment to focus on the time-intensive and extensive technical process the GSAs went through to establish the groundwater level minimum thresholds. The technical working group conceptualized over 11 potential methods. Next, based on early cost estimates for well mitigation, the GSAs defined an undesirable result as 15 dewatered drinking wells per year, up to a cumulative maximum of 255 wells by the year 2040. Each of those methods went through a rigorous technical assessment, including well impact analyses, calculations of gradients both between GSAs and across the boundaries of the HCM areas, and a check for the operational range of water levels that are available at specific well sites. Select methods were then refined to address GSA-specific concerns and to also regionalize to ensure that the method could be used across the subbasin and also expanded to include new monitoring wells that may be added to the network to fill data gaps. The GSAs prioritized methods that avoided triggering the undesirable results definition based on those well impacts. The remaining refined methods were retested, and the final method was selected. This process, which took over a year, ensured that the MT method was coordinated and would work on both the regional subbasin level and at the local GSA level. Next slide. This slide outlines the final definitions of the groundwater level SMCs following that process. We define an undesirable result in clear measurable terms based on either reported well impacts or alternatively, if water levels fall below minimum thresholds in 25% of the monitoring sites during a single year. The minimum threshold considers both a regional trend projection of recent conditions through the year 2030 and a well-specific range of water level fluctuations. We further cap the MT at 61 feet below recent historical low water levels. Our measurable objective or our goal is based on groundwater levels recorded in 2015. Finally, The exceedance policy triggers proactive investigation into the cause of local groundwater level declines in the instance that a domestic well is dewatered, the well mitigation program will provide assistance to restore access to water. Next slide. Next, I'd like to discuss our well impacts analysis data set. This data set is based on the well inventory, which consolidates multiple data sets of well completion reports and is actively being field validated by the GSAs. As of November 1st of last year, the well impacts data set included a total of just over 1,600 drinking water wells, most of which are domestic wells, as shown as the blue dots on this map. Next slide. The 2024 plan includes a suite of well impacts analyses that calculate how many drinking water wells would be dewatered at the minimum threshold values. As you can see on this table, these range from the worst case scenario to an average case scenario based on the total number of monitoring site exceedances that may occur. For each scenario, we include an upper range of well counts that conservatively includes all drinking water wells in areas of the basin that were identified to have monitoring data gaps. Under the worst case scenario, roughly 300 wells may be dewatered, which amounts to less than 1% of the estimated total drinking water supply across the subbasin. However, I should note that with the protective safeguards the plan establishes, there is an extremely low likelihood that all monitoring wells would have a simultaneous minimum threshold exceedance. If we instead look at scenario number 4, which represents a statistical average where 25% of those monitoring sites exceed their thresholds, which is consistent with the undesirable results definition, a more realistic representation of the potential impacts is around 100 dewatered drinking water wells. This still amounts to less than a 1% depletion of drinking water supply. These potential drinking water well impacts are not considered significant and unreasonable, especially with the safeguards the basin has for mitigation. Next slide. Between the draft and the final 2024 plan development, in direct response to State Board staff feedback, the MTs were raised to be even more protective. This was done by capping the MTs at 61 feet below recent historical low water levels. This cap allows for a more consistent operational flexibility among GSAs, some of which have proactively maintained water levels closer to that 2015 level or the measurable objective. The minimum thresholds in the final plan are on average across the subbasin 33 feet higher than they were relative to those in the 2022 GSPs, and some specific monitoring wells have had substantial increases of more than 100 feet. Next slide. In conclusion, the 2024 plan includes multiple layers of protection associated with groundwater levels. The plan establishes protective metrics that were developed in accordance with the SGMA regulations that are based on drinking water well impacts. I will pause here for any questions the board may have on groundwater levels.
Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you. Now I will transition to discussing the subbasin's plan for land subsidence. Next slide. One more. Thank you. To address deficiency number 3, the 2024 plan establishes land subsidence SMCs based on consistent methods along both critical infrastructure and across the subbasin. The plan includes significant details on the technical analyses the GSAs have undertaken over the last 5 years to understand and differentiate the various drivers of subsidence. The plan compares total projected subsidence against conveyance capacity of regional critical infrastructure and presents a change in slope analysis to estimate differential subsidence impacts. Finally, the approach for land subsidence was coordinated with the operators of those regional critical infrastructure through numerous consultation calls. Next slide. Before I get into the technical details, I want to first discuss the magnitude of total subsidence that has occurred since 2015 in the Kern Subbasin. Compared to the subbasins to the north that have experienced over 6 feet of land subsidence, the majority of the Kern Subbasin has experienced a total of less than 1 foot since 2015, as shown in the blue or gray coloring on this map. Scattered areas have experienced 1 to 2 feet, as shown in green, and the maximum subsidence of about 2.5 feet has occurred near the boundary with the Tule Subbasin. Somewhat unique to this subbasin is that there are multiple drivers of land subsidence. In addition to groundwater pumping, other drivers include oil and gas activities, geologic and tectonic features, and soil types which influence hydrocompaction, just to name a few. Next slide. Land subsidence is considered on 3 scales in the 2024 plan. Number 1 is along the regional critical infrastructure. This includes the Bryant-Kern Canal, shown in pink, and the California Aqueduct, shown in green. Number 2 is along other local canals and roads, including interstates and smaller county highways. These have been identified as GSA area critical infrastructure and are typically managed on a local scale. Number 3 is the HCM area scale. This provides full subbasin coverage to the areas that do not have infrastructure features, but that may still experience land subsidence. Next slide. The land subsidence SMCs were developed with direct input from stakeholder feedback, especially operators of the regional critical infrastructure, including the California Aqueduct Subsidence Program, or CASP, and the Bryant Water Authority. Specifically, between the draft and final 2024 plan, the SMCs along the California Aqueduct were completely revised to reflect direct feedback received from CASP. As a result, the land subsidence SMCs are coordinated across the subbasin. They are data-driven based on the best available data, using either historical subsidence rates from direct measurements along those canal features or using satellite measurements that are taken at the subbasin scale. The SMCs along the California Aqueduct are lowered or capped in areas where operational impacts have been identified, and will therefore trigger immediate action from GSAs under the exceedance policy. Along the Bryant-Kern Canal, a mitigation plan is in development in collaboration with the Bryant Water Authority, as you'll hear about shortly. Next slide. This slide outlines the final definitions of the land subsidence SMCs, which are defined at either specific mileposts along the regional critical infrastructure, along GSA area infrastructure, and as an average across the HCM area. A glide path is established where land subsidence rates will incrementally decrease every 5 years so that subsidence flatlines by 2040. These 5-year incremental values are the interim milestones. An example of the land subsidence glide path is shown in this green dashed line in the graphic at the right. The MT rate is conservative, as it's the average rate experienced over that 2015 through 2024 time period, and the MT extent, which is the total amount of subsidence that may occur, is that same rate projected forward through 2040. I should note that this rate was adjusted lower along the California Aqueduct in those certain areas where operational impacts were identified. These SMCs and the glide path meet SGMA's intent of minimizing subsidence by 2040. Next slide. The 2024 plan includes ongoing subsidence monitoring using a variety of methods to proactively identify areas that may have increased rates of land subsidence. As I discussed before, the exceedance policy includes an action plan with specific steps that GSAs must take after an exceedance. I want to highlight that for land subsidence, those investigative steps of the action plan were expanded to be initiated after an interim milestone exceedance. This helps the GSAs account for residual subsidence effects. This ensures proactive evaluation into the root cause of the subsidence before a minimum threshold exceedance occurs. If a minimum threshold exceedance does occur, targeted management actions may be required. For instance, within the 5-mile monitoring corridor of the California Aqueduct, projects and management actions that could be triggered include registering, metering, and reporting groundwater extractions and reducing groundwater pumping. You'll hear a specific example of the action plan in progress later in this presentation. Next slide. Along the Bryant-Kern Canal, where the impact analysis suggests that post-2020 subsidence can decrease historical conveyance capacity, the GSAs have initiated a proactive assessment of mitigation alternatives in close coordination with the Bryant Water Authority. Please note that this mitigation program for the Bryant-Kern Canal is separate from the well mitigation program you'll hear about later. This specific mitigation project entails raising the canal liner to provide more freeboard in sections where the post-2020 subsidence can decrease historical conveyance capacity. While the Bryant-Kern Canal mitigation project will be coordinated with Bryant Water Authority's planned lower reach correction project, it is important to note that the GSAs bear full responsibility for the implementation and the cost of this mitigation project. We are actively working with Bryant Water Authority to develop the details of the scope and costs of the mitigation project. Preliminary estimates indicate that the GSA's share for mitigation may be approximately $40 million. In addition to our coordination with Bryant Water Authority, Kern is also undertaking a subsidence attribution analysis to identify the contributing factors for future subsidence and develop a cost-sharing agreement across GSAs for the mitigation costs. I want to stress that this work is being conducted proactively before there is an impact on Bryant contractors. All the while, the GSAs are actively working to minimize future subsidence by maintaining locally positive water balances, achieving regionally balanced water budgets, and stabilizing water levels by 2030. Next slide. Now I will hand the floor over to Katie Duncan from Bryant Water Authority to discuss the ongoing collaboration between Bryant and the Kern Subbasin.
Thank you. My name is Katie Duncan. I'm the Senior Water Resources Engineer with Bryant Water Authority. Bryant Water Authority represents and supports operations of the Bryant Division of the Central Valley Project on the east side of the San Joaquin Valley. On behalf of the dozens of irrigation and water districts and over 1 million acres of the most productive farmland in the world, Bryant Water Authority appreciates this opportunity to weigh in on this very important topic. One of the authority's key responsibilities is operating and maintaining the Bryant-Kern Canal, which includes protecting the integrity and the ability for the canal to effectively and reliably deliver water. The Bryant-Kern Canal runs 152 miles from Fresno to Bakersfield and goes through multiple counties, as well as multiple groundwater subbasins. Land subsidence in the San Joaquin Valley has been an ongoing problem for decades, but in recent years, it has become a front burner issue for us, as it has caused critical infrastructure issues on the canal and greatly reduced the carrying capacity of the canal, primarily through the Tule Subbasin reaches. Today, I am pleased to be here to share with members of the board and staff that along with the Cahuilla Subbasin, Bryant Water Authority enjoys this very transparent, cooperative, and coordinated relationship that we have with Kern County GSAs. This cooperation and transparency is a welcome change in comparison to the challenges we have dealt with over the last few years with the Tule Subbasin. Bryant Water Authority staff have met regularly with Kern Subbasin managers and acknowledge the work that they have done to confront and address overdraft and subsidence issues within their subbasin. Specifically, we've coordinated with Kern GSAs on their proposed mitigation plan that will address the relatively minor subsidence impacts in the lower reaches of the Bryant-Kern Canal. We appreciate that as the Kern GSAs have been developing their mitigation program for subsidence on the Frank Kern, they have been working with us to ensure that the mitigation fits within the context of future capacity correction projects along the canal. We also appreciate, and maybe most importantly, that they are proactive and that they have committed to mitigating impacts regardless of whether or not Friant Water Authority moves forward with the capacity correction projects. We look forward to continuing that work and growing our partnership with Kern as we work to accomplish our mutual goal of protecting the integrity of the Friant Kern Canal. Thank you.
Thank you. So next slide, please. So in conclusion, the 2024 plan includes multiple layers of protection associated with land subsidence. The plan establishes sustainable management criteria that are tested against potential impacts and adjusted to protect the regional critical infrastructure. This includes a glide slope where land subsidence rates will be incrementally decreasing over time, with the goal of no GSA-related subsidence after 2040. I will pause here for any questions the board may have on land subsidence.
Seeing none, thank you.
Next slide, please. Although the 2024 plan primarily focused on addressing the DWR identified deficiencies, all other sections of the 2024 plan were completely updated, as will be discussed next. Primary updates include an expansion of groundwater quality characterization and establishment of SMCs based on constituent concentrations, as well as an expanded analysis of potential interconnected surface waters. Subbasin-wide monitoring networks are designated to monitor groundwater levels, groundwater quality, and land subsidence. Additionally, a data gaps analysis was conducted to identify specific areas that may require additional shallow monitoring. The plan presents coordinated subbasin-wide projects and management actions that focus on data gap filling, mitigation, collaboration with other regulatory programs, and establishing demand management targets for the whitelands areas that are not covered by a water district. Anticipated benefits from all of those projects and management actions were tabulated coincident with those interim milestone 5-year targets, and these benefits show that the subbasin has a plan that will meet the sustainability goal. Stephanie will now walk you through specific examples of these additional changes.
Thank you, Christina. The basin setting, next slide. The basin setting is foundational to establishing the fundamentals of the subbasin, including defining usable groundwater system, the geologic drivers that affect groundwater flow. Next slide. The basin setting described in the 2024 draft and final plans is the result of a comprehensive study of the Kern subbasin's hydrogeology, which was initiated in 2023 and provides results of in-depth research and model refinements that resulted in a comprehensive understanding of the subbasin. 3 principal aquifer units are defined. The primary principal alluvium, which is found across, that's the slide, which is found across the majority of the subbasin, and the Santa Margarita and Olses principal aquifers that are located in the eastern margins of the subbasin. Through our iterative process in developing the 2024 plan, we responded to staff questions on the hydrogeologic conceptual model by adding more geologic cross-sections, groundwater flow maps, and discussion on clay layers and hydrologic interconnectedness. This includes expanded details on the regional clay layers that occur in the primary alluvium and details on how the water levels behave in areas where clays are more competent than other areas. Next slide, please. Now I will transition to discussing the subbasin's plan for degraded water quality. Next slide. The Water Quality Subcommittee's process for analyzing groundwater conditions is consistent with the data and methodologies outlined in the board staff's 2022 Groundwater Quality Considerations for Critically Overdrafted Basins memo to DWR. In this memo, board staff identified 14 constituents of concern for the Kern Subbasin. Based on our analysis of historical and current conditions, including an evaluation of the driving mechanisms for mobilizing constituents, the Kern Subbasin established minimum thresholds and measurable objectives for 6 constituents: 1,2,3 trichloropropane, or TCP, arsenic, nitrate, nitrite, total dissolved solids, or TDS, and uranium. Findings of our analysis indicate that most constituents are not worsened by groundwater management. A few specific examples are banking projects reduced nitrate and TDS levels. Nitrate levels in small community wells were observed to fluctuate and show a clear pattern of dilution following wet years. There's no clear link between imported surface water and redox changes that affect arsenic or radioactive decay in the groundwater aquifer. A caveat to this finding is that surface water has been imported into the Kern Subbasin since the 1950s and is applied across most of the subbasin. Any impacts from importing water supplies would have likely occurred decades ago. In certain areas, arsenic increases when groundwater levels decline. There are several variables that contribute to this occurrence, and the 2024 final plan defines the occurrence and the variables. And lastly, there was no correlation found for TCP or uranium concentrations. The last highlight for this slide is actually the first bullet point. Our analysis did not identify any risk of contaminant plumes migrating into other areas. Additionally, our analysis does not indicate that the constituents are migrating into the deeper aquifer where the E-clay is competent. We credit this to the Kern County Environmental Health Well Ordinance that was implemented in the 80s and requires wells to be constructed in a manner that protects the locally confined aquifer zones. My last 2 points on this slide pertain to the Water Quality Monitoring Network. I'm going to discuss that in more detail in the next slides. Next slide. I'm sorry, back one more. Understanding groundwater quality is a key issue for the State Water Board. I want to start with a high-level message that explains the Kern Subbasin's approach to addressing the sustainability indicator. First, the GSAs recognize their role and their responsibilities related to protecting groundwater quality for current and future beneficial uses. Throughout the 2024 plan, you'll see that we're taking a partnership approach to working closely with municipalities, Kern Water Collaborative, and self-help. We're committed to collecting samples from designated representative monitoring network and have developed a set of procedures and policies that structure water quality monitoring and management actions with layers of preventative and protective measures. We are focused on avoiding or limiting degradation if avoidance isn't achievable, and administering a monitoring and reporting program that is consistent with drinking water protocols. As noted on the previous slide, the representative monitoring network is composed of 52 wells. These are largely a subset of the groundwater level monitoring network and have been identified to represent small community and domestic wells, new and existing banking projects, and a few wells identified to represent the relationship between sustainability indicators. The Water Quality Standard Operating Procedure provides guidance for collecting representative samples within a 2-week time frame of semi-annual water level measurements. By obtaining data on groundwater levels and quality within a short time frame of each measurement enables a subbasin to directly evaluate the relationship between water levels and water quality. The MT Exceedance Policy and Action Plan provides protocols for investigating an MT exceedance. The action plan outlines actions to investigate the exceedance, review contributing factors, evaluate root cause conditions, and recommends applicable corrective action as well as notification procedures for stakeholders and potentially impacted users. It's through actions outlined in the MT Exceedance Policy and Action Plan that we aim to halt or at least limit water quality degradation by understanding the root cause issue and implementing corrective actions before there is a widespread problem or an undesirable result. This is the right slide. Our quantified undesirable result is a two-part definition. An empty exceedance in 3 representative monitoring wells in an HCM area, or 1 representative well across the Western Fold Belt, or a new MCL exceedance in 5 small community wells across the subbasin. The component of the undesirable result criteria requiring a groundwater quality empty exceedance in 3 representative wells in an HCM area was selected to balance localized issues with being sufficiently protective of all beneficial uses and users. With this definition, a maximum of 8 of the 52 representative monitoring wells could have an MT exceedance subbasin-wide before an undesirable result is triggered. The additional criteria of 5 small community wells with a new MCL exceedance was established to be responsive to board staff feedback and public comments on the draft 2024 plan. Incorporating this publicly available community water system data into the undesirable results criteria aligns with the subbasin's partnership approach with local water suppliers in implementing SGMA. It also enhances awareness of the issues that small community water systems in rural residential areas may be experiencing. Most importantly, these community water systems are generally surrounded by and are representative of wells used and shared by domestic well owners or shared well owners. Next slide, please. Between the draft and final plan, and in direct response to board staff's feedback, the water quality undesirable result definition was revised to add a subbasin-wide component. We added a definition using small community wells to supplement our dedicated representative monitoring network and incorporate additional data into our annual data sets to include sample results that are already collected by small community well owners. The Kern data management system currently imports gamma water quality data on a quarterly basis and is readily available for the GSAs to evaluate. The subbasin is currently working with board staff on evaluating the water quality representative monitoring network and refining our undesirable results definitions. Next slide, please. This slide is probably starting to look familiar. The layers of preventative measures and protective actions as they relate to water quality include routine monitoring protocols, an action plan to avoid or limit degraded water quality, and include a well mitigation program as a backstop. The subbasin has done extensive work to characterize groundwater conditions, understand the driving mechanisms for degraded water quality, define baseline conditions, and quantify beneficial users. The work completed to date provides a strong foundation for the remaining efforts to refine our quantitative undesirable results definition and describe conditions that cause an empty exceedance. So I'll pause here for any questions the board may have on water quality.
Seeing none at this time. Thank you.
Yep. The next slide, please. We're going to transition to interconnected surface water now. Next slide, please. Between the draft and final plan, a more detailed and robust explanation was written in the GSP to describe data sets used to demonstrate that interconnected surface water and groundwater dependent ecosystems do not exist in the subbasin. Board staff have determined this deficiency is resolved in the final plan. Next slide, please. As we transition to discussing the representative monitoring network, I want to highlight the fundamental concern board staff had with the representative monitoring work in the draft GSP. We've been actively working to resolve this deficiency by confirming the monitoring network construction information and conducting analysis to demonstrate the monitoring network wells are representative of all users throughout the subbasin. Okay. The subbasin relied upon DWR's best management practices, specifically the Hopkins methodology from the CASGEM guidelines, as well as an analysis of variations in groundwater pumping across the subbasin to develop the representative monitoring network. The analysis ensured adequate monitoring based on the volume and location of groundwater pumping to represent beneficial users. Based on this analysis, the monitoring network surpasses the minimum recommended number of monitoring wells. As previously mentioned, the GSAs have been working to confirm construction details for their monitoring wells. In the final 2024 plan, the subbasin committed to adding 7 new representative monitoring wells to address the identified data gaps, and the subbasin continues to improve the monitoring network data set by continuing to collect well information and to address data gaps. Additionally, we're continuing to work through a subbasin-wide well inventory to improve the overall accuracy of the data gap and well impact analysis. We appreciate the continued engagement with board staff as we address remaining concerns and work towards refining the representative monitoring network and sustainable management criteria to be even more protective of beneficial uses and users across the subbasin. Next slide, please.
Actually, Ms. Hearn, can I ask on that?
Uh-huh.
Because it is one of the more fundamental issues that are still keeping us here from being able to transfer folks over.
Mhm.
What percentage would you say of the data is still missing on some of those wells, the existing representative wells? Have you been able to kind of quantify, how much more additional data, I guess, is still missing from there? And I know, as I understand it, sometimes, the well depths, at what levels they're screened, some of those sort of details, as I understand, are still missing from some of them. But do you have I guess, a sense of how big a lift that gap is
I
currently?
want to say that it's less than 20 wells out of the 187 representative monitoring wells. So it's a small number that we don't have the data on. Part of the ongoing analysis also includes evaluating the screen intervals to make sure that they're representative of the beneficial users. And so I think we've made really good progress with staff. There's just a little bit of work left to do.
That's helpful to have that quantified.
Yeah,
Appreciate
we've
that.
already
So thank you.
provided the updated data set to staff, and they're reviewing that, and we're engaging, almost on a weekly basis to resolve any questions they have and hopefully fill any more data gaps that are identified.
Thank you both. Appreciate that.
Oh, you can go back one. Thank you. As we transition to projects and management actions, I'd like to highlight that between the draft and final GSP, we added detailed GSA level water budgets. Although only subbasin level water budgets are required by the regulations to help facilitate review of the proposed projects and management actions, the historical and current water budget sections were expanded to include coordinated GSA level water budgets that account for banking contractual obligations. This was to address staff's concern that the subbasin does not establish a path to reach sustainability because demand management projects and management actions lack key details and do not appear developed for many parts of the subbasin. This deficiency was partially addressed in the final staff report. Staff feel that it remains unclear whether projects and management actions are feasible and sufficient to achieve sustainable groundwater management actions. I'll explain more on that on the next slides. The subbasin has developed a portfolio of projects and management actions, each with specific projected benefits, implementation triggers, and costs. Portfolio includes 387,000 acre-feet per year of demand reduction and 452,000 acre-feet per year in water supply augmentation projects. To date, the GSAs have implemented 47% of their projects and management actions that are identified in the final plan. Expected results of these projects and management actions are quantified with current water budget information and modeled future conditions with climate change variables such as adjusted precipitation and evapotranspiration and reduced availability of imported water supplies. This approach allows for inclusion of more complex variables, including factors influenced by climate change, resulting in more accurate projections. The projected future water budget assesses the magnitude of the net water supply deficit under future conditions that would need to be addressed through projects and management actions to prevent undesirable results and achieve the sustainability goal. 3 water budget scenarios were developed: a baseline scenario, a 2030 climate change scenario, and a 2070 climate change scenario. The projects and management actions are also incorporated into the model to evaluate their effectiveness in addressing the projected deficit of 372,000 acre feet per year by 2040. Next slide, please. The model simulated results indicate that the planned projects and management actions will successfully achieve sustainability and avoid undesirable results for groundwater levels throughout the subbasin. And by proxy, the same will apply to degraded water quality, subsidence, and groundwater and storage. As shown in this graph, the final 2024 plan includes significantly more supply augmentation and demand management projects than are required to address the projected deficit. In the event that the full estimated benefits are not ultimately realized, there is a built-in safety factor of nearly 2.3 times the needed level of deficit reduction and a plan to ensure the subbasin deficit with projected climate change scenarios is reduced by 2040. So I'll pause here if there's any questions on projects and management actions.
No, just a note from the previous slide, it looks like, the expectation here is that a lot of the overdraft at least will be somewhat managed by the demand management side of things, and then new projects are kind of there and hopefully, are coming online, and so are able to meet the 2040 sustainability deadline. But if not, it sounds like demand management is there to kind of cover that if
Yes.
projects don't materialize. So appreciate that.
Absolutely.
And seeing nothing further from the board, so thank you.
So we made it through the technical stuff. Let's talk policy. This is where I'm going to explain our layers of preventative measures and protective actions. Next slide, please. As you've heard throughout this presentation, the subbasin has done extensive work to develop a plan that is protective of beneficial uses and users. Through the iterative process recommended for GSPs, we established minimum thresholds for groundwater levels, reduction of groundwater and storage, land subsidence, and degraded groundwater quality. Adjustments were made based on feedback received. In the final 2024 plan, the MT for each sustainability indicator strikes a balance between available water supplies with demand management actions that are focused on minimizing impact to beneficial users. A portfolio of projects and management actions were developed with GSA level demand reduction targets to ensure the subbasin can achieve sustainability. To avoid triggering an undesirable result during the implementation period, a set of policies and procedures were adopted to guide corrective actions if groundwater levels in the representative monitoring network decline to the MT. The MT exceedance policy was established to preemptively address overdraft issues. If one or more wells have an MT exceedance, an investigation action plan is triggered, which requires the GSAs to implement a 6-step process for evaluating and ultimately mitigating the issue. The ultimate goal of the exceedance policy is to halt the issue and avoid triggering an undesirable result. As a backstop to the subbasin's layers of preventative measures and protective actions, a well mitigation program is in place for impacted users. Before we talk about those details, I want to provide a little more information on the exceedance action plan. Next slide, please. This graphic highlights the 6 steps outlined in the exceedance action plan that is initiated when a GSA is notified of an MT exceedance for groundwater levels or water quality. First action is obtaining confirming water levels or collecting another set of confirming water quality samples. Then investigate operations in the area of the MT exceedance to understand the root cause issue. They'll review outside contributing factors to determine if the influences are outside of the GSA's control. Based on the investigation and review of outside factors, evaluate root cause issues. The next step is to initiate applicable projects and management actions to halt the declining groundwater levels or whatever is contributing to the MT exceedance of water quality. And finally, report findings and corrective actions to the subbasin and ultimately to DWR in the annual report. Next slide, please. Here we're showing a similar slide, but this one applies to land subsidence. The process for land subsidence is very similar to the groundwater level and degraded water quality procedure. Key differences are in steps 5 and 6, where a set of targeted projects and management actions were developed and must be initiated if a land subsidence MT exceedance occurs. Notification procedures also extend to Friant Water Authority and California Aqueduct Subsidence Program or other local infrastructure stakeholders. Next slide, please. Here is an example of how the action plan works. Along certain milestones of the aqueduct, where there are operational impacts and the MT is capped, the action plan is triggered. In response, the Westside District Water Authority GSA has done extensive investigation into the contributing factors. Following their investigation and consultation with California Aqueduct Subsidence Program, the following set of targeted projects and management actions have been initiated. They have a well registry, metered well extraction volume reporting requirements, net zero well drilling moratorium, targeted pumping reductions, and pumping limitations. Now I'm going to turn the presentation over to Kate, who will continue the discussion of protective measures and our backstop as the well mitigation program.
Thanks, Stephanie. And I know that folks are probably getting restless and hungry at this point, so I'll aim to keep it brief. We can go on to the next slide. And the next slide. Thanks. So this scale of well mitigation is generally new territory for the GSAs. So we were especially grateful to work with Self-Help Enterprises, an organization that has demonstrable success with domestic well mitigation and a nuanced understanding of the culture and socioeconomic conditions within the Kern Subbasin. This program is designed to complement Self-Help Enterprises' existing protocols, which includes 24-hour turnaround for emergency supplies and 72-hour turnaround for interim solutions while the household awaits a long-term solution. The GSAs bring the added benefit of expanding Self-Help Enterprises' existing program to now offer solutions independent of income restrictions. Funding comes from a revolving reserve, where the funds are allocated for mitigation and replenished through the GSA's existing financial protocols. The amount of funding in that reserve is based on the worst-case scenario well impact analysis that Christina presented on earlier today on slide, I believe it was 30. And includes additional protective assumptions, such as assuming all potentially impacted domestic wells would receive an entirely new well rather than more affordable solutions that may occur, like lowering the pump or deepening the existing well. The reserve also includes a separate budgetary line item to address additional groundwater quality treatment and an uncertainty buffer, which accounts for uncertainty associated with data gaps, climate change, and inflation. And I'm going to go off script for a moment just to address the concern related to funding feasibility. So I wanted to walk through some of the major line items with the annual budget just to give some clarity on how the GSAs have developed a pretty robust plan to address uncertainty even within their budget. So there's a $3.5 million revolving reserve, right? So as I mentioned, as money is pulled out, it gets replenished. Now, starting with the line item of domestic well or dry well mitigation, we're operating with that 15 domestic wells per year being impacted based off of that undesirable result cap, right? And if you multiply that by $90,000 per well, you get $1.35 million for that line item. That's for the dry well mitigation. Digging into that $90,000 per dry well, there's protective assumptions built into that as well. So the $90,000 is based off of competitive pricing during drought conditions. It also includes groundwater quality treatment, so an RO system with the assumption that if the household would need that, also groundwater quality treatment, among other things, beyond just the full well mitigation. Moving on to the next slide item, there's $750,000 allocated for technical assistance applications. I'll explain what that means here in the next slide. And then $250,000 allocated for 100 groundwater quality treatment applications per year. Now, that far exceeds the historic budgetary needs for domestic groundwater quality treatment based off of Self-Help Enterprises' historic activities in the subbasin. And this is also acknowledging that evaluating claims associated with groundwater quality can be really tricky, and so it allows that budget to give benefit of the doubt. Now, the second to last line item is $150,000 dedicated just to Self-Help Enterprises Administration. That $90,000 per dry well includes administrative costs. However, there are other administrative costs associated with groundwater quality treatment, outreach, working with the GSAs, et cetera. And so we have budget allocated for that. Now, that leaves $1 million per year for uncertainty. That's 29% of the budget. So when I mentioned there's that budgetary line item for data uncertainty and data gaps and climate change, those really extreme drought conditions, right, and inflation, we've got 29% of the annual budget accounts for that. Okay, going back to script. Before we move on, we wanted to thank those that participated in our well mitigation workshops in the last quarter of 2024. There were many thoughtful ideas brought up in those sessions that refined the well mitigation program, and we believe our immediate and long-term strategy is stronger because of your input and care on the topic. We can move on to the next slide. The well mitigation program prioritizes drinking water users through two tracks. The first track is the well mitigation track. This is the one that's administered through Self-Help Enterprises. It supports domestic well owners, including those that own domestic wells that are used for multiple purposes, such as a domestic well that is also used for small ag. We also have the technical assistance track that provides up to $50,000 for impacted small community, municipal, and industrial wells used for drinking water. We recognized, especially through that well mitigation workshop process, that there are resource disparities, especially for those small community well purveyors, right? So those at-risk disadvantaged small community well owners can proactively apply for technical assistance before an impact occurs, and we provide information for those small community well owners to identify if they qualify as being at risk using state databases. Next slide. The application process involves a qualified professional conducting a technical evaluation to determine if the well was impacted after January 1st, 2015, and if the impact resulted from groundwater management activities. An independent 3-member committee comprising Self-Help Enterprises, that technical evaluator, and a Kern Water Collaborative representative reviews the findings in well owner context to form a recommendation. This recommendation is then presented to the relevant GSA board, which makes a final decision informed by that committee's input. It was important to us to include an independent committee and to be scrubbed of GSA bias in this process. We can move on to the next slide. Thanks. So the well mitigation program's approach as a protective layer acknowledges that though the GSA's responsibility is to protect against sub-basin-wide significant unreasonable impacts, a single household losing access to drinking water supplies as a result of groundwater management activities is not in alignment with the GSA's vision of what sustainability looks like. And before I hand it over to my colleague Abhi to discuss some positive updates in response to the final staff report, I want to pause if there's any questions related to the well mitigation program.
Seeing none, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, Kate. So I have the unenviable job of standing between you and lunch. So I appreciate your continued attention, and I assure you that I only have a handful more slides. So far, we've covered all the changes and improvements that were made during the 2023 and 2024 revisions and the various layers of protection that we included in the final GSP. I'll now hopefully briefly step through the remaining deficiencies and as identified by board staff and summarize our ongoing efforts working with the state board team on resolving these issues. By the way, I'm happy to note that our presentation aligns very well with the state board staff presentation in terms of the additional deficiencies and actions we need to take to address these, as well as our timeline. And I promise you, we did not have a chance to view the staff presentation until today. I'd also like to note that progress has been made on multiple fronts since we submitted our slides for translation 2 weeks ago. So I will verbally be presenting some of these updates so that those may not be captured in the slides. Before moving on, I'd like to express a sincere appreciation to State Board staff for their continued and dedicated engagement with the Kern Subbasin. Their feedback has been absolutely crucial to the updates made to the GSP last year. And this engagement has continued since then in the form of the final staff report, as well as some very fruitful meetings, communications, and correspondences. Next slide. Actually, yeah, I was supposed to be here, and then there you go. So on the final staff report, first of all, thank you to staff for the thorough review of our draft plan and the preliminary review of the final plan. Through their review, staff have already acknowledged that several deficiencies from DWR and the draft staff report have been resolved, and they've identified high priority pending technical issues that need additional clarification and revisions. In response to the final staff report, we've submitted a detailed response to comments, so that should be available for your review. And we've answered several questions and comments and acknowledged areas that need further refinement in the amended plan. We understand that the full review of the final GSP is ongoing. As you can imagine, the Kern Subbasin GSP is a voluminous and complex document, and we are committed to working with staff to support their review and address any pending concerns that come up through this process expeditiously. As I already mentioned, we've been in regular communication with staff to develop a common understanding of key priority issues that need to be addressed through additional refinements and explanation in the plan. These include the coordination within and across the hydrogeologic conceptual model areas. Oh, please slow down. Okay. These include the coordination within and across the hydrogeologic conceptual model areas, groundwater level and groundwater quality sustainable management criteria and undesirable results, and additional details and clarification on subsidence. In the next few slides, I will step through these key concerns and summarize our efforts to address these collaboratively with staff. Next slide. So on the coordination front, as you all know, coordination was one of the biggest deficiencies identified by DWR and was arguably the driver for their inadequate determination for our previous GSPs. Hopefully, the earlier part of this presentation has impressed upon you the tremendous effort that the Kern Subbasin GSAs have put into coordinating the policy, management decisions, as well as the technical analysis and data sets across the subbasin. In their final staff report, staff acknowledged that most of the deficiencies related to coordination have been resolved in the final Kern Subbasin plan. The final staff report did express concerns with the hydrogeologic conceptual model area-based technical approach not being sufficiently protective of localized beneficial users and users. Our subsequent discussions with staff have led to shared understanding and agreement on the importance of the HCM area approach for a coordinated and consistent SMC methodology. We believe that addressing the remaining groundwater level, groundwater quality, and representative monitoring network concerns will adequately address any remaining concerns related to coordination. Finally, staff concerns related to proper SGMA authority and coverage, especially related to the Kern non-districted land areas, has been clarified in our response letter and in meetings with staff. We will obviously include this additional explanation in the amended GSP. All right, moving on to the next slide. All right, I'll spend a little bit more time on this one because it's an important deficiency. On groundwater levels, staff has identified two key concerns. The first is related to the representative monitoring network and whether the spatial and depth distribution of the monitoring wells is sufficient to track and respond to potential impacts on beneficial use and users. As Chairman Esquivel already pointed out, that RMS data set is really fundamental to everything we're doing here. The second is related to the regional subbasin-wide minimum threshold methodology and whether that is sufficient in terms of preventing local or disproportionate impacts on beneficial use and users. On the second concern specifically, we have already discussed the importance of the regionally coordinated and consistent MT methodology. The MT methodology has been developed to avoid significant and unreasonable effects on beneficial use and users due to regional groundwater conditions. However, given the regional nature of this methodology, we understand staff's concerns related to local variations in hydrogeologic conditions across the subbasin and potential disproportionate impacts due to this variability in certain subareas. To address these concerns, we are actively engaging with staff to identify areas where we may need to better explain and expand our representative monitoring network, including nested monitoring wells where the need arises, refine our groundwater level minimum thresholds, and include additional details related to mitigation, implementation, and funding details. We appreciate staff's feedback to make the Kern Subbasin Plan even more robust and protective of Kern Subbasin beneficial use and users. Next slide. Staff's concerns on groundwater quality are similar to groundwater levels with respect to potential data gaps in the monitoring network and our undesirable result definition, not being protective of potential impacts in certain areas of the Kern Subbasin. Staff also want additional information on how different driving mechanisms for changes in groundwater quality will be evaluated as part of the exceedance policy. Similar to groundwater levels, we are working closely with staff to identify areas with potential data gaps in the groundwater quality monitoring network and revise the undesirable result definition to be even more protective of groundwater quality impacts. We will include additional clarification and information on the driving mechanisms that may affect future groundwater quality changes in the subbasin. Next slide. I don't think there's a whole lot for me to say on interconnected surface water. I just wanted to highlight that this was a good example of where the technical and policy team from the subbasin worked very effectively with staff to address what we think is a fairly complex technical issue. So we are using this as a template for future revisions and refinements. Next slide. Right. I also wanted to mention that that staff has asked for additional implementation details and clarification on subsidence-related issues, and we will be covering those in a subsequent slide. So the Kern Subbasin is committed to working closely with staff to understand and addressing their remaining concerns. We have expressed this commitment in writing and have backed it up with frequent meetings, sometimes multiple times a week, with staff to work through these policy and technical issues. In the next few slides, I'm going to summarize the progress we have already made over the last few weeks on these fronts, thanks to the close engagement with staff. Next slide. And actually, we can skip this one and move on to, right, so this is the biggie. Filling data gaps to reduce risks of potential groundwater level and groundwater quality impacts to beneficial use and users. We absolutely understand and agree that having a robust and protective representative monitoring network is foundational to successful implementation of a groundwater sustainability plan. Since our final GSP submittal, we have already shared an updated and well-documented monitoring network database with staff. The updated data set has additional well construction information. As Stephanie mentioned, I think we have close to 95% coverage. And so this additional information will allow staff to evaluate evaluate the representativeness and sufficiency of our monitoring network. Having shared a revised monitoring data set, we are currently working with staff to identify any remaining data gaps, especially with respect to shallow domestic wells, and develop recommendations for additional monitoring as needed, along with milestones and timelines to fill these data gaps. So I'll go a little off script here because we've also made some progress on our well inventory. As you can imagine, the primary goal of SGMA monitoring is to monitor, manage, and minimize potential impacts on beneficial use and users. Therefore, it's really important for us to know where these beneficial use and users exist, especially as related to domestic drinking water wells. I feel like the Kern Subbasin has been leading the charge across the Central Valley on developing and validating a comprehensive well inventory of all groundwater well types within their subbasin, with a particular focus on domestic wells. Significant progress has been made even in the last few weeks on ground truthing the location and status of drinking water wells, especially those that may be most susceptible to potential dry well impacts, or where we may not have adequate coverage in our RMS network. What we are finding is that several wells in the original well inventory are either inactive, abandoned, or connected to municipal water systems. What this means is that overall, the updated well inventory is showing much lower impacted domestic wells, for example, for the Shafter Vasco Irrigation District, Rosal Rio Bravo, and several other GSAs than what were previously analyzed. We have shared these efforts with staff and are working to provide them the updated well inventory. We have a meeting in a few weeks to share that information, as well as updated well impact analysis and data gap analysis that we will be collaborating on with them. Right, next slide. On groundwater levels, we have again made progress in terms of identifying areas where we have hydrogeologic variability that may lead to potential impacts on beneficial users. We've also identified a few RMS wells where we had data anomalies that have been corrected already, and this has led to refinements and revisions of minimum thresholds in certain areas. In addition, we are adding, and we got positive feedback from staff on this change. We're going to be adding a mitigation backstop to all our undesirable result definitions. And what that means is that if the GSAs cannot meet their mitigation need in any given year, irrespective of MT exceedances at RMS wells, there will be a declaration of undesirable results. And what that does is it holds the GSAs accountable to not just managing to minimum thresholds at RMS wells, but also minimizing and mitigating potential impacts to beneficial use and users that may occur during GSP implementation. We're also having very productive discussions on additional details related to banking, exceedance policies, and well mitigation plans. Next slide. On groundwater quality, again, we're going to be adding that mitigation backstop to our undesirable result definition. And we're having a lot of active conversations about staff's concerns on localized or disproportionate impacts related to groundwater quality and how those relate to our undesirable result definition. So we will be presenting some frameworks in terms of potential revisions to our undesirable result definition to, again, kind of converge on a common understanding of being protected towards beneficial use and users. Ultimately, what we want to work towards is a shared understanding and agreement on groundwater quality undesirable results, as well as the representative monitoring network and the technical analysis that will be necessary to support groundwater quality evaluations as part of the exceedance policy. So this relates to staff's concern that we need to incorporate more of the driving mechanisms that would go into the evaluation of those groundwater quality impacts. So all of that will be included in terms of additional detail in the GSP. All right, next slide. On subsidence, we do appreciate staff's positive feedback on many of the changes that were made. There are a few additional comments related to oil and gas pumping, exceedance policy, mitigation, and some of the GSP tables that we're resolving. On the oil and gas pumping front, we're actively working with stakeholders and state agencies to investigate and address concerns related to potential oil and gas pumping adjacent to areas with potential subsidence impacts. We think it would be constructive for state board staff to participate in these discussions, and we will be facilitating these interactions moving forward. We're also engaging with staff to understand where we need to expand the GSP explanation related to GSA versus non-GSA causes of subsidence. I think we have qualitative descriptions. We actually have a lot of quantitative detail in the appendices, so I think we can definitely have more discussions related to that quantitative analysis, as well as exceedance policy and mitigation details. Katie has already highlighted the collaboration with the Friant Water Authority, so I'm not going to say a whole lot more, except that we're fleshing out the details of the Friant Kern Canal mitigation program. And as those details are forthcoming, we will share those with staff and also include them in this and future amendments to the GSP. Finally, we appreciate staff identifying some corrections that were needed in the GSP tables. We've already fixed the interim milestone and measurable objective values, so that was just some typos in the table, so those have already been fixed. Next slide. All in all, the Kern Subbasin has made tremendous progress in resolving most of DWR and draft state board staff deficiencies. We are working closely with staff to prioritize the remaining deficiencies and develop potential actions to address these in an efficient and timely manner. We really appreciate the ongoing engagement and collaboration with staff and are committed to working with staff on refining and amending the GSP as needed to address state board staff's remaining technical issues. Based on all the discussions we've had so far, we are confident that if we continue this level of communication with staff and maintain sub-basin coordination, we can make these changes in the next few months. When we put these slides together, we targeted a preliminary July timeframe. By the way, that July timeframe was, we got to that independent of feedback from staff. We looked at what it would take from our side and had a really productive discussion with staff, and they were coming up with the June timeframe. Based on the cadence of our interactions, how productive our discussions have been, we believe we can expedite this process and target a draft amended GSP by June. Next slide. So this was our, actually, this is the updated milestone timeline. So we had the July timeline when we submitted, but I see that the timeline has been updated. So thank you for doing that. But as you can see here, at a very high level, February is our month for sort of resolving data issues. We've already shared the updated RMS network, fixing the subsidence typos, etc. March is when we will dive deeper into groundwater quality undesirable results, as well as the representative monitoring network expansion for groundwater quality. April through June is our cycle for addressing, this is going to be iterative, where we look at potential data gaps with respect to the representative monitoring networks, see how those potentially impact beneficial use and users, where do we need more monitoring wells, or where do we need to potentially revise our minimum thresholds, or where do we need more commitment to mitigation if we have the risk of those impacts. So from April through June, we can iterate through the refinements and expansion of the representative monitoring networks, as well as the minimum thresholds, to have the draft GSP submitted to staff in June. And we're targeting, September when we would have hopefully, continuance on the Subbasin hearing. So this timeline essentially aligns perfectly with staff, the staff timeline, and we're very comfortable with these commitments. That's actually all I had, and I'll pause for questions before I hand it over to Derek to, bring us to closure.
Vice Chair.
Well, thank you for that. This, for me, was the most interesting component of today's discussion so far. I started taking notes, and then I realized I couldn't write that fast. So
I'm sorry if I was speaking too fast. I was also trying to,
No, there's a lot packed in there with what you walked us through. I just want to say that I really appreciate the commitment. This is a really good panel. Our staff did a really good job earlier too, and there's a lot of people tuning in, a lot of folks here, but I'll just say that this is what I really want to focus on. And I think that I'm seeing nodding of heads. I think we all want to focus on the detail of that and the commitment, and then also the time frame that you've outlined. And so I just want to use this, since you're all here still, as an opportunity for staff. I'd like to hear from staff to see if there's anything that was said that is not consistent with where you left off, or if the list that was given and the time frame, if that's consistent with where you left off. Don't want to miss this opportunity to clarify things.
Okay, this mic is already on. Regarding what Abby shared with the proposed changes that they're walking through and how that would fix the deficiencies that staff have identified, we generally agree. The conversations that we've been having, the technical meetings with the technical team, have been very productive and very fruitful, and we're looking forward to them making those changes, and we think that those will address the deficiencies as they pointed out. There may be some other issues that come up as we work through finalizing our review of the final groundwater sustainability plans and as they make changes. And we staff are committed to continuing to work with the GSA's technical team to identify those issues and look at opportunities to address those. But the technical meetings have been very productive, and we think they're proposing some excellent fixes.
Great, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Vice Chair. An incredible amount of work has been happening here, and I'll say a few words here to just kind of wrap. I know, Derek, you're going to wrap further here, but the reality was when DWR found their inadequacy determination here for the basin, there were two paths. One was to put your heads down, work together, and address the challenges there, or devolve a bit. We've seen how challenging, I know, and how the fraught a lot of this work is. It's incredibly technical, and with a basin, as we've acknowledged, so large as the Kern Subbasin, it's difficult. There's a lot of players, there's a lot of folks to bring along, and it requires a lot of leadership to get where you are now. And the basin here chose that first path. Really put your heads down and here focused on the deficiencies and working with us. So I just want to acknowledge all the incredible work that has gone on and the progress that we've seen. I guess my question here quickly, though, is amongst the deficiencies and work still yet to be done, what are the largest hurdles amongst them? Just wanting to get a sense, if we find ourselves, even June, July, still needing additional time, when it comes to at least what's on the table now, wondering where you feel, there may be places that are, or issues here that are going to be more significant to overcome than others, just to try to get a sense of that from you.
Sure. I can take a first stab at it, and then the entire twig has been, the technical working group has been involved. So please weigh in. I think in terms of the overall direction that we're taking, assessing the representative monitoring network, identifying any potential data gaps, and then the question becomes, so there's uncertainty in this area. What do you do about that uncertainty? Obviously, adding more monitoring is step one. Step two would be more protective minimum thresholds, more focused mitigation. I think this is a challenge that every GSP faces, right? You don't have all the data that you need to perfectly plan for every potential impact that may occur in the future. So, developing a common understanding of the high priority data gaps and what can we do in terms of, that combination of monitoring, management, and mitigation. I think that's going to be key. And we will need to acknowledge that we won't have all that data available to us upfront. So there will be remaining uncertainties in the GSP. But that's the spirit of adaptive management, and we will have to move forth and again continue to monitor and manage as conditions change in the basin. So I think finding that middle ground, how much risk, how much uncertainty is sort of acceptable, I think is really key.
Appreciate that.
Any further comments from the panelists?
Yeah, thank you. That's appreciated. Looking to other fellow board colleagues if they have any questions here for folks in the panel. Mr. Jurasik.
All right, well, thank you. Well, thank you, Chair Escobar and members of the board. Today, we have walked you through an overview of the extensive efforts undertaken to ensure that our subbasin is on a path to long-term groundwater sustainability. Through coordination amongst the 20 GSAs, engagement with stakeholders, and an ongoing collaboration with the State Board staff, we have built a plan that is coordinated, responsive, protective, and adaptive to our future challenges. While significant progress has been made, we understand that further refinements to the plan based upon staff recommendations are needed. Over the last 2 years, the Subbasin has developed a mutually respectful and cooperative relationship with the State Board staff and have demonstrated our Subbasin's ability to consistently meet mutually agreed upon deadlines for key deliverables. To underscore our collective commitment, I now invite all members of the audience representing the Kern County Subbasin GSAs to stand in support as I read the following statement of commitment. I'm going to sit still. Before you, the Kern County Subbasin GSAs stand together in a full alignment, prepared to address the remaining refinements identified by State Board staff by the proposed deadline of June 20, 2025. In response to the commitment, the Subbasin GSAs respectfully request that the State Board adopt the proposed alternative resolution to continue the probationary hearing until September 17, 2025. A continuance will allow the Subbasin and State Board staff to sustain the productive collaboration that has driven the meaningful progress demonstrated to date without disrupting the cooperative framework that has been built. We appreciate the board's time, consideration, and the opportunity to present our work today and look forward to our continued partnership. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all as well. Really, again, appreciative of the panel, the explanation, and just the tone and work I know that has gone on. I know, again, this work is incredibly difficult and can be very emotional amongst folks as well. This is everyone's future here that we're talking about truly within the Subbasin. And so just a lot of thanks for the quality and tone of the engagement. It takes multiple layers of government here for all of us collectively to be able to wrap our hands and minds around the challenges we're facing. And again, groundwater sustainability is one of the greatest challenges we're facing here. So a lot of acknowledgement, again, to all the incredible progress. The fact that the basin didn't just try to continue to work on its 2020 GSP, but instead really went back to the drawing board and said, how do we fundamentally address the concerns that both DWR and here the State Board shared when it comes to the inadequacy of the previous plan. To reset takes a lot of leadership, and again, we've seen a lot of progress because of that. So a lot of just encouraging progress that we've seen, and appreciate the acknowledgement here all collectively of still the outstanding issues and a commitment to see those addressed. And so just thanks. I know we have further folks to hear from here, so and a lot more still to consider, but very appreciative of the panel and all the work from everyone here so far. So thank you. Looking to see if fellow board colleagues have any other comments or questions. What we'll soon here now then do is go to lunch. We'll have an hour lunch. We'll come back. We have a community panel that we'll hear from, and then we'll move into general public comments and for about an hour, and then we will then get into what are a series of smaller panels from all of you. So let's go ahead and take our hour-long lunch break. We'll come back here at, we'll just say 2 o'clock, and we'll start in with the community panel. And again, thanks everyone for the productive morning so far. Thank you. All right, everyone. It is going to be 2:05, so we can, if you don't mind, winding down conversations and/or taking them out, and would like to invite up our community panel. Thanks, everyone. I hope everyone had a good lunch. If you don't mind winding down your conversations, appreciate it. Thank you. All right. Thanks again. Hope everyone had a good lunch. We are now transitioning to our community panel. So would like to, for those that are here in the room for the panel, welcome them up. But then otherwise, I think a number of folks will be joining virtually as well. All right, thanks everyone. Again, we're now transitioning to our community panel. If there's any members on the community panel that are in the room, please do come up to the panel seating here. And if not, I think otherwise our community panel here is largely virtual. And so invite folks to come on camera and come off mute and we can begin.
Good afternoon, board.
Good afternoon.
I need to confirm, we have an accommodation for this panel. It is purely remote, so our residents can feel safe in testifying. And another channel needs to be unmuted. Angela Islas from CCEGN is my co-presenter and will be broadcasting our community members' testimony.
Thank you, Mac. Cislas should be invited to unmute and come on camera here.
Hola, muy buenas tardes. Sí, mi nombre es Ángela Islas, soy representante de la Red Justicia Ambiental. Estamos aquí presentes en la comunidad de Banuelo con Anabel Márquez, miembro comunitaria de Shafter, y también Miguel Neri, miembro comunitario de Banuelo. Y también tenemos a Jesús Alonso con la acción para agua limpia. Y también va a estar testificando de parte de Saúl Dries de Lost Hills, que no pudo estar con nosotros hoy. So voy a pasar para atrás el micrófono a Mac para empezar con la presentación.
All right, thank you so much, Angela. First and foremost, we would like to extend our sincerest gratitude to the board for today's deliberations and welcoming this Kern community panel. We want to draw the board's attention and everyone else present for today's proceedings to our genuine gratitude for board staff's ongoing, compassionate, and stalwart coordination with us and Kern residents during these fraught times. Many barriers were set between Kern residents and participating in this hearing safely and with peace of mind, given the current crisis immigrant communities face today. There are numerous Kern residents who did not feel safe and secure in participating in today's essential public process. It is thanks to board staff's rigorous coordination and the bravery of our residents that their voices can be heard here today. We ask that you keep in mind, for the extent of this hearing, those who cannot be heard today. Next slide, please. We will have introductions for each of those voices you will be hearing today for the panel, and we will start with community members introducing themselves. I think we got a preview from this already, but Angela, would you mind just reiterating for folks? And you may have to unmute again.
Gracias, Mac. Sí, estoy aquí y nomás para confirmar, vamos a dejar el video pagado, nomás para respetar a cada miembro de la comunidad en poder presentar en confianza de hoy en el panel. Primero voy a dejar que Jesús Alonso se presente y también va a testificar en parte, pues, de parte de Saúl Ruiz de Lost Hills. Jesús.
Buenas tardes a todos, mi nombre es Jesús Alonso, soy organizador comunitario para el grupo Acción de Agua Limpia y voy a estar leyendo el testimonio del señor Saúl Ruiz, el presidente del Comité de los Ocios en Acción.
Go ahead. Ya
Ah,
puedes seguir.
el testimonio. Okay. Entonces, empezando con el testimonio del señor Saúl Ruiz, dice...
Next slide, please. Go on, Jesus.
Sí.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Saúl Ruiz, soy el presidente del Comité de los Ocios en Acción. Nuestro grupo se formó en el 2016 para ayudar a nuestros vecinos y nuestras familias contra la contaminación del aire y el agua, que ha impactado mi comunidad desde que llegué aquí. Nuestra comunidad ya está cansada de ver nuestros familiares estar constantemente enfermos de todo tipo de enfermedades, pero más el cáncer. Se parece como cada mes andamos enterrando un ser querido. Y para una comunidad como Los Ocios de solo 2.400 personas, esto ocurre muy frecuente. Yo me preocupo que el agua tiene algo que ver con esto y este programa de Sigma tiene que proteger nuestras familias, no solo los rancheros. Ellos ya tienen muchas protecciones y nosotros nada. Aquí el Semi-Tropic ha atrapado nuestro distrito en este trato que no nos permite suficiente agua y nos hace pagar si algo le pasa al pozo, aun si la culpa es de los rancheros. Esto no es justo, y mucho menos cuando ni siquiera han hecho juntas en en nuestra comunidad para darnos la oportunidad de hablar. Solo hablan entre agencias y dejan todas las consecuencias de sus decisiones con nosotros, la gente que usa esta agua para vivir. Es la agua que usamos para cocinar, para beber y para bañarnos, no para hacernos ricos. Es verdad que no es la mejor calidad de agua, pero no quiere decir que la queremos que se empeore. Mejor danos más asistencia a nosotros para que podamos tener agua limpia y potable. Además, somos una comunidad pobre y humilde. No vamos a poder aguantar las reducciones ni las sanciones que pueden venir a nuestra comunidad. Este plan nos anda pidiendo que mi pueblo nos sacrifiquemos para que los rancheros sigan haciendo dinero y eso no es justo. Gracias.
Ok, gracias Jesús. Voy a tomar pausas nomás en caso de que la traducción necesita terminarse. Ahora voy a pasar el micrófono a la señora Anabel Márquez de Shafter. Anabel.
Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Anabel Márquez, yo vengo de la ciudad de Shafter y mi comunidad no está de acuerdo en que los planes de la cuenca del condado de Kern, porque no son efectivos para proteger el exceso de agua potable. Nosotros pedimos que la Cámara Estatal de Agua vote porque la cuenca de Kern sea puesta en periodo de prueba. Estoy aquí como representante de mi comunidad para decirles que mi comunidad es una comunidad de agua muy depurable, no sirve para nada. Estamos llenos de pesticidas, petróleo, nada de lo que tenemos y respiramos está puro ahí. Necesitamos que se nos ponga atención como comunidad, como ser humano. No estamos de acuerdo en que se explote el agua de las norias, de las cuencas. ¿Por qué? Porque nos cobran mucho por cada mes de agua. También nosotros tenemos gente enferma de cáncer, asma, tantas enfermedades que en realidad las mismas enfermeras y doctores no están dispuestos a decir por miedo a que se les sea censurados. También nosotros tenemos muchos familiares que se nos van muriendo poco a poco. El ranchero, el petróleo, las industrias solo piensan en su dinero, solo piensan en llenar sus bancos. Nosotros pensamos en nuestros seres queridos que se nos están yendo. Todo ser humano tiene derecho de agua y de una agua buena, no tan solo las industrias. ¿Qué pasa cuando esas norias o esos pozos sean secados o sean contaminados? ¿Qué va a pasar? Todos vamos a ser perjudicados, no nada más los residentes, hasta las mismas industrias van a ser. Tienen que pensar en eso, tienen que pensar en la humanidad. Todo ser humano viviente tiene derecho a la agua, al aire limpio y a la tierra limpia. ¿Por qué? Porque esta creación fue hecha para todos, no para algunos que son ricos nada más. Piensen en la humanidad, piensen en los niños, piensen en los ancianos. ¿Cuánta gente que no tiene recursos, que no tiene aseguranza de doctor, se tiene que lavar sus heridas, sus brazos, sus piernas? ¿Por qué? Porque no tienen dinero. Porque el dinero que se paga de una persona que trabaja en el campo no es suficiente. Más si no tiene papeles, más si no tiene esos recursos. Los rancheros y los del petróleo son multibillonarios y son los que gastan billones de galones de agua, son los que nos dejan el agua inservible, sin uso. Se va un ranchero, deja pesticidas, deja la tierra toda echada a perder por profundidades, porque también entierran los fertilizantes a varios pies de tierra enterrado. Y el petróleo deja todos los pozos abiertos con agua podrida, se podría decir, porque no sirve para nada. Aparte los gases que suelta y que nosotros respiramos porque estamos rodeados de pozos de petróleo. Ya basta, señores, déjense de estar acumulando dinero. Piensen en la humanidad porque al final las industrias también van a ser dañadas. No crean que porque viven lejos o porque no viven aquí junto con nosotros van a quedar sin enfermarse. Podrán vivir bajo la tierra, podrán tener agua en pozos para ustedes el día de mañana, pero al final se les va a acabar. ¿Y qué es lo que van a comer? ¿Dólares? Porque es lo único que van a tener en un banco. Quizás nosotros no tengamos a nuestros familiares, pero de perdida se nos ve la cara con honestidad de que pudimos hacer algo por nuestras comunidades, por el ser humano. Hay que ser más humanos, señores. Hay que tener esa calidad humana, porque a la final, sin tu prójimo no puedes hacer nada. Un ranchero sin un trabajador no puede hacer nada. Una industria de petróleo sin su gente no puede hacer nada. Pero si nos envenena, si envenena nuestras comunidades, ¿qué va a pasar? Ustedes están acabando todo, señores, están acabando el agua, se están acabando la tierra. ¿A dónde van a ir ustedes si nosotros nos morimos? ¿Qué van a hacer ustedes? ¿Quién les va a trabajar? ¿A dónde van a ir a vivir? Díganme, contéstenme. Por favor, piensen en sus nietos. Los que ya estamos viejos no tenemos nada que hacer aquí ya casi. Pero si mi voz puede decir algo y puede poner un punto para que ustedes reflexionen y sean más humanitarios, aquí estoy yo para decirlo. Representando mi comunidad. Es todo lo que les puedo decir. Sean más humanitarios, piensen en el prójimo. Y Dios hizo este mundo para todos, no para algunos que tienen dinero nada más. Gracias.
Gracias, Anabel. Ahora, por último, presentación va a ser de parte de Miguel Neri, comunitario de Banuelo.
Sí, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Miguel Orozco. Soy residente ya aquí del condado de Kern ya por más de 10 años. Ahora ya soy residente aquí del condado de Kern y también soy parte activo miembro de nuestro pueblo de Willow, donde conocemos a toda la gente que trabaja en el campo, que se levanta temprano, que necesita de agua para limpiarse las manos, para bañarse, para tomar, para cocinar. Yo pienso que ya es hora de que pongan aquí a nuestro condado en prueba, porque lo que están haciendo con nuestra agua no está bien. Están explotando de más nuestra agua. Va a llegar el día que cuando quieramos abrirle el agua, va a salir lodo. No sabemos ni qué va a salir ya de ahí. ¿Vamos a esperar hasta que eso pase o vamos a poner las pilas entre todos ahorita a hacerlo? Desde nuestras casas, desde los del petróleo, desde los rancheros, desde los lecheros. Es hora que entre todos pongamos nuestro granito de arena y hagamos algo por nuestra agua. Porque el día de mañana, como dijo nuestra compañera, nosotros que ya somos adultos, ya somos grandes, pero pensemos en el futuro, pensemos en los niños, pensemos en la gente adulta, pensemos en la gente que necesita tomar bastante agua y no tiene el dinero para comprarla. Nosotros aquí tenemos que comprar agua para bañar, tenemos que comprar agua para cocinar, tenemos que comprar agua para darles a los animales porque no confiamos en nuestra propia agua, algo que es simplemente algo fácil de cuidar entre todos. Todo el mundo sabemos que para matar una hora del petróleo se gastan miles y miles de galones de agua limpia. ¿Por qué no usar agua sucia para tratar de combatir el petróleo? Tratar de dejar el agua limpia para los residentes, para que tomen su agua, para que usen para sus animales, para sus plantas, para comer, y dejar las aguas contaminadas para usarla eso para el petróleo, para diferentes cosas. Yo pienso que ya es tiempo que entre todos, desde las casas, cuidemos el agua, hagamos un cambio para este planeta, porque el día de mañana vamos a empezar a matarnos por el agua, así como lo han hecho por el petróleo, por el gas, por tener el poder, por inyectar tantas chácharas a la tierra. El día de mañana vamos a matarnos por un vaso de agua. Todavía estamos a tiempo de cuidar nuestra agua. Podemos hacerlo entre todos. Los que tengan mucho dinero, apoyen a hacer algo para que el agua sea limpia, para cuidarla, para dejarla que se filtre. Con tanta contaminación en la tierra, ya no llueve, ya no se evapora, ya no el agua ya no se mina. Ya no es como antes que llovía y era todo el ciclo del agua, que todo el mundo lo sabemos, como nos lo hicieron en la escuela. Ahorita ya no. Ahorita ya la poca agua que llueve ya no se filtra, ya no se almacena. ¿Por qué? Por tanta contaminación que tiene la tierra, tanta contaminación que tiene el aire. Hagamos conciencia. Tratemos de mejorar nuestra calidad de agua para nuestros residentes, para nuestros niños, para nuestros adultos. Queremos un mundo mejor para todos, para ustedes, para nosotros. Yo sé que ustedes, como dijo la compañera, viven fuera del condado. Nos gustaría que estuvieran un tiempo aquí en nuestro condado y miraran cómo nosotros vivimos, cómo nos tocó vivir o cómo tenemos que vivir. Yo sé que ustedes de sus mansiones de Sacramento, San Diego, donde ustedes viven, tienen agua filtrada, tienen todos los lujos. Y qué bueno, porque se prepararon para eso. Pero piensen un poquito más en nosotros. Vénganse un tiempo para acá y miren cómo es nuestra vida, cómo es nuestra agua. Traten de entendernos un poco y apoyarnos. Yo pienso que ya es hora que nos pongamos las pilas entre todos y pongamos en estado de prueba el condado de Kern. No les demos más tiempo, queremos soluciones. Queremos ya que todo se arregle y que todo el mundo sea un poquito más diferente. Esperamos que Dios los bendiga, que pongan en sus mentes las mejores decisiones, que esto sea no solamente una pérdida de tiempo, que tengamos que dejar nuestros trabajos para poder tomar un minuto para hablar con ustedes, que este tiempo que estamos tomando todos nuestros compañeros y toda la gente que está en esta audiencia sirva de algo, porque ustedes pues les pagan por todo eso. Nosotros tenemos que dejar nuestro trabajo para poder tener este minuto y decirles que nos ayuden a cuidar nuestra agua. Ya es tiempo de que nuestro condado sea más mejor. Tiene lo suficiente para ser el mejor condado de todos y es el más contaminado. Es el que más problemas tiene. Les pedimos, por favor, que sean conscientes, que piensen en nuestros niños, que piensen en el futuro de la gente. Muchas gracias y que Dios los bendiga.
Gracias, Miguel. Y ahora voy a pasar para atrás el micrófono a Matt para lo siguiente de la presentación.
Thank you, Angela. Next slide, please. And I will pass it to Angela and Jesus to provide some beginning testimony from advocates.
Perdón, no entendí la pregunta. Oh. ¿Puede Mac decir lo que fue siguiente, por favor? No entendí bien.
Oh, pardon me, Angela, this is yours and Jesus's portion of the testimonial.
Ok, gracias y mil disculpas. Voy a pasar el micrófono a mi compañero Jesús para empezar con esta parte de la presentación.
On equitable stakeholder engagement, I'd like to take time to thank the community members present here on the panel and those waiting to speak for giving up their time, their entire day really, to be here and give their testimony. For many of the agencies present, this is their first time engaging with community residents that will be impacted by their decisions. As I work mostly in Los Hills, I haven't seen Semi-Tropic GSA put together a community for community input from the residents. The only time residents were engaged was when Comité Los Hills en Acción was asked to rescind their letter in opposition to their GSP without having addressed any of the concerns highlighted in their letter. This does not feel equitable and definitely shows a lack of engagement with community residents.
And so on the side of the definition for community engagement, this was something that we have heavily seen in this area, that it was not very adequate. And there were several attempts to ensure that there was virtual access, because given the vast miles that this basin is, we understand that many residents lack the opportunities to travel to many of these locations, and even for many of them to be able to participate effectively when reviewing and even commenting on the vital, areas of groundwater plants, to be able to express those community needs. And so that is something that we still see very profoundly in even the stage of groundwater implementation, that we don't see still access. We applaud for those agencies that have provided remote access, and we appreciate even the opportunities that was made available. But across, we still see that strong need that community access is given, not just virtually, but also through language access as well. And so for the next slide, I'm just going to start a little bit around the domestic well mitigation, but just kind of more around the funding mechanism, not just for domestic wells, but also for small state water systems. So I think that we are in a very unprecedented moment here in the state, where we're not very certain about what available funds there will be in times of need when it comes to drought impact, or in worst case scenario, overdraft. And so, around this area, there is still a lot of concerns just really about that security of funding. And, in reviewing the mitigation program, which, we applaud that there is a fundamental mechanism in place to be prepared in these types of episodes when, you know, we have private wells that are impacted, because that is who we really want to ensure that has protection. But when it comes to small state water systems, that is something that complicates a lot, because we definitely don't really see, or we don't really understand just kind of where the funding can be able to support those particular water systems. And so I'm going to hand it back to Jesus for him to just continue on this slide.
To touch on small water systems, while I would not like to take away the voices of the small water agencies present, what they're eligible really to do in these situations are accept whatever plan is before them, as they don't really hold leverage against the larger agencies. This is evident, as mentioned before, in Lost Hills, where while it is appreciated that Semi-Tropic gave Lost Hills Utilities District an opportunity to fight for and justify their water needs, it did come at a sacrifice. First, the Utilities District needed to be in agreement, needed to support the GSP, the one that was put before them. Second, community residents who are not responsible for water levels are now being asked to foot the responsibility and the bill. If their wells were to dry up, no matter the reason, the Lost Hills Utilities District would be solely responsible for funding and fixing that issue. This is a deal that they had really no choice but to take, as the alternative would be to accept what is ultimately an 80% decrease and the penalties that would incur to an already tight water budget. The new water budget doesn't fully cover the needs of Lost Hills and continues to put them in a position where they are denying community members and businesses the ability to get a will serve letter. If we're truly seeking both protection and the conservation of our groundwater, then a serious investment must be made in water conservation programs for our community.
So I'm going to go ahead and pass the mic over to Mac to finish off the rest of the presentation. So Mac.
All right, next slide, please. We will try to be quick and concise, and we thank you for your patience and consideration given tech issues and language barriers. But I will try to go through this quickly while also being legible. As our colleagues have already stated, we do take issue with the GSA's assurances that undesirable results will be prevented where it matters for the people of Kern who rely on well water for their essential uses. By board staff's own report, 215 domestic wells are at risk of going dry. We want to specifically flag that out of the 20 GSAs that are charged with managing groundwater sustainably, 6 GSAs claim that supply augmentation alone is sufficient in reaching sustainability. Secondly, we ask GSAs to make it clear how they solicited, considered, and addressed community concerns. Our resident panelists' testimonies show they have been largely excluded from this process for the past 5 years. Lastly, we do not view the minimum threshold triggers laid out in the current GSPs as being sufficiently protective of local drinking water sources, as board staff has already flagged the 3 exceedance HGMA regions does create a difficulty and disproportionate effect. Next slide, please. Groundwater quality is a major concern for Kern residents, as you have heard. It is on the onus of Kern GSAs to address these concerns and indeed achieve lasting trust with disadvantaged Kern communities. Trust, which above all, Kern GSAs should be striving for. We urge Kern GSAs to account for this. One such way to do so is in the case of exceedances of MTs for groundwater quality. There must be a clear timeline and action plan for informing and aiding well users affected by this exceedance. We are encouraged by the progress that has been made and by the clairvoyance that GSAs have provided, but much more work is needed to be done. Next slide, please. We want to ground today's hearings in the real and immediate impacts these proceedings will result in. As laid out on this slide, it is obvious that recharge projects have direct effects on groundwater quality. We ask, is water quality monitoring, particularly of recharge sites, sufficiently protective of small community and disadvantaged community water supplies? We see that the board has made a public and alternative draft resolution, which if approved, would result in a continuation of these proceedings. We state clearly that both Kern residents and advocates want you to move the Kern subbasin into probation. More time cannot elapse with real people's access to clean and safe drinking water at risk. Next slide, please. In conclusion, I will pass it to Jesus and Angela, and they will pass it back to me for our last thoughts. I think technical difficulties. I can cover this. This is a collection of our thoughts, but I will read it out. As it stands now, Kern's groundwater management will undoubtedly result in considerable impacts to communities that depend on domestic wells for all essential uses of clean, safe drinking water. Their needs are our foremost concern. The Kern subbasin has had 5 years to achieve sustainability under SGMA. To best protect the beneficial uses and users of groundwater in the Kern subbasin, the subbasin must be moved into probation. As we have stated before, if the board is considering adopting the alternative resolution as a continuation of this hearing and its proceedings, then the residents living in Kern and the advocates uplifting those voices ask you to ensure definitive requirements and accountability for this process. Thank you. Next slide. We appreciate your time. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mac. Thank you, Ms. Islas, and thank you, Mr. Alonso, and importantly, the community members that were able to provide here their testimony and their words. It's much appreciated. Community voices and others within the basin that are impacted here are really critical to us making our decisions. And I know, as we know, as we've conducted hearings here at the board, that it is difficult, requires more resources oftentimes to ensure that community voices are part of our deliberations and discussions here. So first, again, and foremost, really appreciate the organization that went into place, that it took to be able to get community voices part of this discussion today, and heard the continuing concerns around the groundwater sustainability plans, but importantly, around the coordination engagement with communities. Actually, don't mean to have too much having to call folks back up, but wondering if Mr. Jurasik or folks from the GSA mind kind of coming up and responding a bit as far as what is in place insofar as best practices for the GSAs when it comes to engagement. Here, I'm thinking particularly around the need for virtual participation. As we've seen here with so many of our proceedings, it is hard to get folks all in one place. And so to the extent that virtual participation is standardized and provided in the GSA meetings, and also materials are translated, just wanting to understand if amongst the GSAs you've developed best practices, and at this point kind of holding a standard when it comes to having virtual participation and having translated materials.
Ron, yeah, thank you. I think I missed the first part, but I understand that. Again, Derek Jurasik, chair of the Subbasin. I would say I was a bit disappointed in hearing that as a member of the community that we have missed, right? And there is that concern from the community. So I will reaffirm that we work together to work with them, to get them to the dais to talk with us, and we continue this going forward. So we think, and you'll hear from a lot of community service districts of the positivity that we've done. So if there is a group that we're missing or a subset of that, we will address it immediately.
I really appreciate that, Mr. Jurasik.
Yep.
And to the sort of question for me is insofar as if amongst the GSAs, you all kind of have a best practices document at this point that is kind of guiding and making sure there's a floor basically to participation. Does something like that exist? Would it be helpful so that folks can clearly and lay out and articulate the standards that the GSAs are abiding by when it comes to community engagement?
For sure. I know that during our community panels and open sessions that we had, they were the continuity of those panels were all the same, the areas. And, from an active member in that, I think the turnout was low and we were frustrated about the lack of turnout. So if there's something that we can get feedback from them of, okay, how do we improve that? We did have virtual connections. Sometimes rural communities are a little bit difficult. I know technology continues to get better, so we will work on that as well.
Really appreciate that. Thank you for being responsive. Again, after hearing those concerns, wanted to make sure we had a bit of a back and forth or dialogue.
And I think it's 100% coming from our base and to make sure we address that too.
Thank you, Mr. Rosset. I think we have additional commenter.
Pardon my interruption. I am hearing from our residents that they are not receiving a translation for the Spanish channel. I think there might be some technical difficulties.
Thank you for that, Mac. I'm looking to our clerk and our folks here on the team to make sure that translations are happening for you there in the room, or that we get to address the technical issue. So thank you, Mac.
May we address it just one more moment?
Of course,
Christina?
yes.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to reiterate that we do have a sub-basin-wide stakeholder community and engagement plan. And as part of that plan process, we did hold 3 stakeholder workshops throughout the basin in person, as well as 1 virtual option. And at all 3 workshops, we had in-person live translation as well as on the virtual option. But as Derek said, we broadcast and advertise these very widely, direct mailers. We posted it in lots of community places. We had the community centers themselves post out on their social media to try to get that engagement and do as much direct outreach as we could as we were developing the plan on a sub-basin level. And then GSAs specifically do have, as part of their GSA meetings, local virtual options. And we have tabulated those. And I know that's a continued considered option that GSAs are continuing to expand to allow those meetings to be more accessible to the public.
Appreciate all that. Thank you. Appreciate the response and responsiveness here. And again, really appreciate community members bringing their concerns and hear the coordination that went on. Looking to fellow board colleagues if they have anything they want to comment or any questions here for our community panel. Okay, hearing none, we will now go on to what I understand is a tranche of further community member speakers, and I believe they're both Shafter and Buttonwillow commenters, and so would like to invite those folks virtually to come up and comment now.
Hola, este es Ángela. Nomás quise confirmar, ¿este va a ser el periodo para comentario público?
It is. Thank you.
Ok, perfecto. Permítame un segundo.
Of course, thank you.
Thank the board and everyone here for your patience and accommodation, genuinely.
Ok, gracias. Voy a dejar el primer comentario empezar.
Sí, soy José Leiva de Chapter y estoy de acuerdo con lo que dijo Anabel, que es una agua más limpia para Chapter, y estoy de acuerdo y ya se acabó el tiempo.
Mi nombre es Luis, residente de la ciudad de Shafter. Estoy muy de acuerdo con los comentarios aquí de mis compañeros. de Baranguilo, de Shafter, representando el sistema del agua. Creo que el tiempo se ha terminado que se les ha dado para este programa y queremos una solución pronta. Queremos agua limpia, no contaminada. Y gracias.
Buenas tardes, soy miembro de la comunidad de Baranguelo. Mi comentario es que pedimos al panel a no retrasar la decisión más allá del día de hoy, ya que posponerla solo empeoraría los desafíos que enfrentamos.
Sí, buenas tardes, residente de Shafter. Tenemos más de 250 firmas de personas de la comunidad que están en contra de lo que se está trabajando aquí, de que estamos cansados de que se nos vea mal, porque hasta nos quitan días de agua para regar nuestras plantas, nos aumentan el bill del agua y siempre nos tienen marginados. En cambio, las industrias siempre ganan más que nosotros. ¿Por qué? Porque pagan dinero por contaminar, por gastar agua, por todo lo que le pueden pagar al gobierno para que los deje hacer lo que quieren hacer. Basta ya, basta de que nos tengan el pie en el cuello. Gracias.
Ok, yo creo que esos son... Tenemos un comentario en inglés. So voy a cambiar el canal a inglés. Perdón.
Thank you.
Thank you. Here's the last comment for English.
Resident of Shafter, and I am in agreement with the previous comments. Yes, thank you very much for your time.
That's all on our end.
Thank you very much, Ms. Islas. And again, thank you to everyone in the room who has been providing here comment and contribution here to the board's discussion and decision. I know these issues aren't easy, and ultimately, it is only by considering all voices that we can actually come to some better understanding and be able to move forward together. And so certainly the voices are heard here, and I appreciate Mr. Urasic explaining how there is a commitment to ensuring community engagement, and importantly, it's going to be an issue that we will continue to hear to be helpful toward ultimately. And again, I know the work to connect to, especially an area so large, all communities in this decision-making space isn't easy, but it makes us all better decision makers amongst it. So again, just really appreciate everyone's voices in the room that we're able to contribute and understand, the concerns and the other challenges really facing folks right now amongst the really important topic we have before us now. So just thank you. All right, I'll begin to get into our other general commenters here. Again, we have set aside about an hour here for general comments. I'll note, I'm seeing I have probably, about 20 commenters or so, maybe a bit more ultimately, that we'll try to get through, and we may get through those sooner than not. At that moment, we'll have a kind of moment to check in with folks that are still part of the other panels, to just see if we're ready necessarily for a decision point, or if folks want to make sure they provide further information to the board. So getting to our general commenters here then, would first like to call up Bob Gore, who will be followed by Tien Tran, and then Alex Beering. Mr. Gore, good afternoon.
Good afternoon to all of you. I'm Bob Gore from the Gualco Group. And briefly, and first, I'll commit to helping the GSAs connect with CV salts. I'm on the executive committee, and I've been engaged since 2008 in that effort. And we have a relatively imperfect but sophisticated community outreach effort that's ongoing. And I think Nicole Bell and some others down there might be able to assist. I'm here on behalf of the Shafter-Wasco Irrigation District. And I will note some words of wisdom from former Governor Jerry Brown, who was very much hands-on in originating Sigma. And some of you may have been there at the 10th anniversary at DWR when he said of Sigma, we didn't get the perfect, we got the possible. So in that spirit, we'd obviously strongly support a continuance. And I would add, for my own bank of ill-gotten knowledge, 4 words of surety. The first is substantial compliance. That's in the statute, and I believe that applies in this case. The second 2 words are corrective action, which is what DWR is authorized to take on any revised, renewed, changed plan. So whatever emerges from this session, I'm sure our friend Deputy Director Gosselin and others will scrutinize it. And finally, to close on the spirit of getting going, I'd like to praise, as a former state employee, the son of one, the spouse of another, and the father of another, Natalie Stork, who's awesome. She's really helped out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gore. Really appreciate those comments and the acknowledgement of Natalie and the entire team's incredible work here amongst, I know, a lot of great work amongst the GSAs as well. It's been a collective effort, so I appreciate that, Mr. Gore. Next, I'd like to call up Tien Tran, be followed by Alex Beering, then Todd Snyder, and then we have speak if necessary, but Dan Partel.
And Chair Esquivel, I am not seeing Tien on the Zoom platform unless she is with one of the Community Water Center folks.
Thank you, Mr. Lawfer. And Ms. Tran, if you come back on, if you pop onto the platform, please do just raise your hand and we can circle back to you. Next, then we have Alex Beering, we followed by Todd Snyder, then Dan Bartel.
Good afternoon, Alex Beering, California Farm Bureau. I brought my water with me, and I apologize if I cough because I'm getting over bronchitis, but I'm not contagious. I just want everyone to know. I'll be brief. I mean, there's really no way for me to compete with the presentations that were made earlier, which I thought were fantastic. But I think, like a lot of others, are requesting that the board adopt the continuation resolution and consider the need for probation on September 17th. From the start, I would say that many of us in the water community felt like the Kern Subbasin could be an especially vexing case under Sigma because of the complexity in the basin. You've got imported state supplies, imported federal supplies, you've got other surface supplies, a huge capacity for doing recharge and banking and storage, which happens on a large scale there as well. So I think we also acknowledge that when DWR referred the basin to the water board, it kind of made sense, right? But over the past 10 months or so, it's really been incredible to see how so many of the basin's GSAs, groundwater users, and communities have made incredible progress in working with board staff and developing actions to address the deficiencies identified in the revised and amended GSPs. And I will echo what Bob had said about the staff work on this has been phenomenal, Natalie and others in particular. And so just wanted to recognize and thank staff for that leading up to today. We support comments by Kern County Farm Bureau and others who have noted that placing the subbasin in probation today could easily derail the momentum towards an implementable, enforceable, and ultimately successful plan to achieve sustainability. If groundwater users are going to pay fees, meter their wells, and report their water use, those actions have the highest value in support of and driven by local management, not state management. But we also understand that the board has a real responsibility to ensure that all identified deficiencies are addressed before releasing the basin from probationary purgatory. Any appearance that the board is letting basins off the hook feeds critics in public, the legislature, and elsewhere who are all too ready to declare Sigma broken and in need of an overhaul. I deal a lot in the legislature, and I hear that a lot. So we know that you need to proceed with this and not just do what was done in Kauai and others, because there's still concerns that you have outstanding that need to be addressed. Opening up Sigma and overhauling it and giving more ammunition to folks who would seek to do that is like a pretty dangerous thing at this point. So we don't want to see that. And then I'll just end with, last month I heard from many in the basin who are also in this room today who were feeling a little dejected and disappointed about the fact that this hearing was going to continue taking place and it wasn't going to be postponed. And I was really concerned as well that there was going to be some potential ripple effect for the positive momentum that had been building among folks in the basin and at the water board, and that collaborative work together for a better outcome. But it doesn't seem like that's happening, which is good. But I would just say that a vote for probation today increases that risk. So instead, we support giving locals and board staff the time and space to resolve the few outstanding issues over the next several months before a final decision is made. So thank you again, and that's all.
Thank you, Ms. Beering. Appreciate that. Next, I'd like to call up Todd Snyder, be followed by Dan Bartel, Trent Taylor, and then Carmen Garza.
Yes, thank you very much. Checking to see if I'm
apologies, Mr. Snyder. You are unmuted, but we can't hear you. So should be invited to unmute again here because now you are muted. But you might want to check your microphone.
Let's try.
Next
How
to the
about
mute
now?
button. No, still don't hear you, unfortunately. Next to the mute button, there's a small like caret. If you click on that, there should be a menu and should show you all your microphones. Just try to select a different microphone maybe, and we'll see if we can hear you at that point. Like it looks like a little up arrow next to the mute button.
Yeah.
Oh, now you're muted. We'll invite you to unmute again. And then let's see if.
Let's try now.
Nope, still not, unfortunately.
All right, well, let's circle back to me. Maybe
I
something
was
going
going to
in
ask
between
if
me.
the AV room can check, because we do see the microphone indicating that it's picking something up. So I'm wondering if we're on the wrong audio feed. Mr. Snyder, did you have the translation services going? Depending on your Zoom, it looks like a little globe in the bottom where you can check and switch to an alternate language feed. Can you make sure you've selected English there?
I did select English earlier.
There we go.
There we are.
We've got you.
Oh.
Got you now.
Perfect.
Mr. Snyder, thank you. Thanks for bearing with us through technical work.
No problem. I'm glad we were able to get it handled. Once again, my name is Todd Snyder. I'm coming to you today as a Farm Bureau board member, a farmer, and a crop insurance agency owner who represents hundreds of growers in the valley who are reliant on water to perform their task of growing food and fiber in our Central Valley. Purpose of my conversation and my comments today is to formally request State Water Resources Control Board not declare Kern County Subbasin as probationary, but instead continue the hearing and allow Subbasin groundwater sustainability agencies to continue working with State Board staff on addressing those few lingering deficiencies identified in the final staff report. Kern County Farm Bureau is a member-driven nonprofit organization whose purpose is to represent and advocate for those farmers and ranchers throughout Kern County. For nearly 100 years, in furtherance of this purpose, Kern County Farm Bureau has worked with local, state, federal officials and agencies to protect and preserve agricultural interests in Kern County and throughout California.
Thank you, Mr. Snyder.
Not done yet, just one second.
Oh, okay.
Kern County is one of the top
Sure.
ag producing counties in the entire United States, and that is largely due to the California and Kern County's robust water portfolio. Among its various surface water supplies, farmers and ranchers throughout California rely on the subbasin's groundwater supplies as well. A probationary determination would trigger metering, reporting, and the payment of fees above and beyond any of those already set by the local GSAs and or public agencies. This will divert time, energy, effort, and money away from the subbasin's work to address and resolve those identified deficiencies and achieve SGMA's long-term sustainability goal. Instead, the state board should continue the productive work that's already occurred between the GSAs and state board staff, ultimately promoting SGMA's intent and preference that the state groundwater supplies and resources be managed at the local level. The May 28th GSAs submitted, on May 28th, GSAs submitted a draft amendment to the groundwater sustainability plan to the state board for review. And on December 16th, 2024, the GSAs submitted the adopted final GSPs to the state board. Notably, the final staff report only provided tentative evaluation of the adopted final GSPs. Because the state board's review remains ongoing and the GSAs and state board staff are continuing to address and resolve those limited identified deficiencies, it makes sense to us as a Farm Bureau and to farmers in the valley, that the state board would allow that work to continue uninterrupted and by a probationary determination. To do so otherwise would unnecessarily and adversely affect local farmers and ranchers. Thank you for the time to present these comments, and we appreciate your careful consideration at this dire step for Valley farmers.
Thank you. Appreciate your time as well, Mr. Snyder, and sorry for interrupting you halfway through there.
That's okay. No problem.
Much appreciated. Thanks for your contributions here. Next, I'd like to go back, and I believe Tien Tran is now on the platform, so I would like to call up Tien Tran, be followed then by Dan Bartel, Trent Taylor, and then Carmen Garza. Ms. Tran, good to see you.
Hi, can everyone hear me?
We can, thank you.
Great. Good afternoon, State Water Board Chair and members. Really appreciate you having the public comment a little earlier, but just wanted to share that, Community Water Center, we don't necessarily work in the Kern Subbasin area, but we have a lot of connections. We have a lot of partners in the Kern Basin, and so we wanted to just provide a quick public comment for you today. I think in December of last year, we submitted a comment letter outlining our concerns about the Kern plan and also really highlighting the drinking water issues and the lack of community engagement and participation, and also some concerns about how they define small water systems within their mitigation plan. We received a response earlier this month, and going through the response, it's not clear to me whether the plan actually fully addresses all our concerns. With that said, I do want to say that would like to urge the board to put the Kern Basin in probation. I do think that extending it and the timeline to 6 more months is not going to necessarily bring the improvement and progress that everyone has been talking about today. In 6 months, we'll be at the end of August, and everyone knows what the summer is like in the San Joaquin Valley, and we're unfortunately bracing ourselves for what is potentially going to be another, we still don't know, if there's going to be another flood, if there's going to be another drought year, and so I just really want to emphasize that even though there has been progress on paper, there needs to be progress on the ground, because drinking water communities do not have time to still be dealing with these drinking water contamination issues and dry wells. So I'd just like to repeat again, Community Water Center urges the board to put the Kern Basin in probation and really listen to the concerns of the people on the panel. Also, there's a lot of folks that couldn't come today, and really recognize that as a state water board, it is your job to implement the human right to water, and delaying things by 6 months is not going to help with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tran. Appreciate those comments. Vice Chair has a question for you.
Ms. Tran, are you still there? Just looking for you. There we go. Hi. I just have a request of you. So I thought of this when Mr. Gore, I don't know if you heard, but when Mr. Gore, who is on the CV Salts Management Committee, offered his assistance with respect to improved community engagement, it just struck me that further north, there's been so much that's been done because of the management zones. And so just asking that regardless of the outcome today, if Community Water Center maybe could work with the management zones and obviously the community in the Kern Basin to provide the sub-basin with some suggestions as to how to do improved outreach. I just know that there were a lot of missteps early on getting flyers out and, maybe missing opportunities like going to churches or local grocery stores that community members frequent more often than where the initial outreach was occurring, on the management zone. So I think that a lot can be learned by some of the more successful efforts that have already been underway with respect to the management zones and other components and subbasins.
Yes, we don't work in Kern, but we can share our best practices within community outreach and engagement and making sure that there is a clear understanding that outreach is not just a one-time thing. It really is building out the relationship with community residents and thinking through what is the next step beyond bottled water. We want to make sure that the long-term solutions are community-driven, but I won't take up more of your time. Really appreciate you hosting this hearing today.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Really appreciate that, Ms. Tran, and thank you, Vice Chair. Really appreciate the exchange. All right. Next, like to call up Dan Bartel, be followed by Trent Taylor, then Carmen Garza, and then Loretta Johnson. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bartel. And then next was Taylor, I think also from Rosedale, Rio Bravo, likewise. Okay, thank you both. Appreciate your attendance here. Next, I'd like to call up Carmen Garza, be followed by Loretta Johnson, and then Richard Garcia. Looks like we have Ms. Garza's comment by video. We'll give a moment for folks to be able to get it up. Looks like the audio wasn't necessarily coming through. So one moment. Appreciate everyone's patience.
Chair Esquivel, since it's video testimony, we could go ahead and figure out this issue during a break and
it sounds good to me.
Listen to it when it resumes.
Yeah, let's go ahead and we'll go on to our next in-person commenter, which I believe is Loretta Johnson.
Good afternoon. My name is Loretta Johnson, and I'm a third-year law student at UC Davis and also a member of the UC Davis Small Farmers Water Justice Clinic. That clinic was formed this academic year to assist small farmers across California with SGMA and their groundwater use. Small farmers are often socially disadvantaged, and they typically rely on shallower and older irrigation wells, and also frequently lack the means to drill deeper if their wells run dry. Considering these circumstances, the clinic joined academics from UC Agricultural and Natural Resources in submitting a public comment letter to the board on February 13th, detailing recommendations for considering small farmers in the board's probationary process. Small farmers have often been left out of stakeholder outreach and SGMA engagement. This is reflected in findings from a 2022 study titled Underrepresented Farmers in SGMA, which showed that many small farmers still do not know about SGMA or how SGMA implementation may impact their small-scale farm production. Further, SGMA includes agricultural users as a category of beneficial users, but it doesn't provide any categories based on things such as acreage, crop type, resource capacity, or groundwater use, which are categories that could be beneficial to these small farmers. So this leaves small farmers vulnerable to regulatory and enforcement decisions that affect all agricultural users without accounting for their unique positions. Turning to the specifics of the Kern Subbasin, the UC Davis Small Farmer Clinic has reviewed the probationary designation of the Kern Subbasin and shares the Water Board staff's concerns regarding overdrafting, subsidence, and contamination. The clinic urges the board to consider the following recommendations to assist small farmers as part of its deliberation. We understand that there are fewer small farmers in the Kern subbasin compared to some subbasins further to the north, but we want to make it clear that this is still a class that is very much present. And so we therefore submit the following recommendations. First, we request the board revisit the probationary fee structure set in 2024 and create a fee exemption or reduction for small farmers. De minimis domestic pumpers are already exempt from probationary reporting and extraction fees, and so we urge the board to consider creating a de minimis pumper class for small farmers. Small and socially disadvantaged farmers often incorporate efficient irrigation practices and have minimal impact on subbasin overdraft. An ongoing study at UC A&R has found that such farmers growing diversified specialty produce often utilize less groundwater than other groundwater-intensive crops, sometimes using as little as 2 acre-feet per acre per year. A fee exemption is equitable, given the low impact small farmers have on groundwater levels and the disproportionate burden the probationary status fees would have on them. While we understand the requirement to recover costs through fees, the $300 flat well fee, $200 per acre foot pumped fee, and late reporting fee are onerous for small farmers with more limited financial resources. We also request the board require the Kern GSAs to include targeted small-scale farmer identification and outreach in their stakeholder and engagement plan to identify, engage, and educate small farmers on GSP implementation and GSA management decisions. Increased outreach would help to address the disparities in outreach and involvement of small and underrepresented farmers and lead to more equitable GSPs moving forward. Small farmers are essential to California's resilient food system. Please consider their unique needs throughout the SGMA implementation process. The Small Farmer Clinic and UC A&R are available and willing to assist the Water Board in doing so. Thank you for your consideration, and thank you for the opportunity to provide public comment.
And thank you for those comments, Ms. Johnson, and the ongoing work of you in the clinic. I agree that small farmers here need to be paid attention to. They're at a different scale and a different operating level, and ultimately, to your point, impact as well. So comments all well taken, and really appreciate the great work of the clinic. So thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Richard Garcia, be followed by Amit Dinsta.
Good afternoon, Chairman Esquivel and Governing Board. My name is Richard Garcia. I'm the chairman of the Buttonwillow County Water District. I've lived in the community of Buttonwillow since 1972, and I came here out of college to teach science in the Buttonwillow Junior High. I've previously commented in prior hearings, or the hearing here in Bakersfield, and I also met with you all on the field tours in the areas of concern. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the participants this morning. It was the presentations were very informative, and everybody did their due diligence, and I personally learned a lot. So thank you for that, and thank you for having it in Spanish, English, and Punjabi. But the Buttonwillow County Water District, we're a very small district, 3 wells. We have no employees, just a contract office management and a contract operator that run the system. We're within the bounds of the Buena Vista Water Storage District. And on behalf of our board, we'd like to extend our appreciation to the Buena Vista Water Storage District for including us in their groundwater sustainability plan. You know, through the whole process, we weren't charged for any of the fees, any of the consultants, and nor are we ever charged on the fees. So us being a poorer district, we do appreciate that. As a district, though, we do have concerns about the possibility of this going into probation. Our concerns are loss of jobs, increased rates to our customers, and like I said, you know, our customers aren't rich people. And if we had to increase fees, it would be something that would be detrimental to them. And then again, we could lose some of our local businesses. So looking at the path forward, please use your complete discretion and consider the effects on the community when you're making your decision on going into probation. Please consider the impacts to a small water district like ours in a severely disadvantaged community. And basically, thank you for your time. And again, vote no on probation. Thank you.
Thank you for your time as well, Mr. Garcia. It's good to see you and really appreciate your comments here and participation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call up Harmeet Dinsa.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Harmeet Dinsa. I am a farmer from Bakersfield, California. I'd like to start by reading a letter from my uncle who cannot be here today as he's in India. Dear board members, my name is Parmjit Dosanjh. I graduated from UC Davis in 1980, majoring in agriculture. After graduating from UC Davis, I started my career with Tahone Ranch in Kern County. I'm a Punjabi American and a family farmer farming in the southern part of Kern County, growing almonds, pistachios, table grapes, and raisin grapes, along with citrus for the last 43 years. Our family-owned farm has land in Arvin Edison, Kern Delta, Wheeler Ridge, and Maricopa water districts. I fully support the Kern Subbasin 2024 plan. I never had a groundwater concern in these districts, as all are located south of the Kern River. Kern Delta has been irrigating with Kern River water since the late 1800s. The local farmers farmed Arvin Edison and Wheeler Ridge, Maricopa to bring imported water to areas due to declining water levels in the late 60s and 1970s. It worked very well. I strongly believe that water districts can continue to manage our groundwater resources effectively. All water districts from board members as policy makers, members, management, and their staff have done a tremendous job stabilizing groundwater levels for more than 60 years. When SGMA was introduced, I witnessed firsthand through meetings how these districts proactively addressed new regulations and took immediate action. Many new projects and policies have already been implemented to comply with new laws. They have successfully adapted before they will do so again. Since SGMA was enacted, I observed that all water districts are strongly cooperating with each other. This collaboration is the best outcome that SGMA can foster with the water districts and growers and will yield significant long-term benefits. I'm confident that local water districts working together will once again address the challenges posed by SGMA. I respectfully ask state board members to grant additional time to state board and Kern Subbasin to continue their efforts in resolving the few remaining concerns. We, the farmers, request the board continue the resolution option and not place on probation on today's date. Best regards, Parmjit Dosanjh. That was on my uncle's behalf. I'd like to speak on my behalf as well. As mentioned, I am a farmer from Bakersfield, small farmer, don't live in Beverly Hills, don't have billions of dollars. It's a complex issue. We understand it. Growing food is complex as well. It's something that we've had to adjust with labor, with water, with climate. It's something that we continue to adjust and adapt to, but we do it pretty dang well. Our water managers are doing their job. We all feel they're doing a pretty damn good job at that as well. So again, we ask that you guys continue and do not place us on probation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Dinsa. Appreciate you reading your uncle's comments here and yours as well. Really appreciate your contributions here. Yes.
Can I submit this?
Yes. Yeah, you can go ahead and hand it to the board clerk. Yeah, thank you. All right, our next commenter here will be Tony Hogg, be followed by Margarita Gordis.
So Chair Escobar, we've given Tony Hogg. Oh, there we go. Let's see if we can get him unmuted.
Oh, Mr. Hogg, apologies. You're still muted. You shouldn't be. You've been invited. There you are.
Okay, can you hear me now?
We can. Good afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, board members. Thanks for listening. My name is Tony Hogg, and I live in a rural area west of Bakersfield in the Rosedale GSA. And at a previous workshop, the board noted that, quote, hundreds of wells could go dry, end quote. And one of those wells serves my family and 3 other families west of Bakersfield. And in 2016, our well did go dry. And fortunately, our local water agencies responded very quickly. The day after our well went dry in 2016, They were at our door with temporary water supplies. A month later, they reviewed our claim and provided a substantial offer to help replace our well. And for a government agency to react so swiftly to us speaks volumes about how well they're managing the basin and caring for the beneficial users that are within it. Given our experience, it doesn't seem logical for the state to come in, charge fees, and suggest that they can do it better. Our GSA has been mitigating wells back as early as 2010. And I also spoke with the local GSA about the number of well issues that they've received or that they've resolved. And they reported that they had helped repair or replace 50 wells over the past 14 years. And after the initial surge of dry wells, the number of claims had slowed down significantly. In fact, they've only received 3 claims in the last 7 years, indicating that many of the older shallow wells have already been addressed. I also reviewed the DWR dry well database, which shows an average of 3.5 dry wells per year across the entire Kern Subbasin. So this kind of suggests that the issue here is not as severe as it may be in other basins. Additionally, it's likely that the wells age out and they fail before they go dry. So in summary, the issue of domestic wells going dry in this subbasin has not been significant. Local agencies are already effectively managing it and have plans to expand their successful well mitigation programs. So why should the state intervene and impose fees and try to take over for what is already being done effectively? So our GSA is serious about sustainable groundwater management, and I recommend that the board not put the subbasin in probation and approve the new GSP. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you for yours, Mr. Hoag. Appreciate your comments here and contributing to today's discussion. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Margarita Gordas, be followed by Annette Tenenbaugh, and then Natalia Ospina, apologies. And looking at the platform, Ms. Gordas may not be on there. If you are hearing us through one of the other live streams and aren't on the Zoom platform or having challenges, Ms. Gordas, please do just email the clerk of the board, board.clerk@waterboards.ca.gov, and she can help you. Next then, I believe, and here I should also check my list on who's on the platform, but I believe we'll have Annette Tenenbaugh.
And there we go, Chair Esquivel.
Yes, can you hear me?
We can, thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon to the board. My name is Annette Tenenbaugh, Senior Environmental Scientist Specialist and Regional Water Rights and SGMA Coordinator. I apologize, we've had some technical difficulties this morning in coordinating, so but thank you for this opportunity to provide public comments regarding the Kern Subbasin Groundwater Sustainability Plan. And I'm reading prepared comments for the region. The department's central region oversees 12 counties, including Kern County, and as a public trust agency manages several wetlands and wildlife areas across our jurisdiction. We work closely with other public and private entities to manage these areas for the benefit of fish and wildlife and other public trust resources. The public trust resources that we manage rely not only on surface water from deliveries and rain events, but also on contributions from groundwater pumping. It has come to our attention that some of the potential GSA fees, some of the potential GSA fee scheduling for groundwater pumping in the basin may result in discouraging entities with federal conservation easements and state management agreements from applying groundwater to wetlands, thus negatively impacting these public trust resources. The state of California has long recognized the importance of wetlands as a public trust resource and the use of regulatory actions to encourage their preservation and enhancement. The executive order W5993 and Assembly Bill number 2875 declare it the policy of the state to ensure no net loss and long-term gain in the quality, quantity, and permanence of wetland acreages and values in California. It is the policy of the Fish and Game Commission to seek and provide protection, preservation, restoration, enhancement, and expansion of wetland habitat in California as well. In order to comply with the intent of these above orders and policies, the department recommends the board promote a Sigma fee structure that does not discourage public and private entities from cooperating with the department and other federal, state, and private entities. We recommend the use of pumping fees that encourage the beneficial use of groundwater for the management of wetlands and wildlife areas. In addition, the department recommends updating the Kern County Subbasin hydrogeologic conceptual model by utilizing the DWR airborne electromagnetic or AEM survey data. We look forward to working with the board regarding the protection of public trust resources in the Kern Subbasin, and we thank you for your time.
Thank you as well, Ms. Tenenbaugh. I appreciate the comments here from the department and the good work I know that's going on with our sister agency and coordinating and collaborating on all this. So thank you. Next,
Thank you.
I'd like to call up Natalia Ospina, be followed by Natalie Escobedo Garcia, and then John Yarborough. I'll note I'm seeing about 10 commenters left here. What I'm going to go ahead and do is try to get through all the individual commenters. We'll take a break at that moment, and we'll we have about 6 panels that we're looking to still speak, and wanted maybe just have an opportunity for folks to have a discussion and see if they still wish to have their full presentation or maybe an abbreviated one. But just wanted to scope that out for folks for planning purposes. So we'll continue on here and again finish off our individual commenters. So next, as I said, Natalia Ospina, be followed by Natalie Escobedo Garcia, and then John Yarborough.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, thank you.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon, board. My name is Natalia Ospina, and I'm here as the legal director for the Center on Race, Poverty, and the Environment based in Kern County. We work with communities across Kern and Tulare counties to advance environmental justice and support them in building sustainable, just, and thriving communities. We're not at odds with many of the goals described by other speakers today. The residents we work with want economic opportunities and stability. They want safe, reliable, and affordable access to drinking water, and they want the county to be a thriving place to live, work, play, and pray for everyone well into the future. In order to secure that future, we need to prioritize sustainable groundwater management and not sacrifice those goals for short-term economic gains that aren't distributed equitably across the county. For this reason, I urge the board to place the subbasin on probation, given the deficiencies still remaining in the 2024 final groundwater sustainability plans. Communities of color and low-income communities in the San Joaquin Valley, including Kern County, are the hardest hit by groundwater scarcity, and they must be prioritized in the implementation of SGMA. Their perspectives and their lived experience must also be incorporated into planning efforts through meaningful community engagement and also engagement with small water systems. We're deeply concerned about the impact of unmitigated critical groundwater overdraft and what that will do to our communities, including the impacts on drinking water wells going dry or becoming contaminated, or the risk of subsidence damaging local infrastructure and exacerbating flooding. These impacts will disproportionately harm communities of color and low-income communities relying on shallow wells, and where infrastructure damage will exacerbate existing disinvestment. While there's been significant progress on the GSPs, major deficiencies remain. The final GSP, unfortunately, does not yet go far enough to prevent harms and provide a path forward for sustainable groundwater use for everyone in the county. An adequate GSP must include strong monitoring networks, including monitoring of shallow wells, minimum thresholds that protect local drinking water sources, and a comprehensive climate change analysis. The plan must also prioritize concrete and well-funded demand management strategies and mitigation measures that address impacts of dry and contaminated wells on drinking water. Finally, currently the final GSP doesn't go far enough in these areas. Given the urgent need to protect drinking water and local infrastructure, I strongly urge the board to listen to community voices and to not delay this decision further. The GSAs in the Subbasin have had several opportunities to present plans to manage groundwater sustainably and equitably. We do not think it's appropriate to delay implementation while deficiencies are addressed. The probationary period will allow the GSAs to continue to correct deficiencies while providing an appropriate sense of urgency. I truly hope that you take to heart the powerful testimony that you heard today from community members about their day-to-day experiences and the impact that today's decision will have on their lives and on their health. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ospina. Really appreciate your comments here and contributions to this discussion. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Natalie Escobedo Garcia, be followed by John Yarborough, Royce Fast, and then William McKinnon. Yeah, and I believe Ms. Escobedo Garcia may not be on the platform currently. But if you do get on the platform, please do just raise your hand, or we'll see you come on, Ms. Escobedo Garcia, and we can call you up then. Next, I'd like to call up John Yarborough, followed by Royce Fast, and then William McKinnon.
Good afternoon, Chairman Escobedo, members of the board. My name is Chris Martin, and I'll be offering the department's comments on behalf of Mr. Yarborough, who wasn't able to make it this afternoon. If it looks like I'm reading comments, it's because I am reading prepared comments.
Understandable, and thank you.
Again, my name is Chris Martin. I'm an attorney and policy advisor with the State Water Project. We'd like to begin by recognizing the hard work that has gone into development of the Groundwater Sustainability Plan. We know that groundwater sustainability agencies have been tasked with a difficult job that requires them to solve a complex and urgent problem while balancing competing resources. The State Water Project is among the world's largest water management projects, featuring a 705-mile-long network of canals, dams, reservoirs, and hydropower facilities. Pumping plants as well that interconnect to supply water to over 27 million Californians and irrigate 750,000 acres of farmland. The majority of those people and the majority of that acreage are near or downstream of portions of the California aqueduct that are impacted by subsidence. The State Water Project is essential to California. It serves us all, from disadvantaged communities in the Central Valley and throughout the state to the global businesses that call California home. Subsidence affects the State Water Project. As the ground under the aqueduct sinks, the capacity of the aqueduct declines. In fact, its capacity has already declined in some places by as much as 44%. This reduction in capacity has already occurred, and it leads to higher water delivery costs and greater operational risks for the project. As subsidence continues, these impacts will worsen and will expand to include reductions in water deliveries. These impacts are borne by Californians that rely on the SWP for their homes, to grow crops, or to operate their businesses. The increased operational costs that I just spoke of are only one of the economic effects of subsidence, though. Nearly 121 miles of the system, from Kettleman City to the Edmonston pumping plant in Kern County, will require rehabilitation over the next 20 years. Our preliminary estimates indicate that restoring the aqueduct to its original capacity could cost several $1 billion over that time span. We are encouraged to see areas where positive actions are being taken. For example, in November of last year, the West Side District Water Authority, GSA, adopted a moratorium on groundwater extraction within 2.5 miles of the California aqueduct between mileposts 195 and 215. Significant actions like these are necessary to reduce subsidence and its impacts so that the costs to restore the aqueduct do not grow further. In conclusion, addressing subsidence comprehensively requires collaboration between agencies and a multifaceted approach that recognizes that groundwater use occurs not in isolation, but is an interconnected part of the state's complex water supply environment. And that concludes our remarks. Thank you.
Thank you for those remarks, Mr. Martin. Appreciate your comments and contributions here today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, I'd like to call up William McKinnon. I don't believe Roy Fast is on the platform, but Mr. Fast, if you do get on, we can circle back to you. Oh, in person, apologies, Mr. Fast. I think we had you here as virtual. Did you want to speak? Okay, thank you. Please do come up.
Thank you, Chairman Escobar and members of the board. I'd like to really congratulate you for when you came down to Kern County to visit us and see our area and how vast we are. My name is Royce Fast. I come here with two hats on. First hat is I'm a farmer, fourth generation farmer in Kern County. My son's fifth. Been here. I'm also a member of the Kern County Water Agency. I've been in water boards for over 30 years. I started working with what is now Sigma. Before it was Sigma, we were meeting in 210, 211 on realizing we had a problem in Kern County. Kern County thought they solved the problem when they signed up for the State Water Project with its reductions. The problem has resurfaced again. And I just, so we started there, and as you've probably seen, we were pretty disjointed in our cooperation down in Kern County. Since then, we always called it kind of like herding cats. Everybody was trying to do their own thing and worry about their own little area. In the last 2 years, there's been a significant shift. I've never seen the agencies and the water districts work together like they have. I've also seen a shift in the State Water Board in the communication that we have had back and forth between our coordination committee, technical working groups, and your staff. And we have started to make really progress in that area. And I think we're really close. And I would like to just say that I would prefer, hopefully, that you would give us the time in the next 6 months to complete this. Because without working together, we'll never complete this. Because we were given a blank slate, say, come up with a plan. What's the plan? I mean, it's kind of, everybody was just feeling their way. But in the last 2 years, the cooperation has been admirable. Thank you.
Thank you as well, Mr. Fast. Appreciate those comments and agree. Next, I'd like to call up, where am I here? William McKinnon, and then Madonna Lang, we followed by C. Micah Eggleton.
Good afternoon. My name is William McKenna. I'm General Counsel for Water Audit California. We are advocates for the public trust. I'd like to start by expressing my appreciation for the quiet order and civility of these proceedings, and the professionalism and the technical expertise of the preventers. At this late moment, I bring a new factor to you for your consideration this afternoon. Water Audit is a plaintiff in public trust litigation involving the dewatering of a 14-mile reach of the Kern River through Bakersfield. Several of the water districts here today are defendants. Now, admittedly, the litigation primarily concerns surface water diversions, but the subject reach has substantial segments of high groundwater recharge and points of substantial groundwater extraction. Water Audit agrees with the premise that we manage what we measure. There has been inadequate monitoring of the flow or water quality of the Kern River, and no public study to ensure that groundwater extraction is not injuring the public trust. In comparison to what has been reported with other issues, there has been minimal grudging discussion. However, this is not the forum or time in which to resolve these matters. Water Audit has become convinced that the water districts wish to, as was said, to put their heads down and resolve these matters in an expedited process. We are optimistic that we can have the public trust issues and included for and addressed for inclusion in their June 20th response. For that reason, Water Audit supports the option of continuing this matter and allowing the community the opportunity to work this all out. I'd like to conclude to say to everyone, thank you for doing this very difficult and critical work.
Thank you as well, Mr. McKenna. I appreciate those comments and the work that is, I know, ongoing outside of even just this discussion. So just really appreciate that. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up Madonna Lang. Lang, good to see you.
Afternoon. I would like to thank you, the board members and staff, for all the hard work that you've done in helping us attain sustainability. My name is Madonna Lang, and my family has been farming in Kern County since 1906. We are deeply committed to the region and to the long-term sustainability of it. Currently, my family has land in both the semi-tropic and the Kern Delta regions. And I would like to add a side note that I have attended many of the semi-tropic water board meetings. I have seen remote access at them, and I also know that they provide free lunch so that people will attend, like me. As a grower in these districts, our primary goal is to be a trusted partner with the Kern Basin and DWR. Over the years, I've had the privilege of attending multiple meetings, both with the water districts, DWR, and with the State Agricultural Committee, all talking about my concerns and our challenges with water in Kern County. One of the things that's consistently stood out to me throughout these meetings is a trust and collaboration that has developed between the water districts and DWR. Thank you for that. The water district boards have worked tirelessly and thoughtfully with DWR and staff to develop and approve groundwater sustainability plan that reflects the needs of all of our communities and the environment. In speaking with district leaders, I have been inspired by their kind words about the positive and collaborative experience they've had with you, the board, and staff. Kern County recognizes the immense importance of working together with DWR to achieve sustainability by 2040. The water districts have been steadfast partners making significant strides toward the goals that have been set before them. Both the growers and the districts are committed to working hand in hand with you to address the deficiencies noted and to meet the GSA's sustainability plan requirements. With this in mind, I respectfully ask that you grant a continuance to allow us to continue our progress and collaboratively toward the shared goal of sustainability. And by the way, the semi-tropic meetings are the second Wednesday of every month at 12 o'clock noon. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Lang. Appreciate your contributions and participation here and being here in person. Thank you. Next, I'd like to call up C. Micah Eggleton, be followed by Eric Oriana, and then Raul Becerra Jr.
And Chair Escobar, we did have C. Michael Egerton on earlier, but it's appeared to have dropped from the Zoom.
Okay, thank you. Next, then, we'll call up Eric Oriana, be followed by Raul Becerra Jr., and then Gail Dalenhart.
Hi, good afternoon, Chairman and board members. My name is Eric Oriana, and I'm here as a proud resident of Kern County. I grew up in Kern County and I have the privilege of living in Kern County. And I want to really get into the technical discussions around the GSP that's before us, and particularly the mitigation plan. But I struggle to avoid the long-lasting impacts that these decisions will have on our communities. And I think there's a lot of discussion about engaging communities in the process, that there's been outreach, that there's been inclusion in the process. And I'm just not too sure about that. We mentioned some meetings are had at noon, and that's not really an equitable opportunity for members of the community to participate in those meetings. But I'm just really concerned that while we're making decisions about whether or not to put this plan into probation or not, that we are not having the conversations that we've avoided for 100 years, right? The issues of class and race that are under the surface and that we tend to avoid. And so there's not really a place to have those conversations, but to me, they're still there. And so I just wanted to recognize that, and wanted to recognize that for often and for too long, enterprise businesses have been, dominated by a group of folks and who have been able to hold on to those properties and businesses for generations. We've heard of folks who been farming for generations, but I don't see those opportunities really for a lot of the Hispanic or Latino communities that live in Kern County. We see them having to work for these businesses, and we see them having to live with the fears of being deported, or live with the fears of making ends meet with menial incomes that the agricultural business provides, right? So we're often told that the benefits that they provide to our communities are so great, but sometimes I struggle to see those benefits materialize for the communities that live here in Kern County. In addition to that, I'll dig into some of the technical issues related to the plan here, which is that the mitigation plan that the current GSA is proposing has done a good job. They've included domestic wells as a priority in addressing the problems that they caused, right? Addressing the well failures that they cause, and there's some money there in terms of water quality sampling, but there's not too much really in terms of water quality solutions that, as we know, groundwater management decisions, depletion of groundwater can have significant impacts on the water quality of communities. So that's good. They've done a good job there, and I can't take anything away from them there. But where they have failed is that they've only provided a $50,000 grant to and technical assistance to a limited number of water systems in Kern County that will be impacted by the groundwater management decisions that the current GSAs will be making. And I've had discussions, Kate Palace with Actera has been doing a great job in having those discussions, facilitating those discussions. But the GSA as a whole has failed to commit to funding more than the technical assistance for impacts that they will cause. And that's a complete failure of this plan. Right now, we know that in Kern County, there's about 100 failing and at-risk systems, and not all these systems fall within the purview of the GSA, but a number of them do. And so we have to recognize the dire situation that water systems find themselves in. And just providing technical assistance is not enough. I've heard in these discussions that we've had that they are looking for the funding source for construction of system improvements, that they are looking to the SAFER program, that they're looking to the state to fund these programs. And that's not okay, because we know that the state is having a hard time funding all of the drinking water needs that California has. And for the GSA to look and say, well, there's funding at the state, we're going to cause those problems, but we'll only pay for TA, which can be a very minuscule percentage of the total impact or total cost to address solutions. That is completely unacceptable. And that's a failure of this plan. And I just want to say that delaying the implementation of this, the probation status of this plan another 6 months is a failure. It is a failure to recognize that what's at stake here for these communities. The GSA was referred to the State Water Board nearly 2 years ago, and we still want to give them more time. It's just not, the state is too lenient on local folks. The state is allowing them and has allowed them to, for too long, create impacts to communities, reap the benefits, and not have to be accountable to the problems that they've caused. I'm asking you to please refer this plan to probation today and not wait another 6 months, because they've had 2 years to solve the solutions and they haven't. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Oriana. Appreciate your comments here. Next, I'd like to call up Raul Barraza, and then Gail Delenhart, and then Jennifer Clary.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel. My name is Raul Barraza Jr. I'm going to be making this presentation as a Kern County resident, long time, born and raised. Grew up specifically in the city of Wasco, also known as the Rose Nation capital, or the capital of the, of the roses. When I think of roses, I think of my mom. She worked in the roses for a little bit over a decade and then went into the almonds. And my father, who worked in the almonds 42 years, they get to retire this year. They were able to provide for 4 kids, get them through college, because we saw the sacrifices that they made to come to this beautiful country that gives us the opportunity to be able to speak in a public forum like this and be able to solve these issues that we've been having. Kern County is the largest basin and the most diverse hydrogeologically. And so that needs to be taken into consideration when we have all of these comments taking place. It's been an amazing crash course in the water world for me, coming in and working with all of these super smart people behind me, and having built friendships over the years. I'm not gonna say I didn't take boxing gloves to a couple of these meetings before, but we've obviously made peace and understand the impacts that this can cause to our community. I am the general manager for the Arvin Community Services District, and I spend a lot of time on in the community. Wore my boots today. These boots were meant for walking, and they walk all over Arvin talking to all of the residents there. And so I believe that no one has a better understanding or understands the pulse of the community like us public servants. We have a big responsibility on our shoulders, and we work in a glass house, and provide as much transparency as needed to get the ideas across to our communities to understand the work that's taking place in the background. And I just like to thank everybody in the Kern Subbasin who's been working together to get this plan approved. I believe that in good faith, the state staff should continue working with Kern Subbasin staff to allow us the opportunity to give you the plan that you think that we can implement and make a difference within our basin. It's not perfect, and we would continue working on those imperfections, but it takes the entire community of Kern County to work together to make this happen. So on behalf of my parents and all of my family members that work in agriculture, let's be careful with how we affect the economics of not only the sub-basin, but the entire state. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Barraza. Appreciate your comments here and continued leadership. Next, I'd like to call up Dale Gellenhart, be followed by Jennifer Clary, and then our last and video comment will be from Carmen Garza.
There I am. Can you hear me?
Yes, Ms. Delahant, good to see you.
Yes, Gail Delahant with Western Growers Association. Appreciate all the hard work the board staff and the Kern GSAs have accomplished so far, and especially in the last few weeks. As we've heard, this is extremely difficult undertaking and a very large, diverse area. And in an effort to respect everyone's time and not be redundant, we'd like to align our comments with those made by Kern and the California Farm Bureaus. Clearly, the GSA has been diligently working to address all the deficiency staff has laid out and are determined to finish addressing the outstanding issues in the next 6 months. So we ask that you approve their request to defer this hearing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Delahant. Appreciate the comments here. Next, I'd like to call up Jennifer Clary, and then again, our last video then comment will be Carmen Garza. Ms. Clary. Good to see you.
Hi. Hi, my name is Jennifer Clary, California Director, Clean Water Action. You've already heard from some of my staff, so I'll keep it short. I believe I see the writing on the wall. Since there's 2 resolutions on your agenda, I feel like you're going to give these folks another 6 months. What I would ask is if you are going to provide another 6 months, and just let me tell you, this is nothing new. So I've been working on ag issues in the San Joaquin Valley for, I don't know, 20 years maybe, and I've never seen anything that wasn't delayed. And I really don't think that's a good thing, just to be clear, that I'm still trying to figure out the irrigated lands program. We still don't have actual endpoints for it. It took us years to get CV Salts even to start providing replacement water, and now we're just starting it in Kern County. Happy to hear you guys are coordinating on that. But every time we do something, it's delayed. And the delay helps the ag folks, which is great, but it hurts the communities. And it's okay because the communities are used to it. At least that's kind of the impression I get, that because they've been screwed all along, making them wait a little longer is okay. So what would be nice is if you would take a look at that resolve clause, and maybe on item 4, we could say something about contingent on proactive outreach to impacted communities. And by that, I would mean there's something like, there's 170 public community water systems in Kern County. About half of those are small, under 10,000 population, and disadvantaged. And so what I'd like to understand is which of those communities are in the Kern Subbasin? How have they been contacted? What is the potential impact of the current plan on those communities? And has that impact been communicated not just to the local water system, but to the community members of the local water system, and so that they can understand what's happening? And the reason why I say that is, again, we've worked with Lost Hills for about a decade now, and they got this letter back in 2022 saying, hey, you have to cut your water use by 20% now, 80% by 2040. And by the way, you're going to be fined an increasing amount every year if you go over your allocation, which of course they would, because they can't reduce their drinking water use by 80%. And so as part of the deal they made, they have to replace their own well. They are supposed to tell Clean Water Action and the Committee Lost Hills in Acción to retract their complaint letter. I just find that it's a little bit annoying, and I want to be sure. And the community didn't see any of this until after the contract was signed. So we didn't know what they were agreeing to till 30 days after the contract was signed. So what I would really like is to have some good faith outreach. And I would say I think that the Kern Water Collaborative, what are they now? Kern Groundwater Collaborative, the CV Salts group, they've done a pretty decent job at outreach. So if they're working with them, I think that's a good thing. And just so if you could add some specific language to any resolution you pass, I'd really appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cleary. Really appreciate those comments and constructive comments at that. Thank you. All right. Is there anyone in the room or on the platform that hasn't spoken yet? Please do either come up to the mic here after this video comment or raise your hand on the platform. But next here we'll hear from Carmen Garza.
Good afternoon, and thank you once again for allowing me to speak. I wish that I could be with you in person. However, the travel logistics from my hometown of Delano to Sacramento means that today I joined you virtually. My name is Carmen Garza. I, like many of my neighbors, friends, and family, have been involved with agriculture in the Central Valley from a young age. In the town of Delano, California, I have worked in agriculture starting in the field as a young woman and retiring as a supervisor 2 years ago. I cannot understate the importance that agriculture has to my community and others like it in the Kern Subbasin. Farms and related industries in my hometown employ our sons, daughters, and spouses. The honest and steady work that agriculture has provided due to adequate water supplies has grown our communities, earned us wages to buy our homes, allowed us to send our children to college, and has filled us with a sense of pride, knowing the world enjoys the fruits of our labors. Unfortunately, a probationary designation from the state board will change at all that has been good. To start, a probationary designation will further the anxiety of an industry that provides so much. A probationary designation will result in a loss of jobs and ultimately a loss of our communities. Field and pack house workers will not be the only ones to suffer, but other agriculture supported industries such as truck drivers, packaging manufacturers, and wineries will also have to cut their workforces. Secondly, probationary designation will harm family growers that live in the South Basin and have made their lives alongside the people they work with and depend on daily. Finally, a probationary designation will undermine the years of work that the Kern South Basin has done to draft, coordinate, and implement effective plans that will guide our South Basin into sustainability. When you consider your choice to either adopt the Kern South Basin GSP, initiate state intervention, or postpone probation, I ask that you consider the citizens, that the communities sensitive to your decisions, and the work that is being done to comply with the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act on a local level. In terms of water usage, we understand trade-offs and compromises need to be reached, and we understand work is being done at the GSA and state level with our interest in mind. We want to keep our jobs, houses, and neighborhoods intact. Please consider alternatives to probation today. Please listen to the people who are most concerned and understand the needs of our communities. I would like to leave you with one last point. Delano is already considered a disadvantaged community while being in an area of California with the most affordable homes. Take away the water, take away the industry, and watch the unintended effects of a probation take place. Thank you so much.
Thank you. In absence, Ms. Garza. Okay, not seeing anyone in the room pop up or any hands on the platform, so I believe we've gotten through our individual commenters. Let's go ahead and give ourselves a 10-minute break, and in that 10-minute break, the 6 panels that are still pending that would be going up, if you don't mind kind of conferring amongst yourselves and checking in with the board clerk. If you still want to proceed with your panel, by all means, we'll still be listening here and can. Or if you want to shorten it or change it up a bit, you have that discretion here, since we have gone through all individual commenters at this point. So let's give ourselves 10 minutes. Folks can consider how they proceed with the 6 remaining panels. And so we'll come back here, let's say at 4:11, and see where we're at. Thank you, everyone. Really appreciate the discussions here. All right, everyone. I know it's hard to hear me in the room with all the conversation, but if folks can begin to wrap up their conversations, be appreciated. All right, everyone. I do appreciate that. I know there are a lot of good discussions and relationship building that's continuing to go on here in the room, and it is good to see, but let's go ahead and bring ourselves back here and thank everyone for the break and continued discussion. We'll be moving on to our first panel. No, not our first, but a continuation of our panels here first after this break. And would like to then call up the Kern Subbasin Water Banking Zone 7 and other water agencies and districts that are part of this next scheduled panel. If you all can come up. Oh, if you want, you can seat yourselves here since you are a panel, or if you want to do individual comments. Okay, if you're just to make a statement, that's fine. The mic still needs to be turned on.
Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Escobar and members of the board. By heeding your direction, we decided to make a statement and instead of full panel discussions. So that will be short and sweet. So we prepare the information discussing the banking operation and how important it is for our water agencies. But instead of that, I'm going to summarize by saying that we are represented by Alameda County Water District and Santa Clarita Water, Valley Water District, Valley Water, and Zone 7, as well as the Metropolitan. All five of us, our agency combined, serve 21 million people, residents. That's what we water supply for. And this covers from Northern California all the way down to Southern California across the state. So currently, we have 1.1 million acre-foot of water stored in Kern Bank. And we invested almost $500 million to develop those groundwater banking infrastructures over 30 years of time, even predated the SGMA. Like I said, we serve over 21 million people. So we see SGMA as a positive action for water supply reliability and sustainability. We don't argue that. We like to make sure the board implements SGMA in a way that complements the groundwater banking so that for all of us who depends on groundwater, particularly during the droughts and short time. So this is a lifeline for us. And I like to say that particularly in 2022, 2023, at least half of our supply, at least for the Zone 7 Water Agency and Santa Clarita, half of the water supply comes from bank recovery. That is after the extensive conservation. So banking operation is extremely important for us. It aligns really well with governor's water plan, as well as other California water policies. So I like to make sure that the board recognizes that how important banking is for us to continue effectively bank for the future hard time. And banking is essentially, as is said, we either bank through the direct recharge or in lieu recharge. Either way, the bottom line is we put in water in the ground, imported water into the groundwater basin. We take out less than what we put in. We leave behind certain amount of water for the local groundwater basin to be sustainable. And we cannot run on the bank. There are limitations and all the contractual arrangement already put in place. So even though we have 1.1 millions, we cannot take them out right away. We have certain limit that we can take out. So it is well thought out, well structured operation. It's work collaboratively with the State Water Project operation. It doesn't exist in isolation. And the banks are run really well, and they're working so hard to meet all the deficiencies. So I like to encourage board to find more favorably, as well as that let us continue bank sustainably for that hard time. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I really appreciate that statement. I know the groundwater banking operations in the Kern Basin here are incredibly important, not just locally, I know, but to the state, and that's represented with you're all being here to speak to these issues. I'll just gloss generally. I know some of our general concern is just making sure we understand the extent of those operations, and just importantly that and it's, I know folks are here accounting for it, but really just being able to ensure that somehow the banking operations here don't allow the basin to move into a place where, again, they're not meeting their sustainability goals, or there's minimum thresholds or other things that are being impacted. But I know, each of the banks have their own accounting. To your point, a lot of agreements. And I think right now we're just trying to better understand that component, just so that we have that surety. So thanks.
Yeah.
I know there've been a lot of good technical conversations that have been going on with our staff, just to understand, to your point, what are the protections in place? How can we all have common assurance that those activities aren't going to harm the outcomes ultimately? So just thank you. Really
Yes,
do
well,
appreciate
I'd
it.
like to add one more thing, that we've always been collaborative with the bank as well as their staff to help them understand their banking operation. And we continue to do that. We offer our help and support for the staff as well as the board to better understand how banking operation safeguards and all the check and balances have been in place. So I'm more than happy to continue to support your activity and actions.
Thank you for that. Yeah, it's definitely an added layer of complexity in already a complex basin, but one that's really important given the goals of conjunctive use and being able to actually use the groundwater basin as a storage. So thank you. Really appreciate that. And thank you for the abbreviated panel. It really is appreciated here for everyone. All right, with that panel then, and looking to see if there are actually any questions or comments from board members around any of the banking activities. Seeing none, our next panel is Semi-Tropic Water Storage District. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us.
Good afternoon, Chairman Esquivel and board. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today. We are going to probably do an abbreviated version of this presentation since a lot of the issues we were talking about have been addressed. First off, my name is Jason Gianquinto. I'm the General Manager of the Semi-Tropic Water Storage District and the Semi-Tropic Water Storage District GSA. If you can go into jump to slide, skip the next slide. Next one, please. So Semi-Tropic, just to be clear, is located within the North Basin HCM in the north central portion of Kern County. There was some discussion regarding where Lost Hills is. Lost Hills is actually located outside of the boundary of the Semi-Tropic GSA. The Lost Hills Utility District owns about 80 acres within the Lost Hill or Semi-Tropic Water Storage District GSA, which is where their two municipal wells are located. And then the water is basically moved from Semi-Tropic 10 miles to the west to the community of Lost Hills. So just a clarification. So the Semi-Tropic is roughly 222,000 acres. Most of it is in irrigated agriculture. And of course, we have the Kern National Wildlife Refuge and duck clubs within Semi-Tropic. Next slide, please. So this will be the slide that I'll focus on for my discussion before I hand it off to Susan and Dr. Howitt. So Semi-Tropic basically owns one half of the overdraft within Kern County. We recognized early on that demand management was the tool for us to correct our overdraft and to reach sustainability, and took a number of actions early. And the most important aspect of our demand management program was to prepare water budgets for every parcel within the boundaries of Semi-Tropic, and to allocate the surface water supplies available to Semi-Tropic to landowners, and to make it clear what their future looks like to have extreme ownership. And it's working. And that's really the gist of my presentation. Ms. Paulson will basically go through some discussion about kind of her analysis of how it works. And then Dr. Howell will go through kind of the economic impact of our sustainability plan. So you want to jump to, I believe it's slide 14, which will be 14 or 15, which will be for Ms. Susan Paulson. Next one. Thank you.
Sure, and actually we can advance two more. My role in this and my task was to help evaluate whether or not the landowner water budgets and the plan that's in place will result in sustainability. So we did that by looking at a basic water balance. There's a schematic shown here, and you can see the water balance for the district as a whole, surface water and groundwater inputs, and then of course the outputs that are shown. But there are also subwater balances for the groundwater component, the surface water component, and the land surface component. And the important thing, if you go to the next slide, please, is that all of the quantities in this water balance are either measured or are estimated with a pretty high degree of accuracy. The one thing that is not directly measured right now is the net groundwater pumping, which is out in dry years, or the amount of recharge in wet years that goes from the surface into the aquifer. Those quantities are computed from this water balance. So really briefly, and we included the water banking as well in our analysis. If we move to the next slide, I wanted to just show you sort of the level of information that we have from the measured data and how this water balance works. Basically, for each and every parcel within the district, each landowner, each parcel has unique supplies and unique demands. Just walking briefly through some of the largest quantities, I'm going to show you a series of graphs that have the data superimposed on some maps. The map on the left is for 2022, which was a very dry year, and the map on the right was for 2023, which is a wet year. So these are, a good example or a good contrast between different year types. Now, what's shown on this graphic is the Table A, the State Water Project water that's delivered within specific districts within semi-tropic. You can see in a dry year, like on the left, there's very little surface water that came in. On the right, there's more, and we know where it goes. The next slide shows the supplemental surface water supplies, again delivered within surface water delivery districts, less in a dry year on the left than there is on the right. We also have measurements of precipitation on the next slide, which are interpolated over the district, less in a dry year than in a wet year. And then finally, evapotranspiration is shown on the next slide on a per parcel basis. And it is measured via remote sensing on a monthly basis, which is rolled up into an annual consumptive use for each individual parcel. And you can see there are certain parts of the district, like the light colors on the left hand in the upper left, the northwest corner, that don't have the ability to pump groundwater. So their evapotranspiration is directly related to precipitation and the water that arrives from the sky. Whereas in wet years, the overall evapotranspiration is a little bit higher, but you also see the impact and the consumptive use from the surface water that's delivered in those areas that we saw before. So all of the quantities that I've shown you are known basically at a per parcel level or within the surface water delivery areas. And from that, if we move to the next slide, we can compute pumping. And here, this shows pumping within the district. The sort of brown and reddish colors are net pumping out of the aquifer, and the greenish bluish colors are net recharge. So we have a very good spatial understanding of where the groundwater is being pumped, and that can be computed based on the measured quantities. So that framework forms the basis for the landowner water budgets. And if we go to the next slide, that shows spatially how the landowner budgets work. The fundamental concept behind the landowner water budgets is to ramp down the available supply, the demand, until it matches the long-term available supply. So there's the water budgets, landowner water budgets have a base component, which is the base supplies, and then a temporary consumptive use allowance, which sort of floats on top of that and is ramped down to 0 by 2040. At that point, the amount of supply available to each parcel is equal to the amount of demand, both as long-term averages. And the landowner water budgets are recomputed and adjusted annually. So some of these are backwards-looking 10-year average components that go into it, and those are adjusted. And then there's also a plan for the water budget inputs to be adjusted going forward as we have new and better information or as conditions change. So for example, if the State Water Project long-term average delivery forecasts go down, which they will, or they have, those will be adjusted if precipitation trends change, and to incorporate information from a fine-scale granular groundwater model that's currently in development and should be available later this year. All of that information is provided to landowners on a per parcel basis that shows their monthly consumptive use, all of their sources of supply for each individual parcel, and projections 20 years into the future about what those water supplies will be into the future so that they have the information that they need to make informed choices about how many acres they're going to keep in production and what crops to grow and all of those things. And then the last slide that I have, thank you. And this one, actually, we submitted a report, and it has an updated, slightly updated version of this slide in the report, but the fundamental message is the same. What we did was to run 10,000 simulations in a Monte Carlo analysis, where we sampled distributions for each of those water balance parameters, the water inputs and the water uses. And we ramped down the TCA as a function of time between now and 2040 to basically, some of those 10,000 simulations will have a very, very dry series of years. Some will have a very wet series of years. And some, the ones along the black line, will be the median level, sort of the most likely outcome based on the inputs that we know about now. And what our analysis showed is that we expect sustainability to be reached, meaning the cumulative change in groundwater storage, which is the y-axis, will stop being negative and will asymptote and start turning positive around 2037 or 2038. That gives us confidence that these management measures in the landowner water budgets will result in a sustainable management situation for this basin. And the fact that the water budgets and the scientific information that informs the water balance will be updated further enhances that confidence. And that's all I have. I'll turn it over to Dr. Howitt. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. My name is Richard. I have to press the button. Good afternoon. My name is Richard Howitt. I've worked on economics of California water for a long time, 40 years. Can we have second slide, please? You can skip me. So water in California, particularly San Joaquin Valley, is uniquely and directly linked to jobs and money. We've heard a lot about water. We've heard about concern, touching stories and concerns by local communities. What we haven't seen is any numbers. My job, therefore, was to look at what the actual economic impact on the regional economy and jobs was of the proposed GSP for semi-tropic, and then compare that proposed GSP with one that did it more rapidly. Next slide, please. So who are the people who are getting hit by these impacts? Obviously, the farmers are getting hit, but the people who are getting hit really hard are the workers. And I just put this slide up to demonstrate something that's been mentioned by several other speakers, that this is an economically disadvantaged area. And see, Kern County, the median household income is 38% below the California median. And if you look on the picture on the left, you'll see that the semi-tropic, which is in the light gray boundaries, is right in the middle of areas of significant economic disadvantage. Next slide, please. To do this, I built two models, economic models. One is from semi-tropic, and the first question is, as we ratchet down the available water supply through the budget process that Dr. Paulson's just described, how will farmers respond with their crops, and how will this influence their employment and the money they shoot also ahead into packing houses and transportation? So the first model is a farm-based model and predicts cropping acreage change over time. The second one is for the Kern County as a whole and predicts community income and employment. Next slide, please. So this is the semi-tropic GSP phase down, what I call a steady phase down. And this relies on using the additional groundwater to balance out the cutbacks over time, as Dr. Paulson has told us. Even with this gentle phase down, which hits the target in 2040, we see this a substantial economic impact. In fact, the community income loss, this is a 15-year present value, 15-year total, 1.2 billion. That's in Kern County alone, and 17,700 jobs. Take-home point is the plans that to do it as gently as possible are still really costly, and we're looking at decreases of around 40% in the agricultural sector irrigation. Next slide. If we crank down on MTs and hit a dry period, we could be forced to make an extremely rapid demand management reduction. And so I picked a year, I said, force the system to get in balance in 2028. And you can see that in the left-hand graph, there's the red patterns I had in the previous graph. That's the one that's predicted with the temporary consumption allowances. This doesn't allow any contemporary consumption allowances and says, you've got to fix it now. And therefore, the candy cane extra costs are showing the extra costs by year of achieving the same level of pumping as you achieve on the other one. The take-home message is on the right-hand quantities, which is the total impact on the Kern County community and economy. In a nutshell, the cost in terms of jobs is more than doubled to 38,600. The cost in terms of community income loss, that is wages, is also more than doubled. And so the take-home message from this is that if you want to rush things and tighten down and don't allow the TCA, it will be much more expensive for the local communities and the local economy. Last slide, please. So here we have it, that the current GSP does attain sustainability, as Dr. Paulson has showed us, with a phased groundwater demand management. And that accelerating it is really expensive, particularly to the local communities. And in closing, I'd like to point out that the communities who benefit in the long run from SGMA and groundwater stabilization are the same communities that are going to carry the cost of the short run adjustment to this new level of productivity. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Esquivel, members of the board. I'm Dan Waterhouse, Board President at Semi-Tropic Water and Semi-Tropic GSA, which is a member of the Coordination Committee for the overarching Kern GSP. I've met all of you several times over the years, never in this space, and I'd rather see you on the farm. So, but here we are. I've served on the Semi-Tropic Board since 2002. Since 2019, I've been directly involved in the formation of our GSPs and those iterations. I've got more than 1,000 hours of my uncompensated time in that effort, and I'm going to continue on until we can get this right. The Semi-Tropic Board and our landowners would like to thank you for considering the preceding presentations regarding the steps that the Subbasin and Semi-Tropic has taken to reach sustainability. And as you can see from our early actions, that it's put us on track to achieve that. But it has a huge cost, as Dr. Howitt described. And I feel it on my own farm, and my fellow landowners are feeling it as well, with fallowing acres, repurposing ground. But at the end of the day, we knew we needed to be part of the solution because we bore the biggest percentage of the overdraft in Kern. And we're willing to accept that pain as the price for reaching sustainability.
We ask this board to recognize the sacrifices we've made and work with us as we move forward. We understand and respect the responsibility you have in front of you today. I think we've demonstrated our commitment to achieving sustainability and are on track to resolve the remaining issues here in just a short time frame. Given this progress, Semi-Tropic and its landowners request that the board continue this matter until September 25, and that we may continue to work with you and your staff to win-win outcome for everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. Much appreciated. Appreciate the information and the continued engagement with you all. Looking to fellow board colleagues if they have any questions for the Semi-Tropic panel. Board Member Firestone, please.
Thanks. Thank you so much. And I think I just wanted to, since we have you, give you a chance to maybe comment a little bit on, there were concerns expressed that I think I've heard concerns expressed both from communities, particularly around Lost Hills, that there may be a lot of that fees may be impacting them and they may be responsible for replacing their well. I think that was part of the issues. You don't need to, respond to the whole issue. I know we have a lot of people to get through, but I just wanted you to speak a little bit to the needs of that community and the way that you all are addressing the way that you all are addressing, you talked about economic impacts to the community, particularly the direct fees or replacement of wells. And then I have a second question about wetlands.
Yeah, so look, I can take that. So first off, it's very difficult in that the community of Lost Hills lies well outside the boundary of the Semi-Tropic Water Storage District. The Semi-Tropic Water Storage District landowners all pay an assessment to the district, which gives them a benefit as far as surface water supplies. And so for each property that pays the assessment, they get a proportional volume of water through our importation of water from the State Water Project and through other acquisitions. The community of Lost Hills is receives their water from the Lost Hills Utility District. The Lost Hills Utility District owns 80 acres within Semi-Tropic, and they pay the assessment on that 80 acres. When we provide noticing, we provide the noticing to all landowners of record through the Kern County Assessor's Office that are within the boundaries of the Semi-Tropic Water Storage District. So unfortunately, if you live outside the boundary of the Semi-Tropic Water Storage District, you wouldn't receive that notice. That is our mailing list. And of course, if they ask, then we put them on the mailing list. And the water budgets are prepared by parcel within the boundaries of the Semi-Tropic Water Storage District, of which a lot of the community we just heard from are outside of the Water Storage District. So the agreement that we reached basically was to kind of lock in the amount of water necessary to maintain the existing community of Lost Hills. They use on average about 350 acre feet per year. The agreement we entered into with the Lost Hills Utility District, who is a landowner within Semi-Tropic, is to kind of guarantee that they can continue to pump 350 acre feet every year. And it provides them an opportunity to bank water, which they receive water from the State Water Project, to be able to help regulate that, and allows them to pump up to 425 acre feet per year. And then they report that to us annually. On that acreage, the 80 acres, they have 2 municipal deep wells. One was funded by grants last couple of years, and so that they operate those, and that is the sole source of supply for the community of Lost Hills. And it runs through a 10-mile pipeline from the well field in Semi-Tropic, west of I-5, out to the community and services those properties. So that's kind of the high level.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I think definitely it's an example of, and I know there are many, of how jurisdictional boundaries and the way that our water systems aren't always consistent, and that makes challenges on lots of levels. But I also think that that's something I'm interested in hearing more about, is just making sure that we can as you all are optimizing your plans and updating things, that that there's every opportunity to both make sure that there's good engagement, but more that even more importantly, that there's, reliable supply that's affordable for especially the disadvantaged communities. And I think you were highlighting, a lot of times they're hit both by job losses but also from impacts on water level decline, subsidence, as well as and water quality impacts, as well as fees. So there's just, it's sort of hit from all sides, and I know there's a lot to be able to manage, but that's something I'm interested in hearing more about as you all continue to move forward.
Certainly, maybe I can add one more point. So as far as what the Lost Hills Utility District pays us for water, they pay the same assessment they have since 2013 on that 80-acre property. We do not charge them for the volume of water that they pump out of the basin, and they maintain their own well. So there's no additional charges from semi-tropic, with the exception of the assessment, like any other landowner pays within the district.
And I know we haven't had a panel yet from wildlife folks, but just since we have you here, I think we heard from CDFW, and I also wanted to understand, there are a lot of wetlands. Obviously, it's another, just like human health and safety is, and one of the really important endangered parts of our state and ecosystem that we want to try and have net zero loss. And so, but, they are reliant in certain areas on groundwater pumping to keep those wet. And that's a real challenge. So I'm interested in how you all are looking at that issue in your area. And it's not just your area, but I know you have some.
Well, we have about 7,000 acres of privately managed wetlands within semi-tropic, not including the Kern National Wildlife Refuge, which is a federal refuge. Of course, the federal refuge is not subject to SGMA at all. They receive their water through CVPIA and receive surface water through the California Aqueduct and the federal supplies. The private managed wetlands, their predominant primary supply is groundwater. And they do receive some surface water benefit from the district relative to what they pay in assessments. But from our perspective, the wetlands are very valuable to us, and they use such a de minimis amount of water in the big scheme of things that I think that the decision to either charge them for an exceedance of a water budget would sit with the home board, but they're not where we're directed. I mean, the problem or the main issue we had as far as making sure we treated everyone equally within the semi-tropic water storage district, given the magnitude of the overdraft we're dealing with, you have to understand is that the overdraft is not shared equally, nor are the surface water supplies. But we all have the same expected outcome that we must reach sustainability by 2040. So that's a real hard balancing act. We don't want to see any wetland loss either. I personally am a duck hunter. I liked watching and seeing wildlife in the district. It's a huge benefit. And the way we've structured it is that the demand associated with the wetlands occurs during a period of time where there is very little consumptive use. And so really there isn't much water leaving leaving the basin due to the operation of the managed wetlands. But our concern with them being private property is that things change. They may not be a managed wetlands if things in the future. As long as they are, I think we've got a commitment that we'll do our best to maintain those wetlands within semi-tropic.
Thank you. Really appreciate the panel and those responses. And thank you, board member. Appreciate the line of questioning. Very supportive. Looking to other fellow colleagues in case there's anything further for semi-tropic. Not seeing any. Thank you. Really appreciate the presentation and continued engagement.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, next we have the Kern Subbasin GSP plan development for municipalities and urban water purveyors. I'd like to call up folks now to participate in the next panel. Thank you all. Very appreciative.
Good evening, Chair Esquivel, members of the board, and state staff. Next slide, please. My name is Raul Barraza Jr. I am the General Manager of Arvin Community Services District. I'll refer to it as Arvin CSD. And I'm here on behalf of the 22,000 residents that I call my supervisors of the city of Arvin and its outlying communities. I'm here today along with my colleagues who will be representing City of Bakersfield, along with Cal Water, City of Shafter, and the beautiful city of Wasco. Next slide, please. Our panel today is a representation of the urban water purveyors in the Kern Subbasin. And we have provided a map that allows you to see the locations of these municipalities, starting with Arvin in the southeast, City of Bakersfield, Cal Water through the Kern River, and Shafter and Wasco in the northwest. Next slide. Oh, okay, we'll wait. On December 17th, 2024, we sent a letter to you. We sent a letter of support and a joint effort that included 11 urban water purveyors expressing our collective support for the 2024 Kern County Subbasin Groundwater Sustainability Plan. In the letter, we inform you of our engagement to develop the GSP. Next page. I am here today on behalf of the Arvin CSD Board of Directors, district residents, our panel, and districts that could not make it today to respectfully request from the State Water Resources Control Board to adopt the alternative draft resolution approving a continuance of the hearing, which will allow state staff to complete the review of the final 2024 plan, allowing for the continued coordination between state board staff and the Kern Subbasin. We believe this continuance will allow for a full and fair review of the final 2024 plan in its entirety. You could go to the next page, or next slide, sorry. Arvin Community Services District provides water to 22,000 residents, in which over 50% of our community works in ag-related jobs. Arvin CSD is considered a severely disadvantaged community. Although Arvin CSD will have the availability to request a waiver if put into probation, state fees and a cost of pumping will have a significant trickle-down effect on our community and county. As a direct representative of our community, no one has a better pulse on our residents like we do. Our board is elected by the residents and therefore tasked with the responsibility to secure a resilient water source. We provide updates to Committee for a Better Arvin, one of the nonprofits within the city, and are partner with us in a lot of projects. We like to say that we're doing Sigma 2.0 out in Arvin GSA. Arvin residents have the luxury of being affiliated with Arvin Edison Water Storage District, as residents pay a small property tax that helps fund deposits of surface water in spreading ponds. These ponds are east of Arvin, allowing for water to flow down grade into the basin, and it is no accident that our well field is strategically located where we can recapture the water in our wells. Apart from all the coordination for Sigma-related topics, we are also working on a cooperative spreading ponds expansion project in which Arvin Community Services District will have the capability to store surface water utilizing the complex networks of canals and gives us the opportunity to purchase surface water in wet years. This gives Arvin CSD the ability to create a more robust and resilient water source. And it's a prime example of some of the many ways the Kern Subbasin water districts are taking Sigma to the next level. Thank you very much. Next slide.
Good day, members of the board. My name is Christina Budak, and I'm the water director for the city of Bakersfield. The city of Bakersfield is the 9th largest city in California and home to over 400,000 residents. 30% of the city's urban demand is delivered to residents via 3 surface water treatment plants. The remaining 70% of the urban need is provided via water wells that pump recharged and stored surface water from the aquifer. In 1976, the City of Bakersfield acquired pre-1914 Kern River water rights. Bakersfield Water Department staff understands the importance of managing the Kern River supply and ensuring it is beneficially used to meet urban demands while educating our residents on the importance of conservation. The city encourages conservation through rebate programs like turf replacement, also known as lawn to garden, and efficient water appliances. In addition, we had continued to enforce the Level 2 order defined in the city's water shortage contingency plan since 2021, anticipating effects of climate change and the need for demand management. To promote urban conservation, the city is investing significant money in programs to reduce residential water use, which is already defined as an urban management action in the adopted 2024 Groundwater Sustainability Plan. If the Kern Subbasin were to go into probation and fees are assessed onto the city for using wells and pumping recharged and stored surface water required to meet urban needs, it would put an additional financial burden on city residents. Currently, residents already pay for various surface and treated water supplies, and costs are significantly increasing for labor and materials to maintain the existing systems. Funds to pay SGMA fees would need to be included in water resident bills and the developer connection fee, which ultimately increases the price to the purchase of a home, cost to maintain that home in a state that is already struggling with affordable housing. The City of Bakersfield is governed by a city manager, 6 council members, and a mayor. This group represents all residents within the City of Bakersfield limits. Members from this city council participate in the city's water board and the Kern River Groundwater Sustainability Agency Board, of which the city is a member along with the Kern County Water Agency Improvement District Number 4 and Kern Delta Water District. These city council board members are not only knowledgeable about the water supplies of the city and utilizing the water to meet urban demands, but the importance of beneficially using groundwater and stored surface water for agriculture. At the direction of the City Council, City Water Department staff has been heavily involved with all aspects of the development of the 2024 Kern County Subbasin adopted GSP. We are included and participate in all manager and policy meetings, and recently participated in the Kern County Subbasin tours with other GSAs and yourselves last year. As an urban purveyor within the 9th largest city in California, we support the efforts of all the GSAs in preparing a coordinated adopted GSP, which considers urban needs and concerns. We ask the board to consider the adopted GSP and to adopt the alternative resolution to continue the hearing and allow more time for the Kern County Subbasin GSAs to coordinate and collaborate with state staff. I would like to introduce Tamara Johnson with California Water Services Company, who is here representing the largest purveyor within the city limits and Kern County.
Good afternoon, Board. My name is Tamara Johnson, and I am a Director of Operations for California Water Service and formerly the District Manager of our Bakersfield District. I am also a resident of Bakersfield, and I have been for most of my life. Cal Water has remained diligent and consistent in our reporting on groundwater production, and that has been incorporated into the new groundwater sustainability plans, and we have communicated and coordinated with the groundwater sustainability agencies that cover the areas that we serve. We serve 300,000 residents in the Bakersfield area. Our service area population is projected to increase to 370,000 residents by 2050. Our water system is located within 3 GSAs within the Kern County Subbasin. And again, we are the contracted water system operator for the system that is owned by the City of Bakersfield, as well as owning and operating our own water system. We have a diverse water supply portfolio with groundwater as our primary source. Cal Water has made a significant investment in supply diversification and water conservation programs, including more than $8.4 million in conservation programs alone between 2011 and 2023. Next slide, please. During the period that you see here, our total production decreased by 33%, while the population we serve has increased by 20%. Again, production went down, population went up. This resulted in a reduction in our gallons per capita daily, our water term, right? How we measure usage per person, more than 45%. Next slide, please. Cal Water strongly believes in the need for effective groundwater management, which is why we have been investing in conservation and supply diversification long before SGMA was enacted. This slide shows our increased supply diversification and the reductions in total production year over year. You see a change in supply beginning in 2003 and another change in 2008. These changes represent Cal Water's forward thinking about supply diversification and investing in surface water treatment plants, which was also supported by the City of Bakersfield. Cal Water clearly understood that these investments were needed to ensure the sustainability of future groundwater supplies by reduced pumping. The combination of our investment in conservation and supply diversification has supported a reduction in total combined water use in the district from 79,000 acre-feet in 2003 to 55,000 acre-feet in 2022. This includes a reduction in groundwater use from 58,000 acre-feet in 2003 to 31,000 acre-feet in 2022. We asked the board to consider this adopted GSP and adopt the alternative resolution to continue the hearing and allow more time for the Kern County Subbasin GSAs to coordinate and collaborate with state staff. And why is this important to Cal Water and Cal Water customers? That is because if the Kern County Subbasin is placed under probationary status and fees and penalties are imposed on groundwater wells and pumping volumes, the increased cost of groundwater production will be directly placed on the residents we serve, many of whom are classified as living in disadvantaged communities. This would lead to our customers being penalized after years of already significantly investing in conservation and supply diversification over a long period of time. This can mean as much or more than $500,000 per year that would be passed on directly to the customers that we serve. These penalties are simply not equitable given the significant investment and our conservation success. Now I would like to turn the presentation over to Mr. Martinez with the City of Wasco.
Hello, board members and staff. My name is Alberto Martinez, and I'm the Deputy Public Works Director for the City of Wasco. I'm here to express our support for the current groundwater sustainability plan. Throughout this process, Wasco has been actively involved with the plan to ensure reliable water supply and build drought resiliency in the region while prioritizing the needs of the DACs as part of the North Central Kern GSA. As a DAC, the City of Wasco depends entirely on groundwater and lacks its own recharge capabilities. Therefore, any water brought in by neighboring districts greatly benefits our community by helping to replenish the water table and protect our water supply. Maintaining healthy groundwater levels is critical for us as it keeps pumping costs manageable, as deeper water levels result in higher system expenses for our residents. We believe the currently submitted plan addresses our concerns and aims to ensure a reliable water supply well into the future. As an urban water supplier, we have also contributed to water conservation by prioritizing efforts to meet the state standard of 50 gallons per day per capita by 2030. Our current rate schedule for consumers is designed to encourage water conservation, with the initial base allotment of 25 CCF decreasing to 7 CCF by year 5 of the rate schedule, motivating the community to conserve water. Ultimately, placing Kern on probation would significantly harm the local economy, as farming and ag are the region's backbone. The pumping extraction fees will only worsen the negative impact, as this financial burden would be passed on to the communities, forcing them to absorb these additional costs. We kindly ask the board to consider the adopted GSP and adopt an alternative resolution to continue the hearing and allow more time for the Kern County GSAs to coordinate and collaborate with state staff. Thank you. I'll now pass it on to Mike James with the City of Shafter.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chairman, members of the board. My name is Michael James. I'm the Director of Public Works for the City of Shafter. Shafter is just north of Bakersfield, between Highway 99 and I-5, more or less. The population is approximately 22,000. Just like Wasco, who you just heard from, Shafter relies exclusively on groundwater. We also service disadvantaged communities, both inside our city limits and as well as unincorporated areas. These were made possible through numerous water consolidations over the past 25 years, benefiting 1,500 residents and 300 elementary school students. So in addition to providing disadvantaged communities a reliable source of drinking water, city supplies have been used to help create 10,000 plus jobs for the region, notably at the wonderful industrial park located off 7 Standard Road. And while the city has expanded its water footprint with urban growth and consolidations, it continuously has practiced responsible water use. Conservation is practiced year-round, not just during a dry or drought years. And the practices have resulted in the city pumping less water in 2024 than it did over 10 years ago, even with significant growth and increased demand. So in addition to being as efficient as possible with the water that's pumped, the city's largest residential community under construction right now was master planned to have a dual water system, one service connection for drinking water needs and the other for irrigation, so we're not wasting drinkable water on landscaping. Next slide, please. While one objective of probation may be to protect domestic groundwater supplies, it could still negatively impact our residents and businesses financially, as well as the quality of their life. We're all essentially stakeholders or shareholders in the water storage and recharge programs. Our wells have benefited from our ag partners bringing surface water supplies into our service boundaries. And it's important to stress that these partners have made significant progress and sacrifices to submit a coordinated GSP. Probation will only slow down the progress that we've made. It will certainly increase our costs and potentially compromise our city water supplies. And while I have this form, I think it's important to point out that today is definitely not Shafter's introduction to SGMA. We've been very involved in the SGMA process for 10 plus years. We were, in fact, at the inception of the Kern GSA, the city was the first and only paying municipal member. We've since been partnered with Shafter Wasco Irrigation District, North Kern Water Storage District, and the city of Wasco to operate as the North Central Kern GSA. And just last year, we had the opportunity to meet some board members during their tour of our region. Last slide, please. So speaking on behalf of the water purveyors before you and likely others, I can affirmatively state that the GSAs in the Kern Subbasin have made tremendous progress that has resulted in coordinated GSPs that represent the best interests of the communities we serve. We're ready to do our part to ensure the GSPs are successful. Most importantly, and what often gets overlooked, is that people here before you today know our communities best and really what's in their best interests. Our primary roles are to protect their best interests, including their water supplies. And while the intent of probation is to ensure SGMA compliance, carrying it out negatively impacts everyone economically as well as the quality of their life. So therefore, we respectfully request that the board reconsider probation and at least adopt a resolution, an alternative resolution to continue the hearing to allow more time for these remaining issues to be addressed. Thank you for the opportunity.
And thank you all as well. Really appreciate the panel presentation here. Looking to fellow board colleagues again to see if there's any questions or comments here for this panel. Then seeing none, thank you. Really appreciate it and look forward to what I know will be further work and discussion here.
Chair Escobar, I'd like to make a final comment and just
please, Mr. Barrasso.
informing everyone that, we have not been delaying implementation, and we have been and will continue to do what it says in our plans. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. Appreciate that comment. Next, we have the Kern fan banking projects panel. And I believe folks were maybe just going to make a comment and appreciate either way.
Testing? Yes. Great. Thank you very much for your time. Yes, our panel has decided to yield its time to the group, but would like to make just a brief comment. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, Mr. Chair and members of the board. We are available for questions if you have any questions. Our presentation is on file. One thing we did want to state, which I believe was just stated, is that all of our plans in development, and frankly, some of our plans have been, from the banking perspective, been implemented since 2010. Our plans are being implemented and have been implemented, so any delay, if that does happen today, ideally would not impact the community. So we are implementing our plans as we go. I just wanted to comment from the banking perspective. We've had very constructive meetings with state board staff. We're grateful for that. I think the last 10 to 12 months has been nothing short of impressive from a coordination perspective in the region, but also a coordination perspective with state staff. It's really been something. The banking group is very supportive of the Subbasin's plans and would be very supportive of any continuance today or continuing of the hearing if the state board sees such. So we'd be very supportive of that. So with that, just thank you very much for the time. Again, yielding our time to the group, and just wanted to make a statement. So thank you for the opportunity today.
Thank you for that. Much appreciated. Appreciate the comments and engagement here and engagement with our folks. Just unpack and understand again what I said previous to the other banking panel. Just I know is a lot of complex activity that's going on, really important activity though, and just appreciate the opportunity for us to better understand that. So thank you.
Yes, and for the record, my name is Tom McCarthy. I'm the general manager for the Kern County Water Agency and also the interim manager for Improvement District Number 4, which is a disadvantaged community. So thank you.
Thank you for that, Mr. McCarthy. Appreciate you being here with us today. All right, then that brings us to the Henry Miller Water District GSA.
Hi, my name is Joff Wyrick. I'm the president of Henry Miller GSA. It's good to see you again. Henry Miller had submitted a slide deck with regard to the good actor clause, which refers to Government Water Code Section 10735.2E, which is why we call it the good actor clause. And in that provision, the board shall exclude from probationary status any portion of a basin for which Groundwater Sustainability Agency demonstrates compliance. Henry Miller in 2015 fallowed up to 68% of its land, and groundwater levels have stabilized, and we moved pumping away from the aqueduct. It's a very big basin. It's very complex. We're fully supportive and engaged in the coordination with the rest of the subbasin. And we will cede our time on going through all the gory details of every level of why we're sustainable. But we would request that should the board put the basin on probation, that Henry Miller be specifically thumbs up or thumb down on the determination. Thank you. If you have any questions, ask away.
Thank you, Mr. Wyrick. Not seeing anything from the dais here, but really appreciate your being here, and I know the work that's gone on, so thank you. All right, then that brings us to, I believe, what will be our final panel, and it's our wetlands panel, and really appreciate this group and look forward to hearing points made here by them. So we'll give folks a moment to swap out the panel. Good to see you all. Thank you for joining us.
Hi there, board chair, members of the board. I think we have one member who was joining us by Zoom. And I don't see him up there, Steve. So if he joins, we'll let him give his
Yeah,
comments.
Steve's on the platform, and there he is.
Oh, there we go. We'll let him go first. Thanks.
Mr. Miller, you should be invited to unmute. There should be a little pop-up that comes up that lets you unmute on your phone, or at least just try to unmute. Hopefully the invitation came to you already. Oh, it's not letting you. One moment. We'll try to unmute you again, and then you should be able to unmute on your side there. Still nothing. Sorry. Apologies, Mr. Miller.
So we've elevated Mr. Miller to co-host, so he should be able to unmute even without our invitation.
Should be the small little mute button down by the bottom. You see it, but it's not letting you punch it, is it?
So one thing, Mr. Miller, it appears you're in the vehicle, and I don't know if your vehicle has its own infotainment system you're using, but sometimes it has its own separate mute, and you need to make sure you're doing it directly on the phone. It's possible that's what you're doing. And on the phone, it needs to be within the Zoom application itself.
Steve did send me his comments, so if he can't get off mute, I'm happy to read them.
Yeah, at this point, you are a co-host, Mr. Miller, so you shouldn't need permission. You should be able to just unmute. Go ahead and try, but if not, as Ms. Weir said, we can pivot to her and she can provide comment. Apologies for the challenges. Okay, yeah, it seems he's unable to unmute. So,
Okay.
Ms. Weir, yeah, apologies, Mr. Miller.
Sorry about that, Steve. He's way down in the Kern Basin, so we tried, and he's a much better speaker than me. Steve is the president of the Tulare Basin Wetlands Association, which represents 36 individual wetlands in the Tulare Basin near the Kern National Wildlife Refuge and within the Kern Wildlife Management Area, which is a federally designated area that allows the Fish and Wildlife Service to acquire permanent habitat easements. Wetlands in the Kern Wildlife Management Area historically did have access to surface water through rivers and creeks that flowed through that area. But as those sources were reclaimed and diverted for many decades, and in some cases for these wetlands for over a century, they have relied on groundwater to support the remaining habitat in that basin. The wetlands are under permanent conservation easements, and they represent a government investment. There's state and federal investments in these lands to preserve wildlife habitat in perpetuity. So these properties can't be farmed for profit. They can't necessarily be fallowed. They're required by law to be maintained for wildlife. Steve really wanted to express support for the long-standing relationship with Semi-Tropic Water Storage District, which they have worked together for many years, the Tulare Basin Wetland Association. They've negotiated reasonable assessments that help keep those wetland owners able to support their habitats. But the currently adopted GSP in the semi-tropic area would cut off the wetland water supplies over the course of the next few years and leave them with no viable option to maintain their habitat easements. So the Tulare Basin Wetland Association is willing to work on technical and policy solutions with the semi-tropic GSA to help keep the wetlands intact, and believes that they can do that in cooperation with the GSA if the board kind of gives the directive to do so. And that's why we're here today, to ask the board to support the recommendations in the staff report that would apply the state no net loss of wetlands goals to wetlands in the basin. Steve, did I do your comments justice? Okay. Thanks. So I'll turn it over to our next panelist, Geronimo Castaneda.
Thank you so much, Ms. Weir, and thank you, Mr. Miller, as well.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity to be here today and for the time to share. My name is Geronimo Castaneda, and I am the director of Audubon California's Working Lands Program based here in Sacramento. So Audubon brings a unique perspective to this space, informed by our extensive experience working in the Central Valley with private industry, agriculture, communities, agencies, and other environmental NGOs to make progress towards common goals. In the space of SGMA, we have been closely involved with analyzing GSPs and how they affect wetland habitat statewide. Our team reviewed and commented on most of the GSPs in the Central Valley, including those in the Kern Basin. And through this work, we determined that the needs of wetlands weren't being adequately considered. And in response, we developed a wetland water budgeting tool to help inform management planning and advocacy for wetlands in SGMA. Now, as a core member of the Central Valley Joint Venture, Audubon applies science to inform habitat and population objectives for migratory birds along the Pacific Flyway. And in 2019, a peer-reviewed article in the journal Science revealed we have lost more than 1 in 4 birds over the past 50 years. So decisions we make today can either accelerate or reverse this trend. On a more personal note, as a California native, I have always been in awe of the Central Valley's vast landscapes, watching thousands of birds soar over as my family drove into the valley to visit my grandparents. Those moments left a lasting impression, though I didn't fully grasp their significance at the time. Years later, visiting the Kern Basin wetlands as an adult brought those memories rushing back. I saw how a little water could transform a landscape into a thriving oasis, alive with the sounds of waterfowl, shorebirds, and tricolored blackbirds. One of the last strongholds for migratory birds along the flyway. And so this is why I'm here today, to ask for protections of these critical wetlands. Without protections, restrictive groundwater actions could dry them up, erasing vital habitat and irreplaceable part of the Central Valley's natural heritage. California has already lost more than 95% of its historic wetlands, and with the newly codified no net loss legislation, we must protect the last remaining ones. Some GSAs have successfully collaborated with landowners and stakeholders to protect wetlands without a significant burden, and this model can work here too. We are currently working with the Central Valley Joint Venture and others to assess all parcels in the Kern Subbasin, and in particular, semi-tropic GSA that rely on groundwater to manage this private habitat. And our initial estimates suggest that there's just under 7,000 wetland acres privately managed in the GSA. Wetlands in this basin require a fraction of the water used by other sectors, yet they provide an outside benefit to declining bird populations, as noted in the article in the journal Science. Additionally, we are applying our water budgeting tool to better understand and quantify the effects of groundwater recharge provided by the surface water deliveries to Kern National Wildlife Refuge. Our work estimates there is approximately 4,600 acre-feet of groundwater recharge from the 21,000 acre-feet of surface water delivered to the refuge under the CVPIA. So we support the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service as a public agency in its efforts to protect its surrounding easements within the wildlife management area, and believe this recharge could play a vital part in that. So in conclusion, I'd like to leave you with these 3 key takeaways. California has lost over 95% of its wetlands, so protecting the last remaining ones is critical under no net loss law. Wetlands are minimal water users, but provide immense benefits to declining bird populations, water quality improvements, flood mitigation, and opportunities for community recreation. So we very much appreciate the Water Board's commitment to protect the environment under SGMA. And speaking with landowners like Steve, we know they are ready to work alongside GSAs in the state to ensure wetland protections, just as other regions have done so successfully. These habitats must be protected from groundwater fees and water restrictions to ensure their survival. Thank you.
Chair Esquivel, members of the board. My name is Jeffrey Hsu. I'm the Wetland Water Resources Program Coordinator, and I'm here to provide the Department of Fish and Wildlife's perspective on managed wetlands in the Kern County Subbasin. First on managed wetlands. Managed wetlands are wetlands on either publicly or privately owned wetlands that receive artificial, seasonal, semi-seasonal, or permanent application of water to simulate the development of wetland habitat, primarily for the benefit of migratory waterfowl and resident wildlife species. They're functionally no different from natural wetlands, except that they rely on human intervention to provide wetland habitat values. The annual water requirements for wetland habitat types are dependent on the evapotranspiration values of different wetland plant species and whether they're managed as seasonal, semi-permanent, or permanent wetland units. On an annual basis, seasonal wetlands can require from approximately 3.25 to 6 acre-feet per acre, depending on the timing of whether they're flooded between early and late fall season, and then they remain wet throughout the winter and early spring. Semi-permanent wetlands require approximately 10.5 acre-feet per acre and have water throughout the year except when dry during the summer. And finally, permanent wetlands, which are wet all year round, would require approximately 13.25 acre-feet per acre. Allocations of water that are below these water requirements means a loss of that wetland type. The Kern County Subbasin is one of the most water insecure areas when it comes to managed wetlands. Managed wetlands in the Kern County Subbasin have high reliance on groundwater and very limited surface water access, which in the case of Kern National Wildlife Refuge relies on imported surface water. Only when the basin floods does surface water come into play, and being this wet occurs maybe just around once every 10 years. During droughts and water short years, very few acres of managed wetlands are flooded, and what imported surface water allocations there are severely impacted. This subbasin is part of the Tulare planning region of the Central Valley Joint Venture within the Pacific Flyway, and all the bioenergetic needs or food needs for water birds within the planning region are provided by managed wetlands. Wetland habitat managing agencies, organizations, and partners use a bioenergetics approach to determine the wetland habitat objectives needed to support Pacific Flyway bird species in a particular planning region. The Central Valley Joint Venture has struggled to meet the objectives within implementation plans for this basin, largely because of the difficulty in getting surface water to this region. Due to this, the department has implemented several private land incentive programs to try and improve both the abundance and quality of wetlands within the region. Federal partners have also contributed by purchasing perpetual conservation easements, along with the Kern and Pixley National Wildlife Refuges, which are key to providing wetland habitat in this part of the flyway. Significant resources, investment, and support have been made and continue are needed to ensure that wetland habitat remain in this part of California. Loss of these wetlands would set back decades of effort from federal and state agencies, as well as nonprofit organizations and private parties to ensure that the needs of migratory waterfowl and other wetland-dependent species are met. And as mentioned earlier by my regional Department of Fish and Wildlife counterparts, we encourage the Water Board to follow the no net loss policy and statute for protecting the quantity, quality, and permanence of wetland acreages and values here in the Kern County Subbasin and elsewhere in the state. There's just too much to lose to do otherwise. Thank you. And then next is back to Ellen again.
Thank you.
Thanks, Jeffrey. I don't know why I'm always last every time I come here. I
Save
just
the best.
I wanted to give some perspective. Ellen Weir with Weir Water Law and Policy. I'm here on behalf of California Waterfowl Association, which is a landowner in the Kern Basin. But I also wanted to give you my perspective in working with wetland groundwater pumpers in other basins, because there's some really great approaches that are emerging under SGMA to help protect wetlands. So in the Delta Mendota Subbasin, there's a big effort to quantify the recharge that's provided from CVPIA surface water deliveries and then credit that toward groundwater sustainability for wetland habitat. And that's resulted in a pumping reduction plan that will not significantly affect the access to groundwater for existing wetlands. In the Merced Subbasin is a little bit more like the Kern Basin. In Merced, they are overdrafted. The supply exceeds the demand in Merced. And there's also wetland habitat easements within a federally designated wildlife management area. So very much like this basin, In the Merced Subbasin GSA, they recently, and they have an approved GSP, but they've recently adopted a water allocation policy that provides an opt-in for a special wetland water allocation. That allocation is intended to be sufficient to support the existing footprint of wetlands without any expansion, so long as those habitat easement owners do not use groundwater for anything else, that they continue to use their historical groundwater supplies for the purpose of supporting wetlands. So we think that's a really promising method because it keeps the wetland owners as participants under the GSP. They're participating landowners. They have an allocation, but it still preserves and protects what remains of the water bird habitat within that designated wildlife management area. Here in this basin, the staff report provides some good mileposts. And so really we're here to ask for the board's support of the staff recommendation. Couple recommendations in there. One is that we need to do a better job of recognizing and accounting for environmental groundwater use in this basin. I think managed wetlands are one of those environmental groundwater users that are just really unique under the law. And also in framing groundwater management to ensure no net loss of wetlands for the future of the state that complies with AB 2875, which was enacted last year. I just want to note that in addition to our panelists, the staff report recommendations have also received written support from the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Senator Ana Caballero, Ducks Unlimited, Point Blue, Conservation Science, Defenders of Wildlife, Grassland Water District, and the Nature Conservancy. So there's a lot of momentum toward supporting that recommendation here. And finally, just we appreciate the comments that were made by Semi-Tropic GSA that there might be a way forward here. Your staff have indicated that there's technical groups that wetland interests could participate in to further this discussion. So we're ready and willing to do that and, you know, try to develop the data that really shows the limited impact of wetland groundwater pumping, the recharge that's being provided by the Kern National Wildlife Refuge, and potential allocation methodologies that will help preserve these easements into the future. So thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Weir. Really appreciate all the panel members here and the comments and elevating ultimately the needs of wetlands, and completely agree that it's something that we should be focused on here in implementing ultimately the no net loss policy that the state has actually had since the Pete Wilson administration, I think, but newly recommitted to. Ultimately, I appreciated the questions as well from Board Member Firestone to Semi-Tropic around some of these issues, so as to get this conversation started. For me, my expectation is really that this be elevated within the conversations, and I'm glad staff on the technical side have identified places where we can plug you in because it seems something that we can really resolve, and to great benefit ultimately. We know how critical our wetlands are to the functioning of ecosystems and watersheds generally, and how challenged we are as a state in continuing to make sure we're actually expanding those. And so this is an important opportunity to do that, and really appreciate that you all here are elevating it as part of the discussion. And just I echo your requests that here, whichever way we proceed, that we ultimately elevate the needs and see as best we can to have them addressed. So thank you. I appreciate that. Looking to fellow board colleagues if they have question or comment. And I'll note we did lose Vice Chair Diadamo. She had to make her way out, but I'll provide some comment from her as we go to wrap. But just wanted to note her absence now here at this point. Not seeing anything then from dais, and so thank you. Really appreciate again this panel and elevating the issues here. I think they're again critical and also achievable in trying to address them. And thank you again, Mr. Miller. Really appreciate your work and leadership here and your words, if expressed through Ms. Weir. So thank you. That does now wrap our panels, and looking to the room, if there's anyone that has not commented rather, and is looking to do so still yet, or has a change of thought and not wanting to prior, I do want to note on the virtual platform, we do have Natalie Escobedo Garcia. And so we'll go to her so that she can provide her comment. And then as well, anyone on the platform that may have joined late or didn't have an opportunity, please do just raise your hand and we'll make sure to hear your comment. Ms. Escobedo Garcia. you should be invited to unmute. Good to see you.
Yeah, good evening, everyone. Apologies, I wasn't able to provide comments earlier. My name is Dr. Escobar Garcia, and I'm providing comments on behalf of Leadership Council for Justice and Accountability. First, I would like to echo the remarks made by my colleagues at CWA, CCJN, and CWC, as well as support the feedback given by the managed wetlands groups. While we acknowledge the amendments that the current subbasin has made to its GSPs, it is important to emphasize that these changes have been long overdue. The deficiencies identified by the Department of Water Resources and its inadequate determination, as well as those outlined in the State Water Board staff report, are issues that many organizations have raised over the last 5 years. Additionally, concerns remain regarding governance within the subbasin. The increasing fragmentation we've seen over the past few years has created some uncertainty about how the GSPs will ultimately be implemented and coordinated. Finally, the unresolved deficiencies, particularly those regarding SMCs for groundwater levels, are critical to ensuring that all other SMCs are appropriately established. Without addressing these deficiencies immediately, it is difficult to determine the adequacy of SMCs for groundwater storage, land subsidence, and groundwater quality, all of which require robust demand management measures. For these reasons, we support the staff report's recommendation to designate the subbasin as probationary. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Garcia. Appreciate those comments and continued engagement here. All right. Looking to see if there's any last moment commenters. I just want to start first with an incredible amount of thanks. I know today has been a long day, but the quality of the discussion that ultimately has been admirable. And I just really appreciate the tone that everyone's brought to what I know are very technically complex issues, but also very personal issues for everyone. It's not lost on me, again, that this basin is one of our more complex. We've certainly taken each basin as they come to us, and the lift that you all have been engaged in when it comes to revising the GSP and doing the hard work here of not just the technical work, but the human work is seen. It's the human element, I think, that is sometimes our most limiting factor amongst us. The technical side, yes, complex, the science, important, but ultimately it's that human element that makes the difference ultimately in our success collectively. You all are all representative of a lot of local governments, and here collectively, this task that we have when it comes to fulfilling the goals of the Sustainable Groundwater Management Act require an incredible amount of cooperation and coordination across governments at the local and state and even federal level here. And just want to acknowledge that a lot of work and leadership has gone on. So I'm incredibly thankful. I have further thoughts, but I actually want to hear from my fellow board colleagues first. And, noted here as well is, again, the community concerns that we've heard. And I think however we proceed here, want to make sure that we incorporate some of what we heard today insofar as some of the concern around engagement. But I'll actually stop there and do want to hear from my fellow board colleagues, and then we'll see kind of where we are here. Is there anyone who would like to lead us first? Board Member Firestone, please. Thank you.
Thanks. I think you said that very well. I agree with everything that you said, and I think it can't be understated how much has been accomplished and what a Herculean effort it has happened to pull all of these entities and different plans and agencies and diverse communities together to get a plan today. And I think it's very close. It's not yet where it needs to be. And I do think that the staff report has highlighted important deficiencies, and then that, we appreciate are being taken really seriously and are being worked on. And so, I think the fact that we heard today, the commitment to continue the really intense work to continue to iterate and get the plan to address some of those remaining issues is indicative that we need to keep the momentum going. We don't want to, I think we get to better outcomes if we if we continue the hearing and we don't need to make a decision today on probation. You know, I think that we heard a lot from some of the larger urban areas, and there's been really good engagement. I think we've heard a lot of that. And, you know, there's also some areas that are a lot harder. And we've heard some frustrations in areas that I think there's continued improvement. And then I think there's areas with like we said, you know, opportunities to really lead and innovate in how we address and balance these competing goals, like no net loss on wetlands, environmental, you know, the real complexity is in the region. There are many, and I think there's a lot of balance and innovation that's reflected in the plans that were submitted, but I think we still have a little bit to go. And you know, last thing I would say is I do really just want to acknowledge how I think there's huge, from my understanding and what was represented, I think huge strides in the well mitigation program and how seriously that is being taken, and the commitment, including commitment on funds on that. You know, I think there's still areas to understand around public water systems as well. But I just really want to acknowledge how significant that is. I think a really great partnership with the leadership of self-help enterprises. And I think, you know, were it not for the incredible progress and commitments that have been made and were reiterated here, I think we wouldn't, you know, it wouldn't make sense to continue this, but I think we're in a place where it really does. And I'm very hopeful. There's not a lot of things that I'm super hopeful about right now in the world. And it's really nice to see this be an area where people are not being divided, but are coming together and looking to double down on collaboration and get where we need to go collectively. And it brings me some optimism. So thank you.
You're here. Thank you, Board Member. Board Member McGuire.
Yeah, thank you everyone for being here today and your patience, your great presentations and input, and just diligence in sticking with this, not just today, but over the last several years. I think what we're seeing is SGMA working. As messy as it is, we're kind of building the plane as we're flying it, and we're all doing it together. I mean, we're 10 years in, we've got 15 to go. And so implementation needs to keep happening. All the while, we need to be iterating on these plans and making them better and fixing the things that need to be addressed. And for me, the ideal, I've been a skeptic all along because of basins, and I'm not pointing out any basin in particular, but when there's many, many GSAs in a single basin, the potential for dispute and confrontation internally within the local management is incredibly high. And so I've been hoping and, you know, wanting to see an example, and there are a few now, but this is, I think, another up and coming of a basin that's actually coming together through SGMA and leveraging this process in a way that you're finding results and collaboration, partnerships that you didn't have a few years ago. And you should all be commended for that and the work that you've put into it. Doesn't mean we're there yet. I mean, that's why we're here today. And I think this hearing itself is a very important moment to have. Even if you saw that there were two options on the table, the fact is that there was still a lot of work to be done from 2 years ago till we've gotten here today, and there's still a little bit more to go. I'm heartened by the reports that I'm hearing from our staff, wherever you move to, and from you all that there's mutual commitments to continue to collaborate on those issues, the groundwater levels, the other issues that have come up, to fill those gaps and update the plans within the next 6 months. That's certainly, for me, fairly reasonable a request. If you've we all feel that there's a meaningful and hopeful strategy and enough time there to make those corrections and ultimately get you back to DWR, I think that's well worth it in my mind. And so much has already been said already, so I don't need to repeat it. But I will say that it's not to presuppose the outcome of this. I know staff is still reviewing, and I think they've, we've commended them, but I'll do it again, because you really bent over backwards to ensure that these reviews, the red flag reviews of the 2024 plans, which were approved in mid-December, that information was actually incorporated into the final staff report in record time. I'm really, really appreciative of that and us keeping on track with this. I really believe in milestones. Deadlines can really be effective measures to incentivize progress, and I think that's what we're seeing here. And we need to keep the momentum going, as we've heard from others. Though, I will say that if there's a finding, a recommendation from staff in a few months from now that probation is still something that should be considered by the board, I would ask that the good actor type exemptions, the two options, are weighed more thoroughly for the different GSAs that submitted requests. I know we got a number of different requests. We heard from Henry Miller GSA earlier, but I know there were a number of others as well. So for me, if it comes to that type of decision, I would like more information on that provided at that time. That would be very helpful. And I know a number of those requests came in a little bit later in the process, but nonetheless, I think it's an important factor in weighing whether a basin or in its entirety should go into probation or there should be some exceptions to that. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member. Plus up all of those comments and very appreciative. Board Member Morgan.
Thank you. So I echo many of my fellow board members' comments, and I just want to really start with thanking staff for one, really hearing community member concerns and, addressing those and providing an option to provide remotely today and to just really, it's important. It's critical for us to hear from everyone who can be impacted by our decisions. And so thank you for spending the extra time to make sure that all voices were heard. So that's, really, it's important to me, and I know it's important to, everyone. And so thank you for that. Also, thank you for really just spending the time to not just respond to, just go back and forth in writing and just to respond back and forth, but to engage, to sit down, have meetings, and to really engage, to really understand where there may be differences of opinions, and to really move this plan and others forward. And so I know that takes a lot of time. It takes a lot of dedication. There's a lot of hours that go into that. And so that's really important. At the end of the day, our goal really is to have plans that work, that can be implemented to the benefit of California. So thank you for spending the time to really do that and to move that forward. We sit here today, and this isn't easy. There's a lot to be considered. And it really is about how do we move forward a plan that moves SGMA forward as quickly as possible. And I do believe that it is together that we get the best results. And so at times that's not possible. And it seems that right now we do have parties that are willing to sit down to have discussions, also bring in additional parties such as those from the wetland panel, and to have those discussions. And I also ask that, as we're doing that, we also look at, as the vice chair brought up, of looking and reaching out to others who have done more on community engagement, reaching out to them and seeing how do we do more? How do we have meaningful engagement and that how do we have, make sure that good faith outreach is occurring. We did hear about the time of day that some meetings are occurring, and I appreciate that information was provided here. And, sometimes maybe meeting at a different time, get out and then see what is needed and making sure that we are getting that outreach occurring and that we're really are providing the opportunities for communities to engage. Just as we heard today, some had to take the time off from work in order to provide their comments today. Not everyone can afford to take a day off from work to provide comments. And so are there other ways, such as we had a video? There's some, is there a way to provide written comments? Are there other ways to where comments can be provided? I don't have the answer. I'm not sure. Just asking. Let's think bigger. How do we do that? And so, it's just moving, as we continue to move forward. I heard a few things coming up of there's major infrastructure, there's infrastructure locally, there's also water quality. Some of the concerns have been addressed, some have not fully been addressed. And sometimes really addressing those is making sure that we're all speaking the same language. We are communicating effectively. We are bringing those who may not be as far as long in the process along with us. We may have to take a step back with our communication and make sure that we are communicating effectively and we're bringing everyone along. And so, I'm speaking to the Subbasin and making sure that that communication is occurring and that you are taking the time to reach out to whether it's the small farmers who have not heard about SGMA and don't know, and about the communities who may have heard a little but don't know everything that has been occurring, and is taking that step back and making sure that you're bringing everyone along with you within the process. So, again, I want to just thank everyone for working collaboratively together. I think that's a way that we can move forward. I'm hopeful that if we were to provide you 6 months, that you can do this. And that, this cannot be something that just is continuous, because that's not going to get us to our goal. We can't keep providing 6 months after 6 months after 6 months. The goal is to provide time to work diligently to get to the goal, and so that we can continue to see those benefits. I appreciate that you are all dedicated to implementing the plans that you have and continuing to move forward to look for that, to achieve the goals of SGMA. Now it's just really sitting down and fine tuning the plan so that we can have a plan that anyone who picks it up can read and understand what is written there. So okay with, if we were to choose to move forward with the alternative resolution. And, thank you. Thank you all for coming and being here today and providing your comments.
Thank you for all that, Board Member Morgan, in complete agreement and just very thankful. On behalf of the Vice Chair, just want to share her thanks as well to everyone. Again, I know she was unable to make it all to the end of this meeting here, but her thanks is shared here. And what we also share is our support of continuation at this point. Continuation is not delay. I certainly, and I know my colleagues, and I know everyone in the room here truly does feel the urgency of the work that we're all here looking to complete. There's still a lot of implementation ahead as well. So this moment, getting the plan right, giving ourselves all the confidence that we need to ensure that we're giving ourselves the best shot to be successful is important. We have said, I think I've said a number of times publicly, that we're not needlessly looking to collect groundwater basins and really looking to take each basin as they are, work with them with the many different particulars that each one has brought us here, but ultimately to be fair and to be even-handed across it all. It's incredibly important to me that we maintain trust in government in these critical times. And so I, again, just appreciate all the work that you all have continued to do, the commitment that we heard earlier today to resolve those outstanding issues, issues that we heard mirrored by other community members when it comes to concerns around the quality of the monitoring network, the minimum thresholds that are found. And so I look forward to what I know will be, I think, a lot more work. I now look to the board clerk. You know, I did appreciate the recommendation by Ms. Jennifer Clary to perhaps beef up a bit of the resolution language around some of this community engagement so that we more clearly set out some expectations and help to continue to build the relationships. Because I think that's, you know, I think as one commenter said, it's one thing to kind of have a notice and to say, you know, we did end outreach. But I think here the goal is truly to strengthen the relationships across the basin, especially with communities. And so I think I've requested some draft language here for the resolution and would ask folks to bring it up and see if there's support here from board members as to being able to add this. Mr. Rose or Mr. Lawford, do either one of you want to lead us in what was quickly drafted here and proposed by staff?
Sure, I'll jump in front of Michael on that one. Yes, this is some added language for consideration in one of the two draft resolutions. So if you consider this resolution, staff would like to make these changes to that before you consider it.
And to clarify, this is a continuation resolution? Okay.
Yep, thank you. One of the two, but this is the draft resolution that would continue the hearing to a future date. We'll start right where the screen has us, which is whereas paragraph number 10. And this is, again, correcting an error that staff already flagged earlier in their presentation. So it currently says, as of the date of this resolution, the department recognizes the following GSAs for the Kern County Subbasin, then there's a colon. So we would be adding in one that was missed, which is the Arvin Groundwater Sustainability Agency. Again, that's shown on the screen, but that's the first proposed change. Moving down to after whereas paragraph 15, staff would propose a new whereas paragraph 16 that reads as follows. On May 29th, 2024, the Kern County Subbasin GSAs submitted the 2024 draft GSPs to the State Water Board for review. And then we'd be renumbering the subsequent paragraphs accordingly. If you don't mind scrolling down to what would be a new whereas paragraph 22. Staff propose adding new whereas paragraph 22 that would read, the Kern County Subbasin GSAs submitted the 2024 final GSPs, which were adopted by all 2020 GSAs to the State Water Board for review on December 16th, 2024. Then continuing the renumbering, newly renumbered whereas paragraph 2023 has several edits, and I'll make one clarification here. Staff propose adding in on the third line after the words and reviewing the, adding in 2024 to draft GSPs, and then adding in and 2024 final GSPs. And then you see a highlighted text on line 4. That's actually a hyperlink that was already there, so that's not a proposed new addition. But the words finalized the staff report is not a new proposed addition, even though on the screen it appears in blue and underlined. That's a hyperlink that was already there. And if you don't mind scrolling down to the therefore be it resolved paragraphs, staff propose adding in a paragraph, resolved paragraph 4, addressing the comment that you just noted, Chair Esquivel, that would read as follows. As a condition of granting this continuance, comma, new indented subparagraph A, expects the GSAs to enhance community outreach and engagement so that impacted communities, comma, including customers of drinking water systems within the Kern County Subbasin, comma, receive information about the GSP's impact on their systems, semicolon, new subparagraph B, expects that the GSAs will work with local community groups to create and to implement a plan for additional community outreach in making and adopting revisions to the GSPs, semicolon, and new subparagraph C, expects the GSAs to provide, comma, no later than 1 month from the date of adoption of this resolution, comma, board staff with plans for community outreach in amending their GSPs, comma, and to include in any submittals to the board by June 20th, 2025, a description of the GSA's actions in furtherance of this resolved paragraph. That completes the current proposed additions to the draft proposed continuance resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Rose. Looking to fellow board colleagues on their feelings around the language, and also generally the audience here as well, Mr. Urosic and folks from the GSA, just hoping if there's any real concern about any of that language, please do voice your concerns here. I do see a hand up on the platform from Ms. Angela Islas. We can unmute her, Ms. Islas. Glad to hear you have some feedback here.
Hola, buenas tardes, pues buenas noches, pero nomás quise preguntar que si es posible en poder como dejar 2 miembros comunitarios adicionales de Shafter a poder dar su comentario público. Sé que ahorita es la área donde van a hacer la votación, pero nomás quise saber que si permiten a dejar a 2 miembros de Shafter poder dar su comentario público o no es posible.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Islas. Yes, we would be glad to hear those final commenters. Thank you.
Okay. So nomás permítame que deje 2 miembros de Shafter dar sus comentarios públicos y ahorita voy a dejar uno que comente.
Okay, thank you.
Hola, buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Luis. Hemos tomado en cuenta que estamos de acuerdo con los planes de Kern. Queremos que la mesa directiva vote que las agencias de Kern sean puestos en periodo de prueba. Necesitamos más soluciones y acción. Que las agencias protejan el agua subterránea para nuestro uso de derecho humano a agua potable. Muchas gracias.
Y luego tenemos una más.
Hola, yo estoy de acuerdo con mi compañero con lo que él dijo y apoyo
de que
esté en el periodo de prueba. Esto.
Pues de nuevo, gracias a Joaquín por dejar que los últimos miembros de comunidad pueden comentar. Y quiero también expresar de que estamos agradecidos de que estas resoluciones están incluidos y nomás queremos que esté asegurado de que sí podemos tener como buena implementación para que la comunidad sí esté incluido efectivamente y que sepan mucho más sobre los futuros impactos de estos planes. So, muchísimas gracias de nuevo y por reconocer las voces comunitarios.
Y gracias a ti, Ms. Islas. Really appreciate it, Ms. Islas, and thank you again for the commenters. I do appreciate organizing and being able to make sure we have community voices here as part of our discussion and deliberation. So it means a lot. Thank you again for all of that. Okay, looking to fellow board colleagues and Mr. Urosic. Yes, please.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to come back up and speak. So just on behalf of the basin, I would say, in regards to this addition here, we just look forward to working with staff to understand the structure, the criteria, evaluate what we have accomplished, making sure we evaluate that to make, what needs to do to go forward, as well as have a kind of setting of parameters of what expectations are from all parties would be very helpful for us to hit the mark.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And we'll definitely have further refinement and of those expectations as we look to implement this. Hopefully, the language is general enough and, and can actually be met amongst it. I know Mr. Gore and I believe the vice chair and board member Morgan doubled up on the fact that there is a lot of outreach happening through CV Salts. And, it's not mentioned here explicitly, but I think that that can be an important way that we can get to greater engagement sooner and kind of meet the expectations of what's set out here in the resolution.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, looking to my fellow board colleagues on, how they're feeling on the language here. Any other discussion or consideration we should have?
Thank you. I thank you for proposing this language. I think it will be helpful in guiding the steps over the next few months in terms of community engagement and how that can be improved. I heard earlier today as well that the basin already has a community engagement plan. So hopefully, largely that plan is already compatible with what's envisioned here in this language, because I'm a little bit, I am mindful of the timeline that we're in. We're getting on the later part of February. We're talking about June and having a draft plan, having board staff review that, provide any input, and then updating and finalizing an adopted plan by September, which is a lot of work and really not that much time. So this is important. This work needs to happen. I just want to make sure that it's scaled appropriately given all those different steps that need to be met along the way over the next few months.
Thank you, board member. Appreciate that. Board member Firestone.
Yeah, and I guess I'll say, to me, the important thing is going back to, I think, what was said already around relationships, and I think really listening and working together. So if more than what are plans on a paper, I think is, are we seeing people that, that work with communities really being brought in and listened to and talked to with co-creation of plans and, really also kind of better understanding. We talked about the environmental use of water, but also the public water system potential impacts for maybe those smaller urban areas that aren't as engaged. In addition to the, I think the NGOs and community groups and community leaders. So I'm really looking for kind of the meaningful relationship building more than a particular new, rather than a whole new document or something like that. I think that would be my preference, or as we're, I don't know that I have recommendations on language changes to what was put up, but I think just in terms of clarifying what this is, I think it's really just trying to emphasize the commitment that we heard today to continue to build those relationships and engagement, and both, I think, with impacted communities. Like I said, I think particularly there's more work that needs to be done on the public water system side, in addition to the larger urban areas and the domestic well communities, but also just like the NGOs and the environmental water. It seems like there's still discussions and relationship work that needs to be done to really be listening to figuring out what can work.
Thank you for that, board member, and agree. All right. That may bring us here then to a vote. And so looking to see if I have a motion from any of the board members.
Okay, I will make a motion to move item 5, the alternative draft resolution with the changes as read, into the record by Mr. Rose.
I will second that. And just to clarify, it is for the alternative resolution.
Thank you both. Ms. Tyler, can you please call a roll call vote?
Board Member Morgan,
Aye.
Board Member McGuire,
Aye.
Board Member Firestone,
Aye.
and Chair Esquivel.
Aye.
Thank you.
Thank you as well. The motion carries and the continuation resolution is adopted with the changes. Incredible thanks to everyone again. There is a lot of work here in the next months. We have our June 20th deadline, and then otherwise we will all see each other again in September. So it'll be a busy summer, I know, for all of us and a lot of fronts. And so just thank you all again. Appreciate everyone's participation today, and we'll see you soon. This brings our two-day board meeting to a close. We are now adjourned. Our next board meeting will be, make sure I get my dates right. Our next board meeting will be March 4th. And so we'll see everyone then. Be safe, be well. Thanks, everyone. Appreciate it.